Hello gamers, welcome gamers. Hello gamers. I just woke up. Oh, kinda woke up because I just fucking, that was like loud. Oh shit. I haven't redeemed that yet. Anyways, I just woke up from a nap and then I was like, holy shit, it's Monday, I forgot. Today we're gonna be playing CVX. Now, what is CVX? I don't know what CVX is. I just heard it's a Resident Evil game. It's one of those Resident Evil games that it's hard and shit. I don't know how hard it is. Resident Evil. You play as Claire, I think? Is this Claire? Do you play as Claire or do you play as... No, you play as Claire in this one, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, you play as Claire and then Wesker is like the fucking bad guy. That's all I know about this. Also, weird thing is that my start button is actually the whatever controller it is. It's the touchpad for the PS4 because I'm playing this game on the PS4, as you can tell. There, I'm playing this game on the PS4. Without stalling, because, you know...
The American Midwestern town, Raccoon City, has been completely decimated due to the T-virus outbreak that was instigated by the international corporation Umbrella. Claire Redfield.
Yeah, I knew it was Claire. I was like, wait, who the fuck is that person again? Can't be Jill, because Jill is not really that bad.
John S. Kennedy managed to escape from the city. But their ordeal was only a prelude of things to come. Three months later.
Hey, Firefly. Did you know that this game was most voted on my Discord server? This game's player very thick. But here's the thing, I'm playing this game on the
Your identification number is WKD4496. Welcome to your new home.
Shit.
Her name is Claire Redfield. We caught her trespassing in our Paris lab facility 10 days ago. She apparently infiltrated the complex looking for her lost brother, Chris Redfield, one of the surviving members of RPD's famous STARS teams.
Is the game volume loud, by the way? Is the game volume loud over my voice? Because it's a PS4 and different consoles have different fucking game sounds and different fucking sounds. How about now? It should be like not overwhelming right now. Yeah, so my Xbox has to go all the way higher for some reason, and then my PS4 has to go all the way lower for some reason. Which is like so stupid. I'm gonna do this for now. At least for now I can actually readjust my volume because I can do that. Look at fucking Joe. Holy crap. Uh-oh. Wow.
Don't move.
Wow. A guy. Is this one of those games that a lot of people do not like to actually play, from what I've heard? I heard that this game is like one of those games that a lot of people do not like to play. Huh. Interesting. He didn't do anything? He didn't do anything. He just brought her into a jail cell and that's about it. Look at that. Brought her into a jail. Wait, no, that's a fucking... Damn, her lips. No touching. No touching. Is that a fucking zombie or what? If I were equipped with a lighter, I could see outside. I see. Oh! Oh shit. What? It's happening, man. We're getting the fuck out of here, man. I actually wanted to get this game on my PS2, but then,
Perfect.
what? Just those...
Go on. Get out of here. This place is finished.
This place is
I
finished.
don't know, it might have been a special forces team. But in any case, this prison's been taken over. The troops have been wiped out.
What are you saying?
You're free to leave the complex. But you may as well know you have no chance of getting off this island.
And what about you? What are you going to do?
Don't worry about me.
Holy shit. Okay. Okay, tank controls are like the same as always for me. Which, yeah, it just seems the same. Okay. Got herbs already. Oh hey, a game I never finished. Oh hey, again that I'm probably gonna finish or not gonna finish. Like the other few games that I don't finish. How you doing, Shay? Hemostatic capsule is on the floor. It's empty. So I wanted to get this game on PS2. And then afterwards I found out that this game was on PS4. Funny thing was that like when I found this game on PS4, it was on the American account. So what I'm playing right now, it's on my own account. Like if I were to show you guys, this is like my own account. Yeah. But if I were to go onto like my other controller, I have like a US account that I actually buy this game and this game on. Yeah, for some reason they don't like me using like one name, so I had to put Juhoho. So don't worry about it. So I bought this one and I bought this one. Juhoho, yes. So I bought this game and this game from the US store, and then I also bought this game from the US store as well when Remodded was on console. So I bought this game on console for Remodded. It was cool. But you know, I bought this one as well, and this one. There are other games as well that's on the PS store that I probably would want to buy for sure, but you know. Hey Masha. So there are other games on the US store that I probably want to buy because you know on the Asia store they don't fucking sell it anyway. So there's that. What is my inventory? My inventory is just too okay. Whatever. What is this playing manual? Playing manual. When you obtain a new item, always remember to look at it with the check command on the status screen. Remember, it's always best to rotate the item so you can check it from different angles. Okay, cool. If you face an object, then press and hold up. What? Okay, wait. Oh, wait, this is just pushing. Oh, yeah, this is pushing. Okay, cool, pushing. You can turn 180 degrees instantly by pressing the cancel button. Oh, no. Oh no. When you're lost or unsure, okay, use the map. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess that's all like fucking what you call it? That's like totally like Her height is 5.545. Why do you have to be that specific about a height? 5.545. That's like my height, I guess. Can I run in this game? I can't run. Oh yeah, I can run in this game. There we go. So, okay. So, I guess quick turning is just. Oh, okay, cool. A knife. And whatever this is on the table. I even take that. Hey, Flame Will Scout. Hope you're doing well. Hello, dude. You alright? His eyes is closed. Is bleeding. I need hemostatic medicine. You want me to give you a sucky instead? A list of prisoners. My name is at the end. The escort's name is at the end of the document. Rodrigo Juan Revel. Okay, cool. If blood goes to the penis, he won't bleed out. Do it. I mean, that's Jill's job, not my job. I'm just asking. Jill's not providing. You know. Claire going black. Yes. Gone wrong, gone sexual. Hey, Lev. How's Pax? Hope Pax is. Well, Pax has been well for you. I mean, my sleep schedule is all screwed, but honestly worth it. Pog. Ink ribbon. How many ink ribbons do I even have? Hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, there we go. How many ink ribbons do I have? I only have one. One ink ribbon. PAX was fun, painful to walk at the moment, but I had plenty of fun. PAX is surely, like, full of fun. I want to go back to PAX again. I want to go back to PAX. Should I save? Well, if I got money for it, then yeah. Memory slot 1. Ah, yes, of course, on my PS2. On my so-called PS2 that is totally not my PS4. Thank you. Veronica, see? Oh, hell yeah. I'll get a hotel and we can bunk. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Maybe. The PS2. Totally not the PS4 that I'm playing this on. Or is there a heartbeat monitor thing on my fucking controller now? Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Okay, what is this? A helicopter, that's fucked up. Oh wait, no, that's not fucking... A truck used for transport, not a helicopter, holy shit. Oil is leaking from the crashed wreck. A dead body and a briefcase can be seen inside, so I think I could... I need to actually... There we go. I need to actually see in there. Maybe sooner or later, I guess. Wow. Hey yo, thank you for the briefcase. That's very convenient enough. Oh shit. Zombie. Am I gonna fight this fucking zombie? Eat her ass. Hey, Grimace. What the fuck? That's a thin ass zombie right there. That zombie thin ass. Look how thin that zombie is. Look how thin the other zombie is. Look how thin all these zombies are. I guess those biohazardous fucking people instead, not zombies, because they don't look like zombies. Damn, she's getting whatever that fucking thing is, you know. She's getting what's that fucking thing called? getting hold on. I heard. Oh god, no, no, no! Do not do that! Do not do that! You fucking idiot! I don't want to save. I heard that using the knife is actually better. So I'm probably gonna use the knife a lot, maybe. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably gonna use the knife then. Oh god, okay. I don't even know how to even... I'm gonna die. I swear to god, I'm probably gonna die. He doesn't know. I don't know. I do not know. Yeah, better if you don't suck. True. Hello, HJ. Look at how I'm sucking right now. Oh man. Stop doing that! Oh my god! I'm caution. I don't even have a gun. Yeah, I don't even have a fucking gun. So the only thing I have to do right now is just to use my fucking knife, and that's about it. I'm getting like fucked. Hold on. Maybe don't try to use your knife in the first playthrough. Mike told me to use my knife in the first playthrough because he said, oh, ammo is very scarce. And I'm like, huh? Sure. What the fuck? Can I just use it? There you go. A briefcase? What the fuck? Where's the briefcase? So avoid enemies. Oh man. Okay, give me a sec while I actually do this then. Wait. So Mai has been wrong this whole time. Okay. Wait, how do I even exit this fucking game? Then restart from whatever it is. Yeah, how do I? What? Wait. Is there an exit for this game? Like, can I exit from here? Do I just have to die? You know what? I'm just gonna die then. I used up my health. I gotta fucking kill myself then in game. Only the remastered HD. Remastered HD? Like you're talking about the PS3 or whatever it is, huh? Okay, let's see. I don't know because I put this game on CVX HD, so I don't know which one is which. I thought this was gonna be like HD instead, but I don't know. Yeah, that's why I put this on remastered HD because you know this game is. Oh shit. Oh shit, I'm getting fucked by the white dude. Okay, so... Okay, I guess I'm just gonna, like, fucking... So... Sad dragon sounds, hate dead venom. Okay, so I'm gonna change this to Code Veronica, and that's it. Is it? Or do I change it to Code Veronica X? Actually, yeah, I'm just gonna change it to X, because, you know, it is X. That's for sure. Why am I getting pinged? I'm getting pinged on Steam already. Yeah, I'm getting pinged on Steam. Cool. But yeah. I'll retry. Okay. Dirk has the C virus. What does that mean? Oh man, you can't even like fucking okay. So you can't even get the fuck out of here. Or you know, yeah, you still have to wait it out. Wait for the fucking stair thing to be done. Also, is this speedrun like fucking an hour plus? Like it's like 1 hour 30 minutes if I'm not mistaken. Briefcase. COVID. You got COVID? Oh man. Take care of yourself, man. Oh shit. Okay. CVX speedruns, let's go. I'm not gonna speedrun this. How you doing, Asan? Oh shit. Arrow 40 on vanilla, PS2, GameCube. What the fuck? Satch, I don't know. I don't know if I don't even know if I'm gonna speedrun this game. This game is like not speedrunnable for me. If I suck.
Wait, don't shoot.
Who are you?
Huh? You're not a zombie. Well, great. Wait right there. I'm coming over.
You know that this kid is gonna die, right? Shit.
Sorry about that little misunderstanding. But I thought you were another one of those
Shut up. Make one wrong move and I'll shoot.
Relax, beautiful. I said I was sorry. My name's Steve.
Yeah, fucking Canadian, man. I said I was sorry.
And I'm guessing you're not from Umbrella either.
No, I'm Claire. Claire Redfield.
Claire. Nice. I'll remember that.
Fuck me.
Hey, I heard there's an airport around here. And once I find it, I can finally escape from this crazy island. I'll see ya.
Hey, wait up.
I don't want you following me, lady. You'll only slow me down.
You dizzy? I hope you like the character. Dude, the character has like some like fucking soy boy energy, I guess. Yo. Okay, can I equip something? Can I just equip? Oh shit, wait, hold on. Oh, no, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Wait, hold on. Okay, wait. Can I? How do I even? Hold on. Can I use this? Wait. There's no need to use it for now. It's so dark. It just looks so fucking dark right now. What the fuck? Interesting. Was this game not ever released on fucking PC? How do I even? I asked. Yeah, I asked myself the same question as well. Hey, yo, bullets. No. Damn. You have a headache? Just fucking go rest, man. Hawk picture is carved into the hollow. Okay. Yeah, go rest. Keep yourself safe. I have to go back here again, really? Fight those fucking zombies again? Oh, man. Alright. Time for me to use my bullets then. Which I don't know whether I should use my bullets, honestly. You know what? Hey, OC Chief. Ah, yes, good old code Veronica. Fucking hell. I blame Amai. Amai wanted me to fucking play this game. It's like, yo, play more Resident Evil. We need more Resident Evil. Wait, am I supposed to go back here? Where's Amai? He's probably sleeping or some shit like that. You could just not suck so much. I don't know anything about the game. How would I know if I suck a lot anyways? How you doing, Varashdi? Demotivated to play. Hey, it's either, oh god, it's so dark. It's either I play The Last of Us or CVX. And people chose, yeah, somehow people chose this game over Last of Us, and I'm like, huh? Uh-huh. Protein at the start of the game, you get so many bullets, you clear a lot more than in the previous games. Wait, really? I heard you get less bullets in this fucking game. Oh, like bullets are really scarce in this fucking like cock-ass game. Cockball torture game. You have like 200 pistol bullets in the next 3 hours. You can kill every enemy on nature. I mean, yeah, of course, duh. That's how it is. Okay, so I need a way to get this fucking briefcase anyways. I'm probably okay, you know what? I'm probably gonna just fucking I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know if I'm supposed to do this. Ammo slot scars in any of them. I have no idea where that Amai told me that this game has like very less bullets or some shit like that. If it's not like that, then I'm probably gonna use my fucking gun then. Cause Amaya was telling me, yo, save your bullets every time. I'm like, huh? For a few hours. God damn it. Doesn't warn you about character swap, so easy soft lock. Okay, there's soft locking in this game. I don't know anything about this game anyway, so whatever it is. Ouch. Okay. Okay, I'm sucking ass. Is this guy gonna stay alive or come alive? Yeah, he is gonna come alive. Huh. Hey Drev. Hey Jared. Save. I don't know. Is he gonna die? He is dead. Okay, cool. Whatever. Alright, let's kill these fuckers. I have no idea. More view. I don't even know. I just heard that from a mic telling me to save more bullets, and I'm like, oh, okay. Save more bullets, I guess. But instead, I'm wasting my bullets right now. Omega lol. I don't even know if like. If I ever come back here, there's gonna be more zombies. But I shot them. So feels bad. Where's my map? So that big door right there is the... Wait. Is that big door? Yeah, that big door is the part that I need to... It does FPS damage. I heard about it. More enemies spawn when you progress. Oh no. Can you hear my motivation to actually play this game? Yes, I am motivated to play this game so much. Woohoo! I love this game. The only reason why I'm playing this game is because, you know, it's a Resident Evil game and everyone likes Resident Evil, right? Woohoo! Yay! I'm probably gonna speedrun this game sooner or later to get more viewers into my fucking channel. Woo! Sure. It's my second favorite RE game. Your second favorite RE game can go fuck itself. You more of a Silent Hill gal? Oh, good news for you. I love Silent Hill as well. I guess, but also at the same time, I didn't know what the fuck to do. I don't know what the fuck is happening, and I didn't know what the fuck to do until like I actually fucking shot them, and I was like, wait a minute, I'm not supposed to go here. And then I'm stupid. That's all I can say. I'm stupid. Code V is a banger title. Fall in love of unsubs. Unsubs? The fuck are you talking about? How you doing, Blindside? Okay, there's a door there. There's like go through door on the other side, which actually, you know what? You can miss weapons permanently. Can I do this? Can I just do this? You know, that's like one weird thing that I probably want to do, but then, oh wait, you know what? How about I use this fucking knife instead? You can miss these though, hell yeah. Oops. I'm very used to circle. Why am I used to circle? What is wrong with me? Oh man, I really have to use a key. I hated this Resident Evil. Well, everyone has mixed opinions about this game, I guess. We have people who say, yo, this game is very cool, I like it. Then other people is like, yo, this fucking game sucks ass. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, I'm just playing it. I don't know anything about the game. The only thing that I've been told about this game is that Amai wants me to play more Resident Evil games, and that's about it. Amai was like, yo, can you play more Resident Evil games? I miss when you play more Resident Evil games. I'm like, huh? Yeah, stay down, bitch. This guy alive? Still alive, whatever. Is this guy gonna come alive? He is. Oh man. Well, Code V has a higher skill curve, and speedrunning is for gods. Wait, question. Does Speedy have the Does Speedy-ish have the world record for this game at the moment? That Filipino dude. Because if so, good for him. Okay. Unless it's like someone else. But I know Speedy-ish has been running this game, like, as of late. What is this? Prison map. Seems like someone didn't finish your soup. That's me. That's like me when my grandma gave me soup. Oh, it's still U-Trends? What the fuck? How is it still U-Trends? Soup pot tasty. Pot tasty soup. I'm probably not gonna have a lot of bullets though. I feel like I'm gonna have not a lot of bullets. Do I trust you guys and think that there's gonna be at least some like good amount of bullets? There's not a lot of bullets if you get lost. Oh god, okay, sure. Wait, I came out from... Yeah, I was about to say, I came out from like... I came in from that door. You're not losing anything by using handgun bullets if you want more powerful things for bosses anyways. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh, this part is so fucking dark. Yo, bunker bits. Yo. 18 naked cowboy. No, 18 naked prisoners in the prison at Ram Ranch. Prisoner's Diary. Wait, did I not read the Prisoner's Diary? Playing manual. Prisoner's Diary, there we go. Hey, Angry Taco. Let me see. May 13th. This room stinks of death. Based upon the information I've found, I believe that I'm far south from the equator. Lucky for me that Bob in the bunk below me is one of those interesting type of guys. Today, Bob told some crazy story of why he was put in this place with me. Bob said that he used to be an attendant of the head of this place. This boss, named Alfred, supposedly placed him in here because of the tiny little mistake. What does that mean? What's going on? What's going to happen to me? May 20th. Without warning, a group of military men took Bob to the building behind the guillotine stand. At midnight, I'll sneak out of here to see him. I've been hearing that anyone taken to that building never comes back. On top of that, there are really large plastic bags constantly being removed from that place. What? Interesting. Only real mistake you can make in RE games waste powerful weapons and a trash enemy. I guess so. He should uses a revolver and basic. Of course. Wait, hold on. What? But I better pray for Bob. He's gonna pray for Bob, man. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone there. What is going on in there? All I could hear was some insanely creepy laughter and the sound of Bob screaming. I don't know what to do. I can't stop thinking about it. Buy rocket launcher and RE4 and use on some single yes, of course. I've been chef for Bob. He was a real G and an interesting guy. Is that gonna happen to me? I can't let it. I just can't. Since my last entry, all of my fellow inmates have been taken to that building. I know that I am next. It's obvious that we were all here to be used as Alfred's guinea pigs. There's no way out. What am I gonna do? Fuck. I don't know. Have sex. Have sex. Poop my pants again. Poop my pants again. That's what it is. Rip Bob the Builder, man. Have sex. Have sex. Poop my pants again. Poop my pants again. Yo, can we have the has sex emotes? Have sex emotes. Have sex. Have sex. Hello. Oh god. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck's happening? Get out! Get out! Get out! You fucking idiots! Okay, hold on. What's this gun? M100P. Interesting. I can't even see anything. I'm getting gang chomped? Yes, I am. I don't even know what the fuck is happening. Dualies? It's not even dualies. What? Get out. Hold on. I'm still in caution. Hey, I still have a lot of bullets left. Okay. I guess bullets is not really that scarce. They appear to be toiletries. They've all been used and all worn out. I just kicked them in the head. Yes, of course. I totally forgot about that. Hey, look, more bullets. Not really that scarce, am I right? Haha. Okay. 18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big heart throbbing cocks wanting to be sucked. 18 naked cowboys wanting to be fucked. Cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch under D's wanting to suck cowboy cocks. That's what it is right now. I don't even know what the... Wait, hold on. You know what? Oof. Is that dualies? Is that actually dualies? Wait, hold on. What is this? MP100. Yeah, those are dualies. What the fuck? What the flying fuck? Those are dualies. Damn, I didn't realize those are dualies in the first place. What? Uh-oh. Shit, upskirt time. Upskirt time. Yo, what up, zombie who's underneath the fucking whatever it is? Upskirt time. What are they showing me that fucking angle just now? Like, what the fuck? What's that angle for? Give into the Ram Ranch, yo, Ram Ranch really rocks. Dun, 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 dun. She stopped wearing a skirt, you brain amputee. True, but like, you know, pants up skirt. Up pants. Wait, hold on. Okay, so I've been to that room. I've been to everywhere. Okay, so I guess it's this way then. Yo, what up, zombie? Yo, what up? Hold on. Okay. Do these use the same? No, they don't. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. Do they use the same fucking ammo? Hey! At least that worked out. Combined with this. There we go. Hey, at least that worked out. Apparently a dust box. Are you gonna come out? I feel like that thing is gonna come out like anytime soon. Completely new. Okay, yes. Something the other side, I guess. Just switch control to out. Yeah. It appears to be locked. I must release the lock first. Fuck me. Okay, hold on. How do I turn again? Turn. Oh man, these fuzz zombies, man. That's right. Can I kick them in the face? So do they come out later on? I feel like they're gonna come out later on, though. Maybe they're gonna come out later on, I'm not too sure. Hello? Anyone home? Oh shit, what is this? The release switch of the metal detector I'm having a stroke, holy shit! Wait. The release switch of the metal detector, the deactivation lamp is on. Okay. Can I turn it off? Is there a way for me to turn it off? So I don't alert these fuckers? Oh man. Okay, whatever. Guess I have to go through this thing. Haha. Clussy fever.
Please deposit any metallic items you have in the security
Fuck
box.
you, dude. Ain't gonna do that. Oh man. Fuck! How dare you? Okay.
Please deposit any metallic items you have in the security
I like how there's
box.
no saves at the moment. Like, what the fuck? Oh shit. Wait. How do I move down on this thing? Oh. Wait, hold on. See where this is going? Yeah. Pretty much. Construction. Okay, wait, hold on. Construction material piled up here. Oh my god, I can't even speak. Can I get my shit back? I can get my shit back. Hardcore dreading. I don't even know what the fuck. The bow chicka wow wow gas round. The bow chicka wow wow. Oh wait, what's this? What was this? The flame rounds. All right, we got the flame rounds and the bow chicka wow wow. Okay. Oh shit! Oh shit! It's the spray. It's the medical spray that you spray yourself with. Hell yeah, brothers. User manual. Our new product, the 3D duplicator, consists of 2 parts. What? Simply place the material that you want to have scanned on the tray on the scanner. The scanned object will be processed into 3D data, which will be transferred to the duplicator portion. If you place the material you wish to have converted on the machine, you can begin conversion based on the 3D data that was created by the 3D scanner portion. The conversion will be executed and will complete data accuracy. The result will be an object precisely true to the original. Yeah, 3D printing, man. Yo, 3D printing. Activating the enhanced 3D scanner. Please place material you wish to have scanned on the scanner portion of this machine. Wait, so does that mean like... Okay, this is like a fucking test. Can I use? Okay. Oh man. Help! 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 Help me! Okay guys, that's it. That's it for stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow with not playing this game anymore. I fucked it! I fucked it! How dare me! How? I can't, man. Beep did that in the first way. I did it now on my first playthrough. God fucking damn it, man. What happened? All I can hear. I can't hear anymore. Hi, Ravinsky. I used the fucking first aid by accident because I wanted to put shit in this thing, and I was like, yo, I could put the fucking spray into that fucking thingamajig, and then I forgot that I used it for my health, and now I'm fucked with health. God damn it. God fucking damn it, man. Fuck me. Tries to 3D print a liquid. Now I'm extra healthy. That's right. I'm extra healthy now. Facts on the facility access application. Okay. Be sure to verify the content of the following facility access application form and add the applicant's name to the expected visitor list. Paul Steiner. It's a scanner. Something for a key item. First aid spray isn't a key. Shut up! Shut up! I knew it! I just fucked it up! I fucked it up! Don't tell me about it! I was stupid! I was like, hey, how about a bottle that I totally forgot it was a first aid spray? And I was like, yeah, maybe that would work. And I was like, I used it. I was like, oh fuck, I totally forgot it's a fucking first aid spray in the first place. I hereby apply for access permission from prison area D. Oh my god. Carrying in the following materials: new product samples from material TG01, various daily commodities ordered by the prison. I can feel my shell closing in for the second hand. I forgot. I just forgot. I had a moment. I just had a moment, and that's about it. We'll use a transportation truck. TG. See, here's the shitty thing as well. I can't save anywhere. Like, I've already used my save, and if I use my save, I had to go all the way back.
Chris Redfield.
Yo, what's up, soy boy?
What are you doing here?
Chris Redfield. Is he a relative of yours or something?
You mean my brother?
Ah. Your siblings. Well, it seems your brother is under surveillance by Umbrella.
What? I've got to contact Leon and tell him to let my brother know he's being monitored. It's a good thing I have access to an
Yo,
outside
step
connection
bro.
from here.
Well, that file shows the latitude and longitude of this place. Why don't you send your brother the coordinates and ask him to come help?
Thanks. I'll do that.
Hey, I was just kidding. There's no way he could get here, even if he is your brother.
Yes, he can. I'm sure of it.
No way. He won't come. You'll just end up disappointed if you rely on others. Believe me, I know.
Damn, what the fuck? He just got
What
angry.
was that all about?
Why the fuck did he just get pissy all of a sudden? he got pissy about something all of a sudden. Hey, it's the fucking hog emblem that I do need. And the ink ribbon. Dude sounds like a bitch. Yeah. Ha! I feel like I'm gonna fuck you anyways. Who cares about your brother? Your brother can watch us fuck anytime. Oh, it's Leon. Okay. You can save... whatever. Steve thinks everyone's a dirtbag because he is. True. What's this? A lock release device. Pull the lever. Door is being held by something. It can be opened from this side. I see. Shove a fast up his ass. True. Management documents are stored here. Okay. So I guess there's nothing else other than this fucking thing. Which I can't even, like, fucking see it, I guess. One of these days, you will sound like the English Yu-Gi-Oh dub. You have no match for my cards! My cards are... I don't even know what the fucking Yu-Gi-Oh lines are. My cards are no matched! Okay, hold on. What if I put, like, this thing in? Alright, can this be, believe in the heart of the cards! You can do it! I'm Naruto Uzumaki, believe it! What? An auto-duplicator. If the materials are set, I can restore the object. What? Right, so I can I get my shits? I can't get my shits. Blue White Dragon Dildo. If the materials are set, I can restore the object. What? Hold on, what? Wait, what in the fuck? Wait, how can I look at other files? Yeah, how do I look at other files? Is this like the only file that I can actually look at? Like, what the fuck? So do I need to get more material? Or what? Or I just soft lock it? Did I just soft locked it? 3D printer juice. Ooh. Okay.
Please deposit any metallic items you have in the security box.
No. Oops.
Sing it. Vagina. Vagina.
Whoa, 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 wait.
Vagina.
There we go.
Vagina. Vagina.
21 months, almost 2 years, holy hell.
Almost 2 years, yeah. Eric Mason, thank you for the 21 month resub. Holy shit, that's a long time already. Thank you for the continued resub, much appreciated. And yeah, and thanks for being around here as well. Hope you are doing well, my dude. Which is in the fire briefcase, which is on fire. Oh shit. Thanks for the spoiler. Wait, how the fuck do I... Wait, what door did I even open up though? Look at this thing. Ban, yo, ban. That's it. Ban. Oh shit, I passed them. That's great. Oh my god, did I miss my bullets? I did miss my bullets. Oh no! I missed my bullets. Hey. No, I can't even kick him. Okay, whatever. Fuck. What is this fire hydrant? Oh! When did I say fire hydrant? Fire extinguisher, that's what it is. Fire hydrant, my fucking asshole. Can I move this thing? It's like caution. Caution. Wait, okay, so... Question. If I were to use this then... You chose this game, it's awesome. I didn't choose this game, by the way. It's the Discord community actually chose this game in the first place. Yeah, the Discord community actually chose this game, so blame the Discord community because I was wanting to play The Last of Us instead. Smile. Yeah, I put it on voting, and then people wanted to see this one a lot more, so I was like, yeah, sure. Yo, a guillotine? Padlock key. I'm taking the padlock key as well. Hell yeah. There's an indentation on the indigo blue plate. Interesting. Hold on. Is there anything else in here? No. Okay. So, the knife actually pointed me to here in the first place, so I want to know what this one is. Yeah, what is this? Fuck! No! I think that one is gonna explode. Fuck, no, never mind. No, I think I'm not gonna... I think I'm not gonna fucking go for that. I legitimately think that thing's gonna explode. One way or another, that thing is gonna be like, yo, I'm just gonna explode, boom, dead. Wasted ammo. I didn't know, okay? Until like I look at that, I was like, wait a minute, that thing's like a fucking explosion or some shit like that. Shit, dog! Get out of here, dogs! Fuck! Why are there dogs here? Get out! Vroom. The zigzag motion does help. Look at the dog zigzag! Zigzag motion! Wasted ammo? I did waste the ammo, unfortunately. Ah, shit! Zagged the dog. I zagged the dog pretty well. From what I've done. Oh god, they're alive again. Oh man, they're alive. Wait, hold on. I didn't realize I ran into the Zimbabwe. Alright. Alright, let's take the fucking briefcase. Briefcase. Alright, have a good nap. There's no need to use it now. Use briefcase. There's a button. We push the button. A TG01 was inside the briefcase. There's also an explanation document for the special alloy. Alright. Thank you for your continued support and for using our products. This time we have gathered our most advanced technologies and have succeeded in creating the unique anti-metal detection alloy TG01. TG01 features cannot be detected by any metal detector. Wow, cannot be pictured by roentgenography. What the fuck is roentgenography? Whatever. Pornography, I guess. Pornography. Cannot be pictured by pornography at, at the immigration check. I don't care what the word means. It probably means like fucking X-ray or some shit like that. Lightweight yet doable. A durable yeah, that's literally an X-ray. Fuck it, pornography. Alright, we plan to develop various weapons utilizing this innovative new alloy. We have enclosed a sample for you to review. We look forward to hearing from you regarding the possible business opportunities. Ooh, Car Red Hill. Oh shit! I'm doing it! Yo, let's go! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! I'm a fucking Resident Evil speedrunner now. Oh shit! Oh well, I ran into this guy again. Like a fucking idiot I am. Okay. Oh, never mind. Let's not fucking go. Let's not fucking go. Man, if I had the fucking first aid spray, that would help out a lot, right? Smile. Copium. I don't have it now, so I'm kind of lost those free zombie hugs. I love to hug you anytime, J Games. Frosted face.
Please deposit
Oh my.
any metallic items you have in the security box.
Oh shit. God, if these zombies actually come out right now, I'll be fucking pissed. J Games, yes. Damn. Duplication complete. Yo, duplicate these nuts. I don't think I'll be using the machine again. Okay. Oh, fuck me. I passed through the first one, at least. I passed through that one, at least. I forgot to save. I feel like I needed to save, but I forgot to save. So, there's that. Is there anything else in this fucking, like, storage thing? Wait. I just realized something. Yeah, I just realized something. Are the grenades count as metal? Yeah, are the grenades count as metal? Because I still have the grenades in the whatever, the fucking rocket launcher, grenade launcher fucking ammo thing. Do those count as nades as well? Do those count as metal? If they count as metal, that kind of probably sucks because, you know, I've already gone through this part. Whatever. I think I'm gonna come back to that area again sooner or later, right? I don't even know if I'm gonna come back to that area, but surely, probably gonna come back again. You backtrack later. Okay, cool. So I was like thinking because I also put the fucking whatever it is. Oh my god. Use. Get me in. Okay, they have metal anyways. Okay, cool. Doors be completely destroyed. Interesting. Hello? There's a car. I cannot proceed to this side, but like, there's a car. Wait, is there anything else in this fucking area? This looks so fucking dark. Hold on. Hey, yo, bullets. Like, really do need Omega lol. Wait, there we go. What the fuck do you mean? No use. Do I just have to push this box? I guess so. And then, I push it on the other side like this? Wait, hold on. Yeah, I do that. Okay. Stand up. Go down. Okay, only way up is up. Alright, hopefully there's a save point because I fucking forgot to save at the whatever it is. Oh no. Hello, fucking guy. Hello, other fucking guy. Hold on. Wait a minute. I can go to the door right there. Okay, you know what? Ow, 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 ow. Are you gonna block the door? You're not gonna block the door, right? Okay, there we go. I'm so stupid to actually go on fire. That's my fault. Should have gone on fire. Oh shit, dogs are here! Fuck! Oh my god, I'm probably gonna die. I'm gonna die again! I'm gonna fucking die! Hold on. Oh god, death is upon me, man. It seems that it's not alone. Ah! 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 Your mom. Yeah, your mom. Damn, bro. Oh shit, I'm in a fucking place now. I'm in an office. Stairs, doors. Okay, there's doors. At least. Oh shit, zombie. Can I kick the zombie? Oh man. I wanted to kick the zombie, man. Quite a mess here, there's nothing useful. Okay. Oh shit, there's a guy here. How's my health? My health is like kind of fucked up at the moment, I guess. Hey, RS25. Ah! A map of this building is shown on the monitor. It seems like printed out. What's up? Nothing much. Hope you're doing well. Hell yeah, I got that fucking map. Okay. Is there anything else that I can do? Oh, yes, this thing. Yes, health, 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 health. I need health. I need fucking health right now. Enhance my health, please. Enhance my fucking health, please. It's a cure with a simple lock. Okay, I see. What is... Oh shit, I killed him. Wait, no, I didn't kill him. But now I killed him. Yeah, that's right. Simple cock. Lock! It's a lock, not a cock! Hey, Jay! Okay. It's a store. God damn it. I need a key. I need every fucking key in this fucking goddamn place. God damn it. What is this? Take a bowgun arrow. Bowgun arrows? What the fuck? I don't even have a bow. I don't have a bow and I get a bowgun arrows? I get a bunch of bowgun arrows. That's what it is. A bunch. Hey, what's this? That's more? Wait, what? Oh yeah, I just got more. Haha. Card reader, silver in color, electronically locked. So I just need a fucking card reader, huh? And some keys. I just need keys. Dude. Look at the damage of that fucking whatever it is. The damage on that fucking thing. I'm not thirsty right now. Oh man. Man, Joe's not thirsty right Claire's not thirsty right now? Damn. Vending machine is broken. Oh man. Really? Are you kidding me? You alright, dude? Yeah, fucking die, bitch. Fucking die, bitch. Nothing of interest. I see. Oh shit, more of these fucking things. Oh man. Are you kidding me? Stop! Jesus Christ, dude. There you go. What is this gun thing? This is a gun magazine, that's about it? Okay. I wait for the day that I have a fucking bowgun like a bowgun, because I don't have a bowgun at the moment. Yep, dude, I'm gonna die again. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for the day that I'm gonna get a fucking bowgun. Where's the fucking bowgun? I still don't have a bowgun. Where is my bowgun? Hello. What? Motherfucker spits fucking acid on me? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. This sauna. There's a lot of hot air in there. Okay. I'm pretty much gonna die anyway, so might as well see around. Shut the... This is a bath? Well, no. I'm not gonna take my clothes off. Oh shit. There's There's something there. And I'm probably gonna die again. A key with the tag. Interesting. What a water current. A water current? What the fuck is a water current doing around here? What? Fucking Jew whore? Excuse me? Look at how fucked up I am right now. I hope there's nothing on the other side of the door, am I right? I hope there's nothing on the other side of the door. Okay. So I guess this key is used for this one instead. But really? Let me use this one then. You don't need this key anymore. Yep, I do not need this key anymore. The bow gun. What? What? Huh? When am I gonna use this? Where is this gun that... Okay. When is this gun that I'm supposed to use? Which I don't have it yet. I'm in danger already. I'm in danger! Okay, you go in there. There's a bathroom there. So I just had to go out. God, I can't go out. I still can't go out because I'm gonna get fucked by the dogs. Wait. Hold on. Is there like a place down? Yeah, there's a place down. I didn't go up yet. Or down, up. I don't even know. There's up, down, all around. That's meat spin this dick, I guess. Hey, Labo. Surprisingly good, well, VA. I'm in danger. How are you doing, Labo? Hope you're doing well. The doorknob is missing. I can't open it. Jesus. I'm fucked. I'm fucked already. I am super fucked. Stationery and related supplies is nothing. Safe state. Safe state here. Safe state. Oh man. Wait. The bow gun. The bow gun. The bow gun. Memo on the pass number. The emergency door lock system is in the biology experiment room can be released with a 4-digit pass number. I hope you haven't forgotten about that already. I have just received an order from the system administrator requesting us to change the pass number periodically. What bothers me is that you often lose important memos, pass numbers, or even chemicals. So, in an attempt to solve the problem, I came up with an idea. You know the red human skeleton picture at the back of the biology experiment room? I have decided to put the number signed on the paper as the pass number. If you happen to lose the memo, just look at the picture. Well, I don't think you would ever need to use the emergency pass number anyways. But just in case, now you know, Mr. Careless. Stick thrower? Yeah, stick thrower. It's a fucking... Uh-oh. Are you fucking kidding me? No. I'm in danger! Don't fucking do this to me right now! Oof. Realistic blood. There appears to be no one around. Yeah, sure. A red picture is hanging in the back. I can't see the number from here. I can see the number clearly. It's 1125 though. Are you kidding me? Like, I legitimately can see the number. What do you mean by that, you fucking bitch? Sorry. Should have called Claire a fucking bitch. So do I need to, like, find a fucking, you know, magnifying glass or some shit like that? I guess so. Bomb. Bomb. Oh shit.
Biohazard contamination detected. Level 3. Emergency shutters will close.
Are you kidding
All
me?
personnel evacuate immediately.
Wow. She can actually run. What do you mean fucking danger, you fucking dumbass? What do you mean she's in fucking danger, Smile? So I can't get up there anymore unless I have a fucking card, huh? Ventilation is complete. Oh my god, ventilation, really? I'm still gonna die anyways because there's dogs around here. Sure. Sure. Well, I gotta backtrack everywhere now. Yeah, I gotta backtrack like every fucking where now. Cause the dogs fucking got me. Okay. Do I still have the bullets that I have? Okay, so these two are actually, okay, whatever. So these two are actually metal from what you guys are telling me right now. That two fucking grenades are actually metal then. Blame it on the dogs. I'm gonna blame it on the dogs. How you doing, undead kitty? You doing well? Yeah, so you're telling me that these two things are metal. They are metal? Okay, cool. I'm good, you? I'm doing alright. So you might want to get it later. I guess, I see. Hey, something's wrong with my laptop. Every time I go use the internet, it takes me straight to GIF. Why are you that horny?
Please deposit any metallic items you have in the security box.
He meant fucking furry rule 34. Oh wait, hold on. Okay. Because we're watching Twitch horniest streamer. What? Excuse me? I'm definitely not Twitch horniest streamer. Oh wait, hold on. Did I not release the lock in like that one place? Hold on. I need to unlock the lock again. Fuck me.
Please deposit.
Well, I'm backtracking all over again, so I had to get all the fucking materials that I need again, which kind of sucks ass. Oops. I'm fucking... I'm like the worst fucking player ever, Smile. Wait! Firefly, are you still here, by the way, by any chance? So, how long did it take Beep Salt to actually finish this game? Or did... You were Twitch horniest streamer? Cool. I'm talking about double D fucking tits yesterday, sure. Leaving an hour ago. She? He. He was leaving an hour ago. I didn't see the message, I guess. call themselves a girl. What? You mean Firefly? Firefly ain't a chick. A Firefly ain't a chick. I don't know what you're talking about. Still working on it. I started it like 2 years ago. Oh, Firewolf. No. I was talking about Firefly. Not Firewolf. I was talking about Firefly. Firefly Amazon. Because he knows how to play the game. Whereas I don't. Okay, cool. It's one thing done. What the fuck? How are you alive? Ah! I forgot! Pay someone else to play it for you. Mommy? Sorry, mommy. God, I had to go through the fucking gauntlet again then. Play with this. When the fuck did I get this fucking rash? Hold on. I got a fucking rash on me. I'm like, what? When the fuck did I get this rash? Hold on. Like a fucking rash I can pop, honestly. Anyways. Oh shit! Dog! Stop it! No! I'm dead again. Please get the fuck out of here. The dog's not chasing me. Hold on. Wait, did you actually finish? Did you actually not finish this game? A lot of people has not finished this game. What the fuck is? Yeah, how the fuck people haven't finished this game? What the fuck? What's this rash like? Fucking. Are you kidding me? Bro, stop. Is the only game besides RE1 Classic that I haven't finished. I finished like Jill, like the Jill ending on RE1, and then I didn't even fucking touch it ever again. What the fuck is this? I'm trying to like take this rash out. Yo, imagine I'm being like the Resident Evil people as well, like having some kind of rash, and then all of a sudden I'm fucking a zombie right now. Because I got it in my teens, this first survival horror. I rage quit on it. Close to the end though. Interesting. I mean, oh fuck. I didn't mean to show that. This game's hard, right, Smile? From what I've heard. Ow, stop. Monkey pox. Of course I'm gonna get fucking monkey pox, huh? There we go. Not really, it's an RE game, you save, you see where you go, if you die you reload. Guess so. Ah! Ah! Fucking stupid ass people. Sorry. They just don't like admitting it. Can they code using other words? Oh god. Why am I running towards like the wrong direction again? Interesting.
Please deposit any metallic items you have in the security box.
Oh, fuck. Stop! Hold on. Do this. Do this. Do this. Because I'm gonna get fucked by these zombies, obviously. I'm just gonna hope that I could actually save a bunch of bullets and shit like that, you know? Or even just survive at least. I might as well just go upstairs first then. Yeah, I might as well just go upstairs first and then, you know. Wait, do I not have... Fuck! Wait, okay, here's a question. Is the ink ribbon also metal? Is the ink ribbon also metal? Don't tell me... Yes? What? Bro. Bro, what the flying fuck then? What do you think? Yeah, I was thinking if it's metal, then it's metal as well, so I'm like, I'm kind of fucked, right? So I guess, yeah, I couldn't even save at all. Wait, what? What? Huh? Wait. Where did I even... Wait, where did I even pick up the ink ribbons at? Wait. Where did I even pick up the ink ribbons? In the other box? Oh shit. Fuck. Oh god, okay, you know what? I don't know whether I wanna just... Fuck, that means I have to progress. Start to uninstall this game, true. Okay, hold on. Are these things gonna come as well? Okay, come. Okay. I need the other one more guy to actually come though. Hey, you know what? really give a fuck. Hold on. What's the other guy? Here. As long as I could actually go through this part. Damn, what a fuck. What a swipe. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Fuck. Okay.
Please deposit any metallic items you have.
Yeah.
in the security box.
Excuse me. There we go. There you go. At least I get to survive. Alright, at least I get to survive. I'm actually not that smart, but sure. Alright, cool. At least I got another save for here. Which is a smart thinking, Smile. I did the smart thinking anyways. You know? I did the smart thinking of doing that in the first place.
In the security box.
Do I need my knife? How's this game? It's like typical Resident Evil. If you play Resident Evil 3, it's like typical Resident Evil. It's like nothing much. But it like some people say that there's like a fucking skill group or some shit like that. I don't even know. I don't even know how this fucking skill group is. You never played RE? Yeah, fucking Amai's gonna be mad at you then. Amai's gonna be like, play an RE game. Play it right now. Resident Evil, you play it right now. Fucking play Resident Evil right now. Ay. Okay. Bring it, bitch. Right now. Play Resident Evil game right the fuck now. Hey, at least I got bullets now. At least I got more bullets than before. What? No. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Turn. Are you kidding me? Wait, hold on. There we go. I accidentally hit X. Alright, hopefully I can actually go through this part right now. Do I shoot the dogs? Or do I just knife the dogs? Oh god. Hold on, how do I... I'm trying to like go around them to see whether I could actually like fucking, you know... Oh shit. Ah, whatever. That's so fucking dumb. Try the dogs. I can do that, that's for sure. I don't want to waste my bullets, that's all I could say. What the fuck? Oh shit. Yeah, I don't want to waste all my bullets. Okay, there we go. Actually, ah! What the dog doing? What the dog doing? Well, the dog killed me. I didn't realize there's an extra dog. Okay, probably I should use my gun then. The only reason why I didn't use my gun in the first place was because of reasons. Where I should say I didn't want to use my gun. I don't even know if I should even use my gun, that's the thing, because you know, the aiming for the gun is actually really bad for the dogs.
In the security box.
Oh fuck. Done. You came back here, what the fuck? Yeah, because there's no save points. There's no save points after fucking here. Like I've been trying to find like a fucking whatever it is and there's no save points after there. But then again, I came back here where I've already gotten the whatever it is. The hog emblem. So I'm kind of alright, I guess. He dumb? What do you mean he dumb? Where's this guy? Okay, cool. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, so I got the fucking emblem already, so I don't have to like go through that fucking place, you know? I'm not dumb, I just fucking saved in a different place already. Big doofers. Well, I saved already, which is still alright. It's just I'm fucking still in fucking caution. Dumb. Shut up, HJ. What am I? Okay, is there another like typewriter that I actually missed other than the 2 typewriters that I've actually seen? Have I missed another one anyways? Did I got a nice extension on my Chrome mutes tabs that are inactive? The fuck? How have I not known about this? What if I just, you know, kill these guys first? Okay, that guy's dead. Okay, muting Juho. What? Muting me? Oh man. Oh man. What? Really? What the fuck? Okay. Sure. Okay. I guess that's dead already. Can't even see anything from here. Okay. I was thinking of like whether or not there's a fucking health thing. There's no health. Wait, actually let me see something. Yeah, it doesn't fucking auto aim to the barrels. I thought it was gonna auto aim to the barrels, but it didn't auto aim to the barrels, which in my thinking is like, yeah, you can see the delay you're talking about the game. You say what the fuck? Yeah, that's my capture card then. Because my capture card is actually a fucking old capture card. It's like a fucking... I bought it I bought it back in 2015. So my capture card is super fucking old at this point. It's like super fucking old. So you can tell how fucking old this fucking capture card is. Oh my god, what did I do that for? Is it older than me? Possibly. Oh my god, what did I do that for? Wait, hold on. I just realized something. Ah, whatever. It could help me. Or just do that again. Okay, so one thing I need to do right now. Yeah, because I died again. One thing I need to do right now. I have no change in my delay. Yeah. Wait, if you don't have slots. Yeah, that's why, like, if I don't have slots, I can't heal up because, you know, I fucked it up anyways. Yeah, that's the other thing as well. Like, I don't have slots for, like, the bow gun.
Please deposit any
you just
metallic
miss it
items
for a
you
while.
have in the security box.
I mean, here's the thing. It's either I use the fucking bullets that I have, or, like, I just fucking, you know, store stuff that is in here that I probably do not need at the moment. Like, do I need it? Do I use this? That is the question. Do I need to use this or do I not need to use this? So I'm probably gonna, like, not use it then. Yeah, so if I don't have to use the fucking M whatever it is, like, because I'm not gonna be using it for a while. Use this. If I'm not gonna be using it for a while, I can just, like, store it for now. And then later on, I'll just use it again, I guess. Or it's just trial and error, I guess. I don't even know, because at this point, like, one, I'm getting in caution a lot, and I'm dying a lot right now, and it's, like, fucking the first 2 hours of the game as well. It's like the easy parts of the first 2 hours, you know, smile. Use my heals. I don't have a heal. I just used my heal when I'm fucking stupid, or else, like, other than, like, okay, if you want me to, like, reset the whole game all over again, sure. If you want me to reset the whole game again, yeah, man, that's too bad. I used the heal accidentally because I fucking... Why did you do it? I'm fucking stupid. Don't reset. You can also go forward first before turning right. What? What do you mean by that? There's a safe room. Wait, you're talking about a safe room? Like... Oh, the dog room. Oh, it's the part that I thought that I'm done with the dogs, and then there's like 2 more dogs that came out. Alright, cool. I don't want to respond to that, because I know it's a fucking these nuts joke. Someone else take the bait. Like, forward, like... So tell... Oh, fuck me. I kind of forgot about the whole quick turning thing. Yeah, I forgot about the whole quick turn thing. Okay, hold on. Why not G2A, man? Hey Zezima. Ah, you fucking kidding me? I used G2A once, and that's about it. Oh no, I used GTA a few times actually, because you know at the time when I was like fucking looking at G2A, I was like in my fucking team. Fuck! The dog here! Fuck you, dogs, you piece of shits. No, stop, dog! Please don't, you fucking idiot. Don't you fucking dare. Navy proof. Navy proof? What the fuck is that? Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. Ah! There. I vouch for Kingwin. Never use the others because I'm aware of the business practice. Oh, I see. I bought from them. I usually get my PS Plus from the site. It's legit. Ooh, it's legit. Legit. Very legit. Upstairs to the right door. Well, I gone to the fucking whatever it is then. What the fuck is that thing up there? Those bats? What? Quarry's like $40. Wait, but that's all PS fucking stuff, huh? Or is it also with Steam keys as well? Is it also with Steam keys? Oh my god, why do I do that? Computer. Security lock system is active. Enter an employee ID to activate the unlocking device. Please enter your ID number. Oh god. Damn. Can't believe it. So, right to the door, huh? Okay, let's see about this. If Ernest's lying to me, I'm probably gonna fucking ban him for life. That's it. Or take away his VIP. Oh, there. Oh, shit. Actually fucking not lying. What the fuck? Huh? What the fuck? Actually not lying? Wait, what? Wait, what? Not lying? Ban anyways, ban. Ban anyways. Oh shit, wait, hold on. Oops. Backseat, true backseating. Yo, exclamation mark backseat, dude. Exclamation mark backseat. Oh man. Oh man, Shay sleeping. Copium man. Alright, have a good one, Shay. Hope you have a good night's sleep. Is there any kind of heals here though? Secretary note, 4 years has passed since I began serving Sir Alfred. He doesn't trust anyone, even though I am his assistant. I still strictly prohibited from entering his private house. What is his problem anyway? They say he lives with his twin sister Alexia in his private house on the hill. He probably fucked his stepsister, or twin sister, smile. Occasionally, I've seen someone standing by the window of the house. It might have been Alexia, whose extreme beauty is often talked about. Twin stepsister, yes. I once asked Sir Alfred about this, but it only enraged him. Even though I am his assistant, he will not show me any lenience. If I asked about her again, If I ask about her again, sorry, I could put my life at risk. After all, it's a mystery why he so desperately tries to keep his private life with Alexia, a secret. Oh my, really? Wait, so, you know what? He probably fucked her. He probably fucked her. That's why he got angry. He's like, no, I fucked my sister. Okay, I don't want to talk about it because I fucked my sister. I had the best bang with my sister out of every other chick. Oh shit, the ID card. Hey yo, the ID card. NTC 0394. Gotta keep the bloodline. Yes. This was a porno. What? Are you kidding? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking out of your mind, game? I literally fucking... Oh my... Oh, okay, cool. If I was like, wait a minute, I've already taken the gun. No, I didn't even take the gun. I left it there anyways. Hold on, Navy proof. Okay. Well, I didn't know about it. Do you see the RE parodies? Do you see like that's fuck the RE parodies, of course. Come on, let's check. I wanna NTC 0394. Okay, NTC 0394. Parodies nuts in your mouth. Oh wow. You missed so many heals. I don't even know where the heals are. I thought you were talking about the fucking RE fucking porn parodies or some shit like that. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, I thought you meant those kind of porn, like fucking RE porn parodies. That's why I asked what parodies are you talking about? The porn parodies? Oh shit, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I know who you are. I know this person, this elder golf person. I was lurking on your streams when you... Yeah, weren't you playing Silent Hill 3? I was lurking on your streams when you were playing Silent Hill 3. What the fuck? Anyway, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Somehow you were on my recommended feed. Yeah, you were on my recommended feed, and I was like, damn, I know this person. So I just like I lurked in there and watched. And that's about it. That's like the only kind of like remembrance I have of your channel, and that's about it. Oh, you're doing well, Goff. 102. I think it was 3. I don't remember. It was. Was it 3? Wait, no, it's a 1. I think it was 1 and... No, it was 1. Yeah, it was 1. It's not 2. I don't think it was 2. It was 1. Yeah, you were in the hospital. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that was 1 then. Okay, now I remember. It's 1. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Okay, where's the heals? Fuck me. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. If I go to the bathroom and, like, I die in the bathroom, then yeah, I fucking die with my cock out in the bathroom, I guess. Wait. I don't think Claire... No, Claire? Yeah, I don't think Claire could actually do that. I'm surprised I wasn't following you already, but hi, I'm here. Hello. Smile. Get out with you. Oh fuck. ID verification has been confirmed! The security lock system is deactivated. Oh! Yes, discard it. Who wants to see that NTR fucking card? Wait, NTR? NTC card. I was thinking about that fucking whatever fucking category of porn. Of course. No one should search that category of porn. Smile. Oh shit, bat. No! Fuck! I knew these bats were fucking. Get out of here! Stop shouting, you bitch. Well, I'm getting fucked by bats! Look, I'm getting fucked by bats! Can these bats like fucking stop? Die, die. Yeah, that's right. Leave, you fucking bat. Oh wait, no. Equip the lighter, they won't attack. Wait, what? I've already gone into my ways. I've already gone into my ways of attacking them. How you doing, Stefan? What's in here? More handgun bullets, which I probably do not need for now. If only you have a ranged weapon. If only I do not use the ranged weapon for my bullets. Oh! Dude, I'm finally alive. Take the dual lumen case. Or at least relock before swinging. There's a relock. Oh, yeah, you can actually fucking. Well, yeah, I'm dumb. anyways, any whore. Don't worry about it. Anyways, don't worry about it. I hope you're doing well, Stefan. You wasted a ton of health. A much scarier resource. Well, true, but like at the same time, I'm like, you know, when are we finding the hot sister? When you I don't know. Maybe the hot sister could be anywhere. Hot sister could be anywhere at this point. Okay, so sorry. I'm gonna overwrite this thing. Alright, let's overwrite this. Hello, Periphala. I am not jerking off. Thank you very much. Stop! I'm not jerking off! Hot sister's not here. Stop making me jerk off. Hey, you know what? I have bullets now. If I have bullets now, I can actually use this. Wait, hold on. I need to see this fucking briefcase. Check the briefcase. That's a fucking whatever it is. Is that a key? Secured by a simple lock. I could open this if I have a lockpick. Okay, so yeah, I fucking need a lockpick then. Go fuck myself. What? That's healthier? What the? What? What? I didn't. Oh my god, bro. Bro, I didn't realize this health. There's health in the save room too, but you will come back later. Okay, cool. Okay, let me actually go back to that one place that I wanted to go in the first place. Because I wanted to get the whatever it is, the big ass sniper elite gun, whatever it's called. Vroom, boom, boom. I am Claire. I am like pretty fucking badass, and I don't fear anything except for my brother, at least. My brother's sanity. Hey, the gaming killer. Sounds like Walt Jr. Walt Jr. Who the fuck is Walt Jr.? Yep, cock. Now, combined with this. Oh yeah, the doorknob is missing. I forgot the doorknob is missing on that one. You haven't watched Breaking Bad? No. I only know that one character that sounds like a fucking Down syndrome person. Not Down syndrome, sorry. He sounds like, he has like fucking, whatever it is called. It's not the fucking Down syndrome person. It's like the, what do you call that? I don't even know. Fuck, what do you call that? No. The Parkinson's, there we go. He sounds like he has Parkinson's. Which I don't know whether he has Parkinson's in the first place, or like the character has Parkinson's. I guess so, yeah. Muscular yeah, that one. Yeah. I know that he had that. You know what? I want to see how this thing works. This is very interesting to me right now. Okay. Go back. Ooh. That's a lot of bullets. What? This is ineffective, man. Look how ineffective this is. Holy shit. Sucks that uses spam. Yeah, I can tell. I can tell how much dick I fucking suck right now. That gun. How you doing, Eagle Fang? Hope you're doing well. What the fuck? I have the PS2 copy of this. Nice. As for me, I'm playing this game on my PS4. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god, I'm getting fucking love bites everywhere. I'm getting fucking love bites everywhere, hold on. I'm fucking ass right now, holy shit. Whoa! I'm actually ass. I'm actually fucking ass. Why am I so ass? I run Resident Evil 3. Why am I so ass? Stop being fucking... whatever. I'm just ass. I'm just like fucking what you call that? I'm fucking whatever. He bussin'? Yo, he bussin'. Oops. Which version is this? This is the PS4 version that I have. Wait, what's my trophy? Hold on, I got a trophy. The terror begins. This! Yeah, we can also play PT, you know. This is the only my PS4 is probably like $1,000 because I have this rare game called PT. So here's the thing. Also, I can't play Detroit because Detroit is fucking locked by fucking PS Plus unless I buy PS Plus again. I don't even know how many versions. But here's the thing about PT. So this PT, right? If you know like Dices, I actually passed my PT to him. And he gets a lot more views than I do because, you know, PT, am I right? So I gave him my own PT. He was, you know what's the thing? He was about to speedrun. No, it's not internet, it's PS Plus. I need to fucking subscribe to PS Plus. You can't see that plus sign at the bottom? There's a PS Plus. Penis time, yeah. I passed my PT doing his son, he gave me STD, true. So, he was about to speedrun the Unity version of the game. Like, Like, I was like, dude, you know I could pass you my PT and you don't have to fucking play the Unity version of the game, right? Because he was like, oh, I'm gonna play the Unity version of the game because it's a Silent Hill game as well, small. And then he was like, and then I was like, no, you don't do that. You fucking play PT as it is. So I just like pass it to him. And then if you ever want to play PT from my site, if you want to play PT, you gotta pay up, I guess, because you know I don't lend people fucking PT, you know. I unfortunately do not lend people PT unless, you know, for a very big price. And that big price is probably just sending me nudes, and that's about it. Don't send me nudes, please. Do not send me nudes, please. Selling an illegal product online, even admitting it on stream. Finals. That's not how it works. Hold on. Right back sending nudes. God damn. That's right. Die. Oh shit, he's actually dead. That's right, bitch. Bitch. I'm Jesse Pigman, bitch. Whatever it is called. Yo, Mr. White, Mr. White, bitch. Since we're on the topic of not Resident Evil, sorry, we're on the topic of whatever that shit is. Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad these nuts. What the fuck, climb? Honestly, a pretty yeah. Yeah. Did you know that my last, like, I have not watched Breaking Bad, but my last follow, yeah, my last follow sound or follow alert was actually just, yeah, bitch, magnets. Oh, it used to be that until I changed it to fucking the horses stuff that, you know, you guys do here right now. The I love horses. I changed it to that. But yeah, it used to be, yeah, bitch, magnets. Oh, and then yeah, it sucks that I changed it. Hey, yo, stop it, you horny fuck. That's right, you horny fuck. That's right. Tell it to that, tell it to your mommy or whatever it is. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, hold on. Your mom. Obviously, my mom. Oh god, hello. Right in the dick. Are you kidding me? How many shots do I need to fucking you in the dick? Yeah, that's right. Shot to the dick. Shot to the dick, and you're to blame. I get this thing. What do I get this thing for? Like, I guess this is for fire stuff, but like, you know. Oh shit. If it comes like a grenade round, good for bosses. Oh shit. Well. Okay, hold on then. That means I would just go back to this then. Oh wait. before that as well. Combine this with this. Let's go into the door! Finally, we can actually get the fuck out of here! Oh, no, 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 no! Oh yeah, I forgot about dogs. Fuck me, doggies. Wait, is there anything else in that fucking dog fucking infested area? Hold on. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Hold on. Fuck! Wait, hold on. Military training facility. So it's this way, right? So, wait, what? Wait, what? Iron Bridge. What the fuck is this? Wait, hold on. I play my heart and you bring your... Hold on. Fuck! No, 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 I didn't. No, fuck! I do not want to save the fucking capture. Okay, wait. None. Okay, cool. I did it. I did it. That's right. That's right. I did it. All right, I did it. Easy clap. GG's. GG's. I did it. Okay, there's this door right here. There's this like staircase right here, so I probably want to see what the staircase is all about. Hello? Oh shit, more ammo! I probably do not need. What is this fucking north, south, east, west kind of shit? That looks like a fucking controls for a submarine. Can I stop doing that? Thank you. There's an octagonal hollow. Fuck! Wait, octagonal hollow. Whatever it is, I don't even know. Take the palace map. You're taking the palace map. I did take the palace map. I won't spoil certain elements for you. Yeah, Erna. Do not spoil certain elements for me. Even though you have already spoiled me. Yo, what the fuck? I didn't know this was here. What the fuck? You didn't know this was here? What? You're such fucking trash, dude. Fucking look more than fucking trash. Trash. Knows the game but doesn't know about this area. What the fuck? Yo, trash. Such harder, man. It's such harder copium. I need the fucking guy who's... Wait! Actually, quick question. Where is fucking Speedy-ish on this game, by the way? Like, what placing is Speedy-ish in this game? 69? 69? I actually want to know where is Speedy-ish on this game. Because Speedy-ish is like fucking good at this game, right? If I'm not mistaken. I don't even know if I want to save. I'm just gonna save anyways. Look, I have my PS2 fucking card, which I don't have it on my PS4. Look, PS4? Yo, PS4? You save your... What other PS2 games that is on the PS4 though, other than like Siren? Because I know that's Siren. Oh shit. I missed this thing. RE7 Devil May Cry 5. I said PS2 games on the PS4, not PS4 games on the PS4. Yeah, I was wanting to know like PS2 games because I know Siren and whatever the other game's called. Oh, hello. Not sure then. Interesting. Look at all the bullets. This is like, I'm gonna get love bite again. Fuck. Are you serious? Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now? That's right, bitch. Bitch. Bite her again. No! No biting. No biting. No love bites. How many ammo do I have? 83. I have 83 ammo. I'll make a lol. Silver crest is carved on it. Okay, hold on. I know the new Xbox emulates PS2 games in HD. Xbox? Wait, what? Interesting. I still want to get like a, you know, like if I ever get like more subs and more sub money, I could actually use those to actually buy myself more equipment. You know, I'm probably gonna buy a lot more equipment for my streaming stuff. You know, it's actually easier enough to buy streaming equipment, but I don't know how is it gonna be like for now. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. What equipment? New capture card, that's for sure. New capture card. I was thinking of getting like a OSSC or a RetroThink. A RetroThink or OSSC for my PS2 capture. And then a bunch of other consoles as well, like a 3DS and a Xbox One as well. Like if I could find like a secondhand Xbox One that costs like less than $100, that'd be great. You know, it actually helps out a lot as well. Cause usually I buy, okay, all except probably the PS4 and the Switch. All of them I bought it in like a secondhand kind of like stuff. So I bought the Wii, I bought the Xbox 360, I bought the PS3, I bought the PS TV, I bought the PlayStation 2. All of them are actually low, like all of them actually cost lower than $100 each. So yeah, I bought all those consoles in like less than less than $500 for all of them. If not Series S. Dude, I saw someone actually selling a Series S for like $100 for some fucking reason. Let me check. There was like someone who actually sold. Yeah. Someone sold their fucking Xbox One S for $110, but without the fucking controller. Oh wait, you're talking about Series S. Sorry, Series S. Whoops. Hold on. I'm gonna check on my side. PS4 is $235. That's a lot. I want to try to actually get like a Series X, but like a Series X is like super fucking expensive, you know, unless, you know, someone could actually fucking buy one for me, you know. Yeah, there's no controller. What do you mean there's no use for it now? Oh, because it's an octagon. Oh, fuck. I don't even know my shapes. Yeah. You also want to know something? I still remember, till this day, Harry Mason still wants to buy me a fucking PS5. I'm still waiting for it. That nice? Yeah. I still remember it because, you know, it was on the last. If I'm successful this time, well, we'll see. We'll see how it is. When I make Twitch partner and get all the money for that, I'll buy you one. Well, you can buy me an Xbox Series X. Harry Mason could buy me an Xbox, a PS5. Just wait like 8 years, true. Hello. Hold on. Is he dead? He's dead. Wow. 2 handguns are displayed here. Combat knives are displayed here. Interesting. Bullets. Hey, now I actually got a lot more bullets than it is. A jewel modeled after an ant is displayed here. There's a button below. Who is this blonde fuck? Is this fucking... Oh, the sister! It's the sister! Oh! Oh! Yo, match hyper S time. Wait, isn't she like younger? What? Hey! No! Oh yeah, they are the same age. Whoops. Well, I was like, no, please don't fucking kiss right now. If they kiss, it's like, oh. Hey, Angry Nick, how are you doing? Well, visual references I placed here. War seems to be primary. Okay, cool. I love war. No, I hate war. Sorry. Peace. Twincest band, dude. They were about to kiss. Not gonna lie. They were about to kiss. All right, we take the steering wheel. Guns from many countries are on display here. This guy has a fucking museum in his fucking like back room. Oh shit. Can't take these guns now. No, I'm trapped here. What the flying fuck? No shit, I am. Maybe I need to use those guns that I had over here then. Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to use the guns that I had over here then. Or do I really not do I really not need the guns? It's locked. A goat crest is carved on it. Oh god. Okay. Alright, let's get the fuck in. Get in. I'll use the steering wheel first.
Yeah! Help me!
Steve?
Oh my god, where the fuck is he? Yeah, help me! Is he in here? Okay, he's not in here then. Am I the only one who hates Steve? The voice is already hated by like many people, honestly, so could be. I don't know where is he? Where the fuck is he anyways? If Steve dies, it's not my fucking problem. Hello. God. Huh? Oh no. Knife gun. Something. When 2 pairs complete, my anger subside.
That was too close. But I found something, thanks to you.
Steve won't put the gun. Yeah, true.
Oh, I need those. Give them to me.
You gotta be kidding. Fine. Let's make a deal. I'll trade you for something fully automatic. See you around, Claire.
What the f—
Hey, wait!
What?
Steve!
What? 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 He just runs away with the guns I need. What? God fucking damn it, dude. Are you kidding me? He just runs away with the guns that I need. Oh fuck, man. Hey, inept. God damn it. Why is the game so dark? It's because of my capture card, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's because of my capture card, though. Reminds me of a Vine. Hold on, let me actually see if I could actually... Oops, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. It pauses my fucking game right now. Why did it... Oh god, there's a video delay. I forgot about that. Hold on. There. I forgot there's a like a video delay thing. Like, I could actually like... Wait, is this video delay? Why do I have a video delay? Oh no, it's gonna do the same thing all over again. Fuck me! Stop doing the same thing all over again! Wait, I want to check something real quick. What if I go forward? Yeah, what if I just go forward? Holy shit, the delay is like worse than ever. Whoops. Oh, is it because oh god, that's gonna do the same thing all over again. Is it because I didn't do this? No. Okay, whatever. Because I'm trying to find out something real quick. But whatever. I spilled lipstick on my Valentino bag. What the fuck is that? COVID test swap. Damn. Take care of yourself, man. Remove that shit. Is it gain? No, it's not gain. Wait, where the fuck am I? Yeah, what the fuck am I doing? Is it filters? Okay, what if I do this then? How about this? You guys see better? You guys can totally see this game better, right? Yeah, is it better? Stop counting down! It's a Vine. Yeah, I don't remember what the Vine is, honestly. Yeah, is the fucking lighting better now? I don't know how good it is, but yeah. Hey, Shy. Bitch. Yeah, I don't know the Vine. What? Oh, what the fuck? Is this the fucking Alfred guy?
Redfield, how dare you interfere with my operation?
Oh god.
What are you talking
Oh god, he
about?
sounds like the fucking
You
kid from
let yourself
Resident
be
Evil 4.
captured so you could lead your people to this base.
I have no idea what you're babbling about.
You don't fool me. I am Alfred Ashford, commander of this base.
Oh? You must be one of Umbrella's lower level officers if you're in command of a backwater base like this one.
Hey, no, Kami.
The Ashford family is among the world's first.
Show
and
sister, dude.
finest. My grandfather is one of the original founders of Umbrella Inc. Now tell me, why have you attacked this installation?
Attacked?
Shortly after you arrived, my base was attacked. You must have informed your people of its location.
I still don't follow you. I really don't know anything about that.
Unacceptable! How can you deny it? My base has been destroyed.
You
And
see
thanks to you, the experimental
Adriana
T
Chechik?
virus
Yeah, I
was
did.
released, creating countless
Dude, I can't
zombies
fucking
and
masturbate to
monsters.
my actual favorite porn star now,
Tell me.
Copium.
Who do you work for? Who sent
Oh shit. Do I have to fight this guy?
Have it your way then. You're just a rat in a cage anyway. I'll be sure to keep you entertained before I dispose of you.
Yeah, he sounds like the fucking guy from what's that fucking thing called? He sounds like the fucking guy from Resident Evil 4, that fucking child guy. Dude, read that fucking dude. Saddler? Yeah, it just sounds like fucking Saddler, but like a taller person. like this guy just sounds like Saddler, but like a literal taller person than fucking actual Saddler. Cause he's a fucking midget, right? But like this guy's like actually taller than him. But also at the same time, yeah, Adriana Chechik like literally jumped up, broke her back, ripped her. And also, like, this one other, like, streamer who actually got her fucking elbow, like, no, not elbow, sorry, knee dislocated or some shit like that. She didn't die, she just jumped up. Where's the fucking clip? She jumped up into the fucking foam pit and literally broke her back. Like, she's a fucking porn star of all people as well. Look. Where's this shit? There. Look, it's fucking Adriana Chechik right here, right? Like, this is Adriana Chechik. She jumped up, she broke her fucking back. She literally broke her fucking back, look. She couldn't even, like, fucking do anything anymore. She broke her fucking back. Dude, never trust the ball pit in fucking, you know, whatever that fucking convention was. The Tumblr convention. Lawsuit? I don't even know if she's gonna get a lawsuit, honestly, but yeah. She can't pass the metal detector at airport now. This is what happens when a porn star thinks she's a gamer. I don't know, she can drive home, honestly. It's like fucking, you know, America. America, you can actually drive anywhere home. Yeah, just drive, man. Just drive home, dude. Oh wait, why am I combining? There's cars in America for a reason, true. Blowjob only scenes for the next few weeks. If proof porn stars have no spines. I mean, they have spines, it's just like, you know, they just fucking, like, have it so weirdly conjointed? Or whatever that word is. Conjointed, or... I don't even know. Like they fucking put their backs all the way back or some shit like that. I don't even know. Conjoin? Yeah, it's something like that, you know. Like they literally have like fucking porn scenes where they fucking like make the backs all the way fucking God knows what, you know. No OnlyFans, man. What the fuck is that emote? I never seen this emote before either. Yeah, no OnlyFans either. Alright, spin that wheel. Yo, DJ, spin that wheel. Holy shit, it's a submarine. What? 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 It's a submarine. What? It's either just like this or that. This or that, and also these. There's a side pack. You can carry more items. Yes! I would like the side pack to carry more of my items in my butthole. Because I probably carry them in my butthole. Now loading. Now you guys get to see like a brighter version of my fucking game. Because my game right now is darker than the literal fucking game right now. Okay, you guys can see the feed, it's brighter, right? So that's a brighter version than my fucking game now. Hold on. I need to fucking do this then. If I were to go to filters and if I put the fucking contrast like super fucking high, like around here, look, it's brighter than what I'm seeing right now. It's literally brighter than what I'm seeing right now. I can't believe this. What did you do? I just turn up the contrast and that's about it. I literally turn up the contrast. Can you make Hot Tub stream cheaper? Adriana is out of commission. What the flying fuck is this? Look at Claire showing that booty when you just stand there. Wait, what? Hold on. Let's see her booty real quick. Yo! That booty and that booty line. Holy crap. Look, you guys can see her booty a lot fucking better now. Look, her booty's fucking there with that crack line. Look at that crack line. Hell yeah. It's your chance to hold us a spot for porn. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. He legit pulled off on me and we're fighting on you. Hello. Zambies. Watering away. Oh my god. Fuck you, dude. Is he dead? Oh yeah, he's dead. He's dead, bitches. There we go. Ah! Ah! Is he dead? He's dead. Poggers. Alright, have a good lurk. Poggers. What's this thing? What the fuck is that emote? Why is that emote so fucking lewd as fuck? What? Get it! What's this fucking emote? Thirsty. That's not a thirsty emote, that's a fucking lewd emote. What the fuck? Furry? Yeah, furry. What the fuck? I hate furries. As you can tell by the emotes that I have. If you type in furries. If you type in furries. Small cap. Yeah, damn. What the fuck? I hate furries. Damn, dude, I hate furries. Just watch me fight these furries. What the fuck is this? Okay. I totally have to see this fucking screen now because, you know, like this fucking place is actually brighter on my game feed than this fucking thing. 18 cowboy furries in the showers at Furry Ranch, yes. Oh fuck! Hold on. I'll do what the guy told me to. Candle out. The device powers the boarding lift. Oh damn, the boarding lift. Is that like a locker over here? It's not a locker. What the fuck is this? If you go on YouTube, you can watch a video of space marines killing furries and being killed by them. True. Apparently a control panel for the lift. Push the switch. I don't even have the fucking whatever it is. Yeah, I don't even have the whatever fucking 3 hexagonal fucking... I don't know. This is actually not the last Resident Evil I have not played yet. I have not played Resident Evil 0, and I've been told not to play Resident Evil 0. I got it gifted by someone by the name of Miss Evil, and I never played it. I think there's a bunch of other like fucking Resident Evil games out there, like fucking Resident Evil Survivor or Resident Evil Gaiden or Resident Evil whatever it is, you know. There's a lot of fucking Resident Evil games out there. It's just that this is one of those games that I never played it because, you know, it's deemed fucking hard or some shit like that. I don't even know. K402. Finally playing a good game. Shut the fuck up, Resif. Hope you're doing well. This is what Amai asked me to play. This whole time Amai asked me to play this game, and I was like, yeah, sure. Wait, what? Hold on. There's a lever. Move the lever. What? Amai's a good man. Well, it was voted on my what do you call it? My Discord server. So my Discord server actually voted this game, so there's that as well. So my Discord server voted for this game. I've been wanting to play a lot more horror games and stuff like that, so this is like one of those first playthrough horror games as well, so I get to play it. The first few Spooktober games I've actually played were the first few Spooktober games that I've been playing were what's the first one that I actually played? Oh, Fear 2, Obscure, Dead Island, and then this is the 4th game. I'm gonna try to actually play as like you know, as many games as possible for now. Then maybe in November I'll probably do a lot more speedruns, but not too sure about them speedruns yet. But it's been a while since I've actually done I've actually learned a speedrun. The last time that I actually learned a speedrun is actually Madison. So there's that. Hello. Damn, there's 4 zombies. Wow. Hold on. Oops. But also at the same time, I'm playing this game on my not Xbox. Xbox. Turn on Xbox. I'm playing this game on my PS4. Oh, I hit one of them at least. Wait, I don't have any more bullets? Holy shit. This is the first time ever that I don't have any more fucking bullets on this fucking gun. Yeah, I don't even have any more bullets. What in the fuck? Stop crawling. That's right, stop crawling. You have no rights to crawl. You have no authority to crawl! Stop crawling! Take the bow gun. Oh, why do I need to check? I don't need to check anything. I'm gonna combine. Hey, yo. What is this? A biohazard card. What is this biohazard card? Spin it around town. A key shining in silver. You can use this at a military train. Okay. I guess it's a military training facility. So where do I go from here? The weird thing right now is that it's kind of dark for me now. Like, you guys can see shit. It's dark for me now. I can't see shit. The device is not working. Uh-oh. Well, sucks to be me then. Do I need to use this for here then? No. But yeah, it's been a while since, like, I have this game, so might as well just play it, I guess, you know. And I don't think I would take, like, fucking, you know, how many, I don't think I'll finish this game in, like, one stream. I probably will finish this game in, like, God knows how many fucking, God knows how many streams, you know. This is a map? This is not a map. I'm probably gonna finish this game in, like, fucking 3-4 streams. Maybe. I don't even know where am I, like, in terms of, like, this fucking game at the moment. Yeah, I need the fucking whatever it is. I need the fucking what do they call it? Fucking anal beads. There we go. The hexagonal anal beads. In order for me to get in, I need the hexagonal anal beads. I don't even know what to do right now. I have the biohazard card. Wait, the biohazard card. Stop suck? Damn, bro. Biohazard card. Shut the fuck up. You're not part of this. Shut the fuck up. Biohazard card. I think I know where to go for it, but I need to remember if I'm going towards the right place instead. When am I gonna get a girlfriend? When some furry AFAB chick, fucking, you know, When some furry AFAB chick fucking, you know, shows up, and I'll be like, yo, what's up? Yo, what up? Hey, hey, SSD. I finished, Dead Island. It was actually good. Like, I really did like it. How's CVX? AFAB. Assigned female at birth. What the fuck? Is this the worm from Resident Evil 3? It is a worm from Resident Evil 3. Holy fuck. Really hope Dead Island 2 will come out. Wait, when is it coming out anyways? I don't even know when is it coming out. Yeah, I don't even know when the fucking thing is gonna come out. Fuck me. February 2023? Oh shit, that's actually really early then. I've been waiting for a decade. I mean, everyone has been waiting for it for a decade as well. Remember the last time that they actually showed the fucking whatever teaser for whatever that fucking game's called? Fuck! There's a door here. What do you mean lock from the... Ah! Ah! Shit! Fuck! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die. I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking die. Oh! Okay. Where do I use the card for? The worm? No, I have not played this game before. This is my first... Okay, any kind of game that is on Spooktober, like, whenever I say Spooktober, right? It's the first time I'm playing this game. Like, Fear 2, Dead Island, yeah, Fear 2, Dead Island, Obscure, but all those games are actually fucking, like, my first playthroughs, even including this one. So I've never played this game before, because I only played 1 to 8, except for 6, because I can't find like any other guy to actually play 6 with. I don't want to play fucking 6. Hope you enjoy this. I don't know. The hide beat doors. I remember it's going up the stairs. I don't even know what to do. What is this biohazard card? Hold on. Was spooky and haven't played your dick? Maybe I should go back to the fucking whatever it is. You could use this at the military training facility. Yeah? Knew it. Hit the yoinky sploinky? What the fuck is yoinky sploinky? You can take Claire, I'll take Jill. Well, I think more or less I will not take any one of them, because I would take Lisa Garland from Silent Hill instead. It haunts me every day. Yo guys, hit the yoinky sploinky. What happened to Joe getting stuck for hours at some puzzle? Well, I'm probably gonna get stuck at some puzzle for fucking hours right now. Dahlia Gillespie with that fucking tie? No way, man. I want Lisa Garland. Lisa Garland from fuck me, I almost said Resident Evil. Lisa Garland from whatever that game's called. Silent Hill. I'm already stuck at this part, so I don't even know where to go right now, because let me figure out, because there's a fucking card that I have. Wait. Wait, I just realized something. Yeah, where the fuck is this? Military training facility. Motherfucker, I was there! Motherfucker! Wait, hold on. Motherfucker, I was there! And then I went back! Oh my god, bro. I thought this was the military training facility. I was like, wait a minute. Who the fuck is Lisa Wang? It really proves that it's your first playthrough? Yeah! It is my first playthrough. No, I did use the card. It's on the wrong door. I don't... Wait, was it on the wrong door? Hey, Job. Hey, Jibro Ultimate. Did I use it on the wrong door? Or did I use it on the door that I was supposed to use it on? And then I just didn't care about it and just left. I don't remember. I remembered using like one of the doors and that's about it. Yeah, I used the card on the door on the like at the entrance. And then afterwards I just left because I was like, yeah, sure, why not? I just leave. Also, Erna literally helped me with fucking a few of the fucking stuff. Cause he played this game before. Motherfucking Erna, out of all people, fucking played this game before. Piece of shit. Yeah, piece of shit, man. That guy who talks trash about me, piece of shit, man. I think it's like going towards the other fucking whatever it's called. The other what is it called? It's the other what is it called? Typewriter, there you go. Oh my god, fuck me. Fuck you back, yo, fuck you backseater, exclamation mark backseat. Yo, exclamation mark backseat. Oh shit. Fucking tall ass Saddler's back. Dude, tall ass Saddler is back. I didn't realize, sorry. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I took penises away. Oh man. It's an indentation. Okay, fuck me. I say tall ass Saddler. Cause Saddler is a fucking midget. This is the tall ass Saddler. He looks like fucking he looks like Saddler but taller. He just looks like a fucking tall ass Saddler, honestly, you know. Yeah, I deleted it. Because unfortunately it was harmful. Yeah, no more pee-pee. Because people didn't like it. For some reason, people didn't like it, so I was like, yeah, sure. They were telling me in order for me to reach partner, I should take away it. So I was like, okay, I'll just take away it. But then I just leave it in just saying that, yo, I took your penis away, or vagina away.
Area you are in, a special playground I have prepared just for you.
Is it the casting couch? Is it the casting couch?
Try and keep me amused, and do not disappoint me by dying too soon.
You are already a part of my heart, Copium.
I so want to enjoy this.
Whatever fucking laughter he did, like what the fuck? It actually just sounds like fucking Sattler, honestly. Dude, it just sounds like fucking Sattler, honestly. I can't wait. Face. enemy. Damn, bro. Boom, 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 boom. Oh shit. Submachine guns. Wait. Hold on. What the fuck? I have this? When did I? Oh yeah, fuck. I was about to say, when did I even get this? I'm sure the fucking command is... I'm sure the command is what you have prevented him from getting partner. Not everything he says on stream, true. Combine. This! Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro! Oh my fucking god, bro! Stop! Oh god, he actually jumps down. Fuck. Come out here, bitch. Where the fuck is he? He's down there. Oh! Yeah, and that's why I took your penises and vaginas away. I don't even know what I can't even see in this game. I can't even fucking see anything in this game. That's how dark it is. I just need to see. I just need to see where the fuck is he. Okay, there we go. This game is dark as fuck. Yeah, that's why. Am I in here? Bro! Yeah, I can't see shit! Wait, hold on. I don't have it. Whoa, 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 thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Holy fuck. I'm playing this again on a PS4, I'm dead. And, wait, did I... I didn't even save. Did I save? When was the last time that I saved? Fuck, what was the last time that I saved? Hey, Poofist. Wait, where is this? Oh my... Ah! Ah! God damn it. I think I know where I am. Yeah, this is pre-submarine. Why are you so bad at saving? Because I don't remember to save. No. Speedrunners don't save? True! True, speedrunners don't fucking save. Wait, I need to remember where am I supposed to go again. Hold on. Okay, this is gonna be like me just fucking going somewhere. I don't even remember where. Save wastes time, true. Oh god, it's back here! Oh god. Hold on. Really? Might try to give Juo the tip. I don't wanna. You know what? Just kill me. Hold on. Just kill me. Hey, Sevil. I don't know. I'm not fucking good at saves, man. The bow guns suck. It does suck. Doesn't run past them. Cause you totally need to come here anyways, right? I don't think. Well, of course I would save now, because now like, I realized that this is a fucking mini boss fight, you know? Instead of whatever it is. Hey, Lost in the Rain. Like, right now, I realize that it's a fucking boss fight. Wait, did I have... Wait, now question. Did I even have any kind of, ink ribbon just now? Wait, did I have ink ribbons on me before? Yeah, 3 when... Oh, fuck me. Yeah, that's why I forgot about it. I was like, wait a minute. When did I even have fucking ink ribbons? Oh, dude! This gun sucks ass. I don't need, just ignore them. I don't know. All I know is that I probably just... Well, okay! I'm not gonna fucking... Okay, whatever. You know what Heisei told me? Heisei told me that, like, there's plenty of bullets in this game. Heisei told me there's, like, plenty of bullets in this game, so I was like, yeah, I'm probably gonna waste my bullets, and then I didn't have a lot of bullets coming into, like, a few parts of the game, so yeah, feels bad. Yeah, because the first part I wanted to, like, shoot stuff. So the only, like, fucking thing Heisei got me... Heisei told me that's, like, fucking whatever it is, you know? Like, more bullets and that's about it. We got the funny cutscene again. Yeah, we got the whatever cutscene that the fucking... I did say that! I did tell him that, and he's like, no, there's a lot of bullets in this game. Don't worry about it. There's a fucking, like, tons of bullets. I didn't say anything. It's fucking Heisei. Heisei was like, just waste your bullets, man. Don't care about it. I'm like, huh? Okay. No. Here's the thing. Heisei is always right. You know? Heisei is always right. See, I told you, see? You can simply shoot all the zombies. I told you, see? Heisei is always right in his head. So how am I gonna complain about that? Or how am I gonna argue about that? See, Heisei is always right. You have to shoot them. Ah. But I did mention that I'm gonna probably lose bullets, and then you said, no, you don't have to lose bullets. Plenty of bullets. I was like, oh, okay, sure. What do you need standard bullets for? I don't know, saving? Yeah! Gonna use them on bosses? I guess! Because I don't know, I don't have my other guns, right? I think the other gun that I have is like fucking far away now. Maybe I should actually go get my other gun then. It's already far away for me to actually get as well, so... Well, I didn't have endgun bullets like on like fucking whatever part it was. So it doesn't work. It doesn't work that well. So I'm just saving it for now, you know?
Looks cool.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Fucking soy boy. Yeah, so I've already wasted my ammo, right? On the zombies. So what do I do now? Is fucking get knifed? Or like knifing all the other zombies that I don't need to do that? Why not I just like save my fucking ammo and shit, you know? I played Black Mesa. No. I have not actually. Can you grow boobs out? No. Well, unless you take fucking estrogen gel. Is it estrogen gel or whatever it is? Whatever the gel is that you can actually grow your boobs with, or whatever it is. I don't know. Is some gel? Is it like some gel will get your boobs like boobs or some shit like that? It doesn't matter if knife shooting is better. You don't need to kill those enemies at all. Well, you know, I want a safer path for myself. I don't want to fucking like be on caution right now, you know. If it's better, then I could like fucking pass everything, you know. Hey, go chef. Like, wouldn't it be a better thing for me to shoot all the fucking zombies instead of passing them to get like lesser health? And don't tell me that I should be a gamer anyways, because, you know, fucking anyone could actually play this game and just, like, fucking shoot. Well, that's because I'm not in a fucking good position anyways. Yeah, duh. That's why I'm being safe. Well, I got hit by killing them because I, you know, it's fucking positioning, as you can tell right now. How is he not dead? There we go. Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. Oh god. I just... Okay, there we go. Is he dead? He's dead. I mean, for sure, but like, you know, fucking God knows where, whatever it is. I don't even know. Hold on, let me think, where am I supposed to go again? I'm gonna go sleep. Thanks for the stream. Have a good night's sleep, Masha. Get the fuck out of here. I just don't. I want to kill the fucking zombie so I could actually fucking, you know, go through the fucking game, you know. Like, why can't I just go through the game while killing all the zombies, you know? I want to kill the fucking zombies so I could actually go through it. It's easier that way than, like, fucking... whatever it is. Yeah, but that's because it's easier. I don't care about, like, fucking move, like, if I were to be speedrunning games, then yeah, sure, probably, you know? If I were to be speedrunning games, then yeah, I probably would, like, pass them, that's for sure. But, like, I'm not speedrunning the game, right? I don't know this game. What am I supposed to know about anything about this game? If I were to repeat this game again and again and again, then sure, like, passing them would be, like, quite a doozy. But no, this is fucking my first playthrough. I'm not a fucking elite gamer. That's because it is a load of fucking horse shit. shit it? I shit it, yes. Okay, how many bullets do I even have on my... 23. Is he gonna... What? Am I shooting them? Oh no, I'm not. I was like, wait a minute, am I shooting them? Because it was so fucking dark for me. It looked so fucking dark that I thought they were actually like fucking standing up. Okay. How many bullets do I have left? Okay, then I probably have to save and then go back to wherever I remembered where to go. Hold on. Wait. Oh. Combine this with this. Combine this with this. Okay, so I think I know where to go now. But I need to actually go back to like one of the fucking places as well. Okay, once I actually go back to that one place and then I'll be alright, I think. I had to do like 2 saves actually. Yeah, I had to do 2 saves. I don't even know whether I should waste like, okay, should I just do 1 save or 2 saves? That is the question. If I were to do 1 save, then I had to go through the fucking place with... how limited is the fucking... Okay, how limited is the ink ribbons in this game? Yeah, how limited is the fucking ink ribbons in this game? If it's like very limited, I'm probably gonna do like 1 save and that's that's about it. Because I left one of the fucking like the dualies guns in one of the places for space. Because I don't have enough space. I don't know if... No, someone told me you don't need the dualies for the puzzle. Do you really need the dualies for the puzzle? Yeah. If the dualies are just extras, right? No, it's not golden. It's the fucking whatever you get at the early part of the game. Yeah, it's the early part dualies that I actually put it inside one of the fucking whatever it is. So I'm gonna do 2 saves, I guess. Cause like I said, I don't know the amount of fucking... Alright, have a good lurk. Yeah, I don't know what's the... Oh god, wait. If it's a fun weapon... If it's a fucking extra fun weapon... Oh wait, no, because it's 100%. Whatever. I was like, about to ask, like... Do I not need it? Hold on. So why do you pick this game out of all the RE games? Because it's on my fucking... It's on my, PS4. Like, I bought this game on my PS4 and I never touched it afterwards. And Mayo has been bugging me to actually play this game. And I put it on my fucking Discord. Why did I buy it? Because why not? It's on the PS Store, duh. Also, Mikey's bugging me. I think that's the only thing that's like one of the things that like like, why I played this game. Why do you not buy another game? And the logic is, why not? Well, one, Amaya's been bugging me to play this game. Two, I saw this game on fucking, like, PS4, and I was like, wait, there's a PS4 version of this game? Because I was about to buy the PS2 version of this game. And then I didn't know that there was a fucking whatever version of it is. Well, he bugged me to play this game, so I was like, yeah, fine, sure, why not? No. I disregard fucking RE0 because no, like, people told me to not play that game. Oi, oi, wait, hold on. Where am I supposed to? Oi! Fuck! Wait, what? Oh no, I'm fucking in danger now. Holy fuck. Okay, yeah, cool. I don't even know where the health is at right now because all the health I've been taking is like all gone. All the health is gone now. No health.
Please deposit any metallic items you have in the security box.
There we go. L plus ratio, no health. Yeah, true. Yeah, I have no fucking health anymore. I'm just limping now. Unless... Fuck. I don't even know where the hell fucking place is at right now. Wait. I was about to say... Should I be healed? No. I was about to say, should I be healing here, but... Fuck me. Wait! Where is this place near to? Fuck it, you know what? Wait. One. Ah, this place is nearer to the other one. Fuck me. Yeah, maybe I'll use the, whatever it is. Are you kidding me? Fuck off, dude! Sorry. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. What the fuck is that name? As you can tell, I am very bad at this game, Smile. I'm dying now. I'm actually dying. Yeah, I don't have a fucking health. No, I don't even have a fucking, whatever it is called. Fucking... what was it called again? Fuck. First aid spray, whatever it is. Yeah, I need the herbs, man. I need the herbs. Never played this game? Sure. Sure, with that name like that, I think you have never played this game before. Sure. How you doing, Veronica Mars? Are you doing retro as well? Dude, here's the thing. You want to know a stupid thing that I actually did? Here's a stupid thing that I actually did. So there is a fucking 3D scanner, right? That like it replicates anything if you use the 3D scanner. I fucking used the 3D scanner with the first aid spray when I was even fucking full of health. And I was like, oh fuck me, I should have just reset the game right there, but I'm so stupid not to do that. I literally was like, yeah, do you think this first aid spray can be duplicated? And then I accidentally used the first aid spray like a fucking dumbass. I have not seen the hit American show Veronica. I have not know about Veronica Mars. Alright, I don't even know what Veronica Mars is. Yeah, I fucking used that by accident and I was like, fuck me. I'm stupid. I literally gone stupid mode. Wait, hold on. Is that a health? Oh! Oh! I forgot. There's a green herb here. Oh yes, I was so lucky to not even use this. Here you go, use this. The caution. I'm just caution now. Stupid mode. Yeah, I legitimately like was like I didn't realize that here's the thing. I didn't realize that like I fucking used the first aid spray, and I thought I was like, yeah, I'm gonna duplicate the first aid spray. Don't worry about it. And then I realized I used it with full health, and I'm like, oh fuck. Oh fuck, I used it with fucking whatever it was, so there's that. I'm dumb. Whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is, but I'm fucking dumb. God, you guys can see the game brighter than I do. Like, this game is like super fucking dark for me. He actually thought he could duplicate a healing item. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna duplicate a healing item. Don't worry about it. So we get like 2 healing items. That's about it. And I was like, oh fuck, I totally forgot that this is a fucking Resident Evil game. I was like, oh fuck, this is a fucking Resident Evil game. I totally forgot. Okay, I really do need to see this fucking game, you know? I thought you were gonna say you tried to duplicate your main character for extra life. No, I duplicated the fucking the first aid spray for extra life, and I'm so dumb. Also, I like that emote. What the fuck? That's an actual cute emote. What the fuck? What the fuck is this area? Wait! I must follow out. Fuck! Fuck! I don't care about this fucking tall ass Sattler, dude. I don't care about tall ass Sattler. Just let me go down. Maybe there's fucking health there. Just let me go down, you little bitch. I don't want to follow Sattler. But you must follow Alfred. Yeah, I had to follow Alfred, that's for sure. Copium, man. I had to follow fucking Alfred, dude. Wait, are you kidding? I didn't realize that was a fucking the fucking wow, what is that? A fucking typewriter that I don't have to go back to the fucking typewriter. Oh my fucking god, wow. So I wasted another fucking ink ribbon for another fuck me. This game's great. Man, Resident Evil is so great. I love Resident Evil. Totally not a worse game than Silent Hill, smile. Because this game has a lot of resurgence than Silent Hill. Okay, hold on. What's this fucking hemostatic? Is hemostatic for the fucking guy? Do I have to backtrack to the guy? Do I really have to backtrack to the fucking guy? To be fair, this series has like 3 times as many games as Silent Hill. Yeah. Hemostatic. Medicine used to stop bleeding. It should be used on someone who is wounded. Fuck! Okay, yeah, I'm probably gonna use it on that guy then. Did I save? I did save. That means I'm gonna fight this guy, huh? Okay. If I fight this guy, then I'm just gonna use this thing instead. I don't know if I missed anything. Did I miss anything? Whatever. Oh shit, the 20-second fucking heartbeat door. Gotta go. Alright, have a good one, am I? God, yes, I have double it now. Omega lol. Ay, shit! Oh shit, fuck, I'm gonna die again. Am I gonna die? Oh fuck. Oi, oi! Okay, hold on. Oh shit. Oh shit. Fighting it again. This is locked! It's locked! What do I do? No, nowhere! I can't go anywhere! See, now it unlocks the door! I had to fight this thing! What do you mean I can't fight you? What do you mean I don't have to fight this thing? Do I really not have... Do I really not have to fight this thing? Bro, you can't tell me this door was unlocked this whole time because this door was locked. Upstairs door was locked. Reload and find out. Oh my god, bro, that's copium, man. That's copium, dude. Oh fucking god. Oh, look at another guy. Oh my god, it's the guy with the fucking golden dual Berettas. Am I gonna be playing as him? What the fuck?
Oh yeah, that felt good.
Where's Erna? Who knows how to... Who has played this game before?
Armor is here.
You wish. But thanks for the help.
See? This is why you need me. I got your back.
Pen down, okay, cool.
Here, take these.
Machine guns? For me?
You know the deal. In exchange for your Lugers.
Okay.
Thank God it's not pussy. Thank God it's not pussy.
This thing is too cool. Yes! Now this is my kind of weapon. Alright! Huh? Hey, this thing's empty. You cheated me.
Up there, plenty of ammo, just for you.
Way up there?
Give me a boost and I'll get it for you.
Alright.
Oh, dude, that's literal fucking pussy now. Hey, yo.
Back. You're heavier than you look.
Wow. Wow. You're heavier than you look.
Happy now?
What?
Now that your knight has made his appearance, he can join you in your descent into death.
Wow. Wow. She's 19 and he's 17. What? Are you serious? Are you like legit serious that this guy's 17 years old?
Okay, let's do it. Wait here, Claire.
Huh?
Time to test out my new toy.
How is a 17-year-old in a fucking facility? That's like the main question. How is a 17-year-old in a fucking mains facility? Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking kidding me. god. Why am I playing as fucking Steve now? How much ammo do I even have? 77%. Okay, cool. He's such a douche. I mean, he sounds like a fucking douche. Okay, I need to see in this fucking area. These cannot be used with a submachine. Oh my god, okay, fine. You see a pattern here. The shittiest RE games are those who have control of two characters independently and split. Wait, so you're telling me that fucking Resident Evil 2 is shit? Wait, no, sorry, Resident Evil 3 is shit. Wait, no, Resident Evil 2 has the fucking split characters as well. Don't they split items as well, Resident Evil 2? Or is it Resident Evil 3? Resident Evil 3 has fucking whatever split items it is. Did they die? Are they dead? They did. They did that for sure. Okay. Okay. It's one section where you force another character to one time and don't split items. What is this picture? What the fuck? I just realized this is a picture. Family picture. It's just a picture of Steve and his parents. How the fuck is this 17-year-old? So much as you force play as another character one time. Oh, one time? Oh shit, dude, this is one time. Where the fuck am I going? Hold on. I go down, I don't have to, okay, go down, go up. Okay, then that one is just a fucking room. Okay, cool. Oh. Okay, let me go into this fucking place then. Okay, cool. What do you mean this cannot be used as a submachine gun? Shut the fuck up, dude. A handgun parts placed on the workman. It can be. Fuck me. Chemical used for gun maintenance. Wait, so that means I have to pick this up as fucking whoever it is, huh? Yeah, I have to pick them up as fucking Claire. Oh my god. Well, yep, he is a fucking douchebag. This guy's an actual fucking douchebag, then. Holy fuck, dude. Oh, hello. Did he die? No. Okay. Die now. Okay, how do I see in this shit? Because I can't really see that much. Over the grid, there's an ending. Okay. Breaker may fail due to overload. In case of failure, raise the lever as illustrated. The ventilation device will resume its operation. I don't even know how much ammo I have, but I hope that I have at least some ammo. What the fuck is that face?
It was dirty work, but this area is now clean.
What?
See? You can depend on me.
How is this guy 17 years old?
You see? This thing is a lot more reliable than any person.
Than people?
Oh shit, his emo face. His emo face is coming out.
What were you doing?
The emo face.
Who brought you here and where is your family?
Shut up! I don't want to talk about it.
It's like that one fucking TikTok. It's like, Mom, it's not a phase, it's a lifestyle. And then, because I got your picture, I'm coming with you, dear Maria, come. Is that fucking meme? It's like, shut up. I don't care about my parents. Yeah, sure. What the fuck? What? How do I have these kind of guns again? Oh yeah, I have this gun. I can switch back to this thing, I guess. God, this fucking place is like super fucking dark. I must follow Steve. Really? I had to follow Steve? Oh man. Oh man. Mom, it's not a phase, it's a lifestyle. It seems that I can't descend from here. Okay. What the flying fuck? Are you kidding me? Don't shot. No, no, no. I mean, all-time low is great. I mean, it seemed like the meme because this guy's like super fucking emo. Like that guy was super.
No.
What? Flashbacks. Flashbacks.
What's wrong, Steve? Shoot him!
Wait! I can't! No!
Steve!
What the fuck? Hello? Hello? Bro? What the fuck is this? God, this is okay. Yeah, I don't want to play this game anymore. This storyline is so fucking shit now. Father! It's like, what the fuck, dude? This is all dramatic as fuck now.
Father!
Ace. It's Ace every. Daddy! Daddy! Oh no, he's crying. Oh no, he's crying like a little bitch.
Dad. I used to work for
Motherfucker crying like a little bitch now.
Tried to steal information. Intending to sell it off to the highest bidder. He was caught. Mom was killed. We were sent here.
Oh, Steve.
He was a fool to do something so reckless. So stupid.
It's okay now. Just rest.
Where's this trophy? Where's this fucking trophy? My paprika bitch ass father. True. Wow. How is less than half %? Okay, less than half of the people who bought this game actually have this achievement. What the fuck? So that means you're telling me that like you're telling me that more than half of the people who play Code Veronica X never finish this game? Bro, how the fuck, like, more than half of the fucking people never finish playing this game? What the flying fuck is this? Cool. Most people have better things to do than finish this shit game. True! True! Father! My daddy was like fucking something, and I don't give a fuck about your father. Look, he's fucking crying in the corner now. Look, he's crying in the corner. I should leave him alone for now. Yeah, fucking cry in the corner, you little bitch. Boo hoo hoo, my father died. Wait. I shouldn't have said that, you know. Fucking people cry over their fucking dead parents as well. Fuck me. But he sounds so fucking emo as well. Like all this time he sounds so fucking emo. Hello, Pippin got bitch son. Yes. Oi, 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 dogs! But seriously though, he sounds like a fucking punk ass bitch, and then afterwards he fucking sounds like an emo fucking kid now. Literally a phase. Literally had to go through a fucking phase. Clips of ammo, yeah. I can't even see shit in here. Okay, let me like use the fucking whatever it is, because I can't fucking see shit at all. Like I think you guys could see better than I do, but like I can't see shit better at all with my own fucking eyes. What the flying fuck is this? Seemed to be a picture of this room. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I forgot it. Wait, hold on. Does not have enough memory. You save you need. Yeah, sure. What do your horse eyes see? I see my life flash before my eyes. See my life flash before my eyes. I don't know what's the meaning of life now. What is this? A man's portrait is displayed here. Is this the skeleton fucking thing? It is the skeleton. Oh god, I had to take the skeleton later on. Yeah, I had to take the skeleton. Do their own stanky leg? Yeah, you just do the stanky leg. Do the stanky leg. God, this fucking elevator is so fucking dark. Why? Did I just go to the fucking first floor? Fuck me. I went back to the first floor. Stop doing that! Okay, let's do this one more time. Let's do this one more time. Do not fucking do it again. Okay, go 2. Where am I at for this area? Oh shit, this is the place where like the fucking shit is at. Is it? Oh no. I don't know, I just got here. Asphalt families is crest. You special alloy. Interesting. Wait, can I use? No. No. Okay. Bless me. Alright, what the fuck is this place? Take the handgun. What the fuck? There's handgun bullets in this fucking weird ass monster thing? Interesting. How can I just go there? This looks like a place that I can actually go. I can't really go. Alright, time to actually go back then. But then again, like, the backtracking is gonna be super far for one of the chests that I need. Is it? Yeah, I need to go back to, like, one of the chest areas. What is this? Oh, that's not... Oh, shit. I was about to say, like... I was about to ask, like, where's that gas coming from? But then the gas is actually coming from the fucking pipe instead. I was like, huh? A pipe? Where the fuck am I supposed to go again? Okay, there's a shotgun right there. Which probably I do need a fucking indigo, whatever it is. And I don't have any room. Yeah, I don't have any room. Okay, so I think I need to go back. But the process of... Okay, so... Oh, fuck. Wait. Yeah, I can't go back to anywhere over here. I just realized this. That means I need to go... Okay, so that means I need to go... to the dog area. Yeah, I need to go to the dog area then. Okay, go to the dog area. Come back here, get all the stuff, and then go back there again. Maybe the dog area is like the part that I need to go in order for me to... Well, I don't know. It's a fucking big ass fucking place, you know. Sometimes big ass fucking places are kind of fucked, you know. First. What other stuff is there in the second floor? The second floor has nothing, right? Yeah, the second floor has just nothing. Hey, look, shotgun ammo. Fucking shotgun ammo. Fucking pistol ammo. Okay, map. Yeah. So I go out. Oh, yes, that's the dog area. Yeah, that's the dog area. Cool. I know where to go now. I know where to go now. Okay, I'm very smart. Not really smart, but like I wanted to go back just in case. Omega lol. Okay, so I go through here. There's gonna be fucking dogs around here, right? Gonna be dogs here. Do I want to kill the dogs? That's the question. How many dogs are there? There's 2. And I want to pick up the fucking arrows there. Maybe? Oh shit, the worm's back. Hello, worm. Can I use this card again? Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. Can use this card. There's a chest in here as well, right? If I'm not mistaken. So yeah, there's a chest in here. Huh. Oh shit, hello dogs. Where's that dogs here now? Hold on. Cause I need to run towards this side. Real quick. Climb down. Alright. So, I can technically go upstairs again just to actually unlock the gate. Unless the gate is not unlocked. Is the breaker for the ventilation device? Ooh. Currently set to on position. Interesting. Oh. Okay. So that's the ladder. Okay, I think I know what to do now. The problem right now is that can I even go towards this area right here? Yeah, the question right now is that can I go into this area? If I can go to this area, I think I could. Hold on. Is this a one-time use? If this is a one-time use, then I don't even know. Wait, what? Okay, hold up. Oh, it's it's the key card. Okay. Wait. Is that only it? Wasn't there another? Oh wait, no, that's a silver plaque or silver whatever it is. Okay. We'll use the biohazard card for now. I'm going to this room. Ah! See, I'm smart. I'm smart. I'm not poogers, alright? Alright? Fucking HJ. HJ always tells me I'm poogers. I'm not that poogers. Maybe I am poogers right now. Hold on. Wait, did I use? Maybe I'm not smart at all. Maybe I'm not smart. What the fuck did I do? Ain't that a mirror? Wait, what the fuck did I do? Why? What? Did I not use the thing? Oh god, I probably didn't use it at all. Fuck me, bro. I don't know. Did I use the fucking health? What did I do? Did I discard the health? Yeah, did I even what? Did I discard the health? I didn't see. Oh my god. Oh, whatever. More poogers. Alright, cool. More poogers. Okay. Whatever. I need to go back here. I'm not a poogers. Yeah, true. And then I just not use the fucking health. Can I use this for here? Oh, I need the ventilation. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So here's the thing right now. Here's the big thing right now. I want to go back to the whatever fucking place is called. I want to go to that place. I want to backtrack to actually use the whatever thing it is. I want to go back to the mansion and then use the golden lugers for. What the fuck is? No! It's this fucking. Oh my god! It's those dudes again. It's those fucking dudes again. God damn it! It's those dudes again. Okay, so I go back and get the Luger. Erno, what the fuck were you? You fucking lurking ass bitch! Come out, you fucking asshole! Been waiting. Fell asleep. You fell asleep? How the fuck do you fell asleep? Wait, is this guy not coming up alive? Okay, he's not coming up alive, I guess. Rest and sleep like that guy, true. Who's this? Is it upstairs? Oh, it is upstairs. Okay, hold on. Oh shit, he's dead. Fell asleep and oh shit. He actually can. I didn't realize like fucking zombies can go downstairs like that. Oops. What am I doing? There we go, combine. Fell asleep, dude. Oh, fuck me. What? Am I enjoying CVX? That's there. What? Can I not use the Golden Luger for this? Huh? What? Yeah, can I not use the Golden Luger for this? What? Of course you can. Why can't I use it then, you fucking bitch? Yeah, why can't I just use it? Press use? I don't think pressing use would actually do something. Excuse me. Look. If I were to press wait. Oh. Stop. Yeah, I'm stupid. Don't worry. Oh, photo stands here is stand is placed here, I guess. An antique music box. Okay. What the fuck is going on? Is it raining outside? Like, what the fuck? Boom. Boom. Where's this fucking guy? Bro, look at this guy. Look at this dude. Left, right, second digit left, third digit right, fourth digit right, right, right. You must not reset while maneuvering. What? Something's with a left, right, left, right, left, right, 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 right. Okay, hold on. I need to write this down. I need to write this fucking thing down. Just give me a sec. What is it? Left, right, then left, then right, right? Yeah. Left, right, and then right, right, right. Did you just have a stroke? What do you mean I just have a stroke? It's just telling me to go left and right. What the fuck? Is this a snuff? Oh! Is this the same thing again? Yeah, is this the same fucking thing with the fucking twincest? Why do they have twincest that opens up fucking doors? I don't understand. Why do I want to watch a fucking twincest porno for this? Enter password. Password? What? I don't have the password. I fucked my sister. No. Oh man. Left. Right. Left. Right. 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 What? Wait, hold on. Oh! Oh, I get it now. Oh, I get it. Okay. So this is 9-8. The first one is 3. Okay. I think I get I think I get what it is. There you go. Wait, what do you mean nothing happened? What the fuck? Is it not that? Hold on. I need to go back to this again. Left. Right. That's 1, right? Yeah, 1. And then left is 3. Right is... Oops. Left is 3. So what's right? Yeah, what? Am I wrong? Huh? Am I not right for this? Left, right. Left, right. Right. What? Am I doing this wrong? Oops. What? What? Hold on. Left, right. So it does this. Yeah. So 1. Oh, wait. Oh, so... Hold on. Is it just like this then? 9. Right. 7. And then... Oh, fuck. I think I know what... I think I know what it means. Okay, so... It's... Left. Right. Left. And right is 7. And then you just do 3 more rights. 2. 3. That's 1? 1971? Maybe? Maybe it's like that? I went the wrong way, but whatever. Yeah, there we go. I see, I get it. Yeah, when they said like the fucking last part of the note said some fuck me. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna run away. Are you kidding me? Where do I go? Oh shit, there's a fucking health. Oh, blue herb. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna get poisoned. Yeah, the last note said something about like not moving. No, like doing it like fucking whatever it is. Cooling again, true. What the fuck? I'm here now? Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Is the monster still here? Ah, fuck. Okay, yeah, he is still here. Shit, Jetuka. Bog. Thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Hope you have been doing well. Hello guys, my name is Juho Horse. I am a speedrunner of many sorts of games. Unlike fucking Resident Evil, because Resident Evil is not my forte. Omega lol. How do mate? I'm doing alright, I'm doing well. Hope you are doing well as well. Hope your stream went well. How was your stream? I want to try something real quick. I don't know if it's gonna get fucked. Wait, you run RE3, right? If I'm not mistaken, or RE2. You run one of the RE games, honestly. Finally saw 43 in RE. Nice. You're elite gamer now. That's a very... Fuck! Sorry. That's a very big poggers, honestly. For it to be lots of time saves. That's good, that's good, that's good. I kinda like... I can't fucking run RE3 anymore because I don't remember how to actually run RE3 anymore, so there's that for me. But yeah, glad that you got that sub 50 43. Isn't that through herbs right there? Where? Like herbs where? CVX though, respect. This game's way too long for me. You passed it again? Uh-oh. I passed it. Please bet. Are you winning yet? No. Is he bleeding? He is bleeding. Okay. I don't know how long is CVX, but I know about CVX. I just know the game and that's about it. I don't know how long it is. I heard it's like super fucking long, but I don't know. There's a lot of backtracking. That's all I remembered from what people told me about this game. It's like a lot of backtracking, and also who runs this game? Fucking Speedy-ish runs this game. And also U-Trends.
What are you doing here?
What is this? What in the fuck is this? Shit! Rare fucking trophy poggers. Here, have your fucking estrogen gel.
Hemostatic medicine. How kind of you. Thanks.
Here, let me help you with that.
Yo, black.com,
I
black.com.
can take care of myself. Just go.
Keep it. It was a gift from my brother, but...
Thanks. Here, let me give you this in return. You might need it later on.
What the fuck is this?
Now go. Don't worry about me.
Last stream? Black.com, man. Lockpick! I need lockpick, that's for sure, lockpick.
Leave me alone.
But I need my... I want my fucking... whatever it is. Come on, dude. -1 lighter. My lighter, dude! My lighter! How could he take my lighter? I can't see shit now, you fucking idiot! My lighter! Bat's gonna eat my ass now? True. What place do I need the lockpick for? How am I gonna smoke my weed? True. How am I gonna smoke my weed, man? I need it for my weed. For everything you see a simple lock. Yeah, that's what I remember, but I need to go back to that one place, honestly. Claire needs a fat blunt. Can you finally add this emote, please? What the fuck is this emote? Fucking... Where's fucking Trout? Trout is not even here anymore. I want Trout to be here. Soy Champ. Isn't Soy Champ on? Like, did they take it away? Did they fucking take Soy Champ away? Yeah, it's been here this whole time, you dumbass. What the fuck? Yeah, you dumbass. Dumbass. Oh my god, is this bullets? Fuck me. It's been here this whole time. Yeah, it's been here this whole time, bro. What the fuck, bro? Don't you see it? Oh my god! Oh shit, dude, I almost got fucking caught. Wait, don't you see it, Soja? Why is it currently set to on? I need to actually unlock the briefcase as well. Oh shit. Is it the grenade launcher? It is the grenade launcher. I thought it was a shotgun. I realized later on it's a fucking grenade launcher. Look at that shit. What is this door? Oh! 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 Yoy! 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 Oh my god, dude! Shit! God, I'm fucking in danger again. God damn it. I'm fucked again. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. Wah. Wah. Chemicals used for gun maintenance. There's a handgun part in place of working. Can we use it? Oh shit, that means I have to use it with like another fucking gun then. Fuck! What is here though? What is here? God damn it. God damn it. Wait, hold on. If I go out from that way. Oh. Oh, it's just the other side of this area. Okay. I see how it is now. I'm just gonna use this just in case because, you know, I'm in fucking danger already. Which one is a better one? Okay. Hopefully it works. If it's not gonna work, then I'm gonna suck ass. Oh my god. Okay. Whatever. Dead anyways, yeah. Well, this is the fucking place that I'm at. I can't believe this, man. I just need... Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, this part goes to the house. So I'm probably... Okay, so... I don't want to go to the house yet. Do I want to go to the house? Wait, where is this area? Oh, this is the... Oh, this is the, whatever area it is. Okay, I remember where this one is. I do want to use the blue card first, and then, you know, use the whatever estrogen gel that he gives. At least we get the safe... What the fuck is that emote? Why is there a fucking mummy emote? Why do you have a fucking mummy emote? Or fucking whatever it is. Mommy's tomb emote, whatever it is. I do need health though. Wait, Erna, you said that's health? Where's the health again? That you said I missed. The bridge with the car with the fire. Great Sphinx got good emotes, okay, sure. Okay, I'm just gonna go back there. Where is it, by the way? Oh shit, it's there. It's just there. What the fuck? Have I missed this thing all this time? Yeah, have I missed this thing all this time? Or is it just... It just reappears there? It is always there. What the fuck? How did I miss it? I just missed it. How did I fucking miss it the first time around? I just never seen it at all. Sure. I'll save after I give this guy his fucking whatever gel it is or whatever fucking medicine it is. Alright. Save. Oh shit, no! This one. Let me think about something real quick. So I definitely need to go back to the fucking whatever it is though. Right? Oh fuck, holy shit. Hold on. I need to know what fucking gun is this. So this handgun is an M93R. So do I need to have the other handgun instead in order for me to unlock one of the doors, I think? Is it? Huh. Maybe. You need this. Let's go up. Go up. Claire. Thank you. So, gun. Do I do the gun first, or? Yeah, this is like the weird question right now. Do I do the gun first, or do I do this one first? I think I'll do this one first, because, you know, I got the blue key card already, and then probably there's something in the, like, for the blue key card. How long? God, my voice crack. How long is one gameplay of this game, by the way? Get out. God, that fucking emote, man. Fucking Monka Heli. Very long. I know it's very long, but how long is this fucking game? Yeah, at the beginning. Ooh. The fucking pages that says like how long to beat or whatever the fucking website's called. How long to beat? Is it just fucking long? Is it as long as fucking RE4? It's 11.5 hours. Hold on. Where's the safe place again? Yeah, that means this game is like as long as fucking Resident Evil 4 then. If not longer than Resident Evil 4. Yeah, how long is Resident Evil 4 again? What is the second floor again? Second floor is the... Fuck, what is the second floor again? Oh, it's the hangars. 15.5 hours. How is RE4 longer than fucking this game? I kinda thought that this game is actually longer than RE4 though. Oh, I take longer to beat CVX. Yeah, true. You no longer need the emblem card. Okay. You have anything? Nope. Do you have anything? Nope. What's this thing? Army proof. Army proof. Lock has been released. Oh shit. Lock has been released. To where? Where is this place? Oh shit, it's this place. Okay. So I've used all the blue parts in this game. I've used all the blue stuff. Oh shit. Oh shit. Bro. It's health. We finally got health. Poggers. Okay, where do I go in this fucking area? This place is so dark. The albinoid. The creature is a creature with fuck. Hold on, there we go. A creature which is created by injecting the T virus into the genes of a salamander. A salamander? What the fuck? What the fuck? That's a pussy. That's a pussy, that's for sure. Joe, I commend you review your booba. Did you actually redeem anything? If you did redeem it, then yeah, Omega lol. Whoops. Similar to a normal amphibian, the albinoid. Oh, it's an albino. Albinoid's body will change as it grows with age. When young, an albinoid is small in size, but it can grow to over 7 feet in a very short time frame, 10 plus hours. They possess high mobility and are able to discharge electricity. These characteristics are most notable when they are underwater in their adult form. Fish is gonna suck you off. Yeah, this guy has a fucking, like... I like how the time at the bottom right is the actual time that, like, it is, like, at the moment right now. You know? Like, my time right now is, like, 11:43. Like, it is 11:43 at the moment as well. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it actually goes by, like, the time. Yes, I did. I like the game. Oh, hard. I wanted to try fucking Condemned 2 on hard as well, but like Condemned 2 is fucking shit. Is normal or hard more fun? I don't know. Pick what you want. Like, honestly, like, if you think hard is fun, then hard is fun. Then if you think that normal is fun, then normal is fun. I can't decide what you want to play, honestly. Yeah, if you want to play fucking whatever it is on hard, then sure. Hold on. Oh my god, it's this thing. Okay. Wait, here's the question right now. Can I combine this with this? Or is it just combining? Oh. Okay, whatever. Fear and Condemn the same deaths? They are the same deaths if I'm not mistaken. Wait, hold on. Condemn was, yeah, Condemn is good. And then Scary is good. It's good and scary anyways. Okay, so I guess I can go back to whatever this fucking place is. Is it? Does this connect to... This one connects to the fucking elevator right here, right? Yeah. Which My Little Pony pick one? I did say like Princess Luna. I like Princess Luna Princess Luna a lot. What is the first floor again? I need to remember what the first floor is. Like, the enemy choose me, of course. Like, sure. Wait. Indico. What? Hold on. Wait, does this like? Oh, this unlocks this part, I guess. I can't even see shit. Joe's the best MLP. Yes, I'm the best My Little Pony, that's for sure. Yeah, I do like whoever it is, Princess Luna a lot. I think Princess Luna is a really cool character. As a Jew, I don't know, fucking I don't know. Vagina, because I like vaginas. Please don't hear that. Whoever's listening and is a female, please don't listen to that. Vagina tattoo on my ass, true. Battery has been removed. Okay, so I just fucking need to find a battery then. I still have to go to this part though. This part is the one with the fucking dogs here. They missed. They missed me. Oh my god, lol. Okay, hold on. Is there anything around here? Nope, it's just a tank. There's a fucking tank. That's about it. What do I need to do right now? I just need to like go back to whatever it is, honestly. Do I need to go back to the thing? Oh wait, no, wait. I think I know what to do. Hold on. I wanna go back here again and then like try to do whatever it is, and then hopefully like I don't fucking die. If I die, wait, no, wait. I think I know a better thing to do. Yeah, I think I know what the better thing to do is. Do I have the rocket launcher? If I do have the rocket launcher, I can actually use the rocket launcher right now though. Cause I can actually kill these dudes first. I'll kill these dudes. So at least I got the health that I need, because if I go through them, if I go through them with whatever means it is, then I'm kind of fucked, you know. But hopefully I'm not really that fucked with the ammo. If I'm fucked with the ammo, then I'm kind of fucked anyways. Because it doesn't more of those things. I mean, yeah, of course, but like, you know. The next few screens. Was there anything for this place? Other than, yeah, there's nothing. I don't think there's anything. Okay, oops. I didn't realize that you didn't actually go down. Who's this guy then? Okay. Okay. Oops, didn't mean to do that. I mean do this. Combine with this. Use this. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. So it doesn't really fill up my space right now. Whoops, I forgot. I need this thing. Oh shit, I don't really have... Ooh. Hold on. Maybe I should use this one instead. Should I? Maybe. I'll just keep that for now. You love the safe room music? Out of all the safe room musics, which one is the best? You guys have to rank the fucking, like, safe room music since fucking Resident Evil. Of course. Okay, so I can totally go back and get whatever it is in the basement, because I really do want to know what's in the basement for that area with the two fucking dudes. Yeah, with the two dudes, I think I can make another, like, whatever arrow it is. Maybe. We'll see. CVS is not the best, but has a special place in my heart. A lot of people say that this game is actually really good, which I do not know. Not really know anything about it, so there's that. But if it's special, then it's special, you know. If it's special to, like, people, then yeah, it's special to people, that's for sure. Lots of backtracking. There is a lot of backtracking in this game. Which I don't really mind it. The only good thing about this game is that the backtracking in this game is quite... Wait, what? Am I supposed to go back here? Oh, wait, no. I know where to go. Fuck, get out! Get out! You fucking... Oh my fucking god, sorry. I hate the... Really, Claire? How the fuck are you still fucking... Whatever. I was about to say, like... There's a lot of backtracking, but I think the rooms are actually very... Hey, Tali. I think the rooms are actually very simplistic, rather than, like, Resident Evil 3... Oh, no, not Resident Evil 3, sorry. Like, the Resident Evil games, like, the mainline games, and also, like, probably, like, some of the other, Silent Hill games, you know? This one is, like, very simplistic, I guess, with the routing and the mapping. I really do like it a lot more than like others. Oh, shit. There we go. Alright. I'll wait for my caution to be worse. Slap her ass. No! No! I'm not slapping anyone's ass. Stop. Can I actually go up here, right? No? Can I not go up here? Where's this door? Switch is broken. Is this the part where... Oh yeah, this is the part where I can actually go up here then. Can I? There we go. Wait. Huh? What? Hold on. Fuck, kill Mary. Jesus Christ. Kill Rebecca. Mary, Jill, fuck Claire. There we go. Because I don't know anything about Rebecca. Antibacterial work. Cloths are stored here. Okay. The automatic door is locked. I can't enter. It appears to have been destroyed violently. It's possible that the T-virus linked up from here. He hates Rebecca. I don't know anything about Rebecca. What is this fucking place? Hold on. I don't even know if I miss a button in there. But if I miss a button in there, then... I really want to go up this fucking thing. Why can't I go up? Like, that's the... Oh, wait. Oh, is it because, like... whatever. I was like, why can't I go up? Just realized. Okay, so I think I need... Wait, hold on. It cannot be used with the N93R. Okay. So I think I need... What do I need? Do I need the dual Berettas? If I need the dual Berettas, then yeah, I probably have to get the dual Berettas instead. Not everything on the map is for you. Well, shit, dude. Play other characters. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, how about that? Shut the fuck up. If I go to the first floor, where do I go? Yeah, if I go to the first floor, where the fuck do I go? I don't remember. How are you liking this so far? I keep hearing mixed things about this game. I also heard about mixed things about this game. The story is... the story is crazy as fuck. All I can say right now is that the story is crazy as fuck. Other than that, the gameplay is like every other Resident Evil game. It just, you know, it's long. Yeah, the story's like downright fucking crazy. Like, fodder! Fodder! It was like, boom, 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 he's dead. Fodder! Great fodder, by the way. And that's all I know. This is the guy who just goes, fodder! Creepy ass twins. Dude, they have like weird ass fucking twincest. I don't understand. They had their own twincest. It's fucking hilarious because like it's just them looking at each other and then they fucking like almost about to kiss, but then they end the fucking video and then some door opens up. Like, what the fuck? Like, dude, you look at each other like some lovely fucking couple, loving couple, and then like oh shit, a door opens. Wonder what that is when a door opens up, you know? It's like a door opens up and then yeah, fucking fuck man, I don't even know. He wants them to kiss so bad. They are probably not gonna kiss unless, you know, fucking Resident Evil is gonna be like, yo, they're gonna kiss, that's for sure. Which I don't know how is this in how in this game that they're gonna kiss, you know. They probably will kiss, but like, you know, it's Resident Evil. Do they want to see? I don't know. I mean, it's Japan. I guess I would say it's Japan. Japan has those kind of like creepy shit, you know. Wait, hold on. M100P. This is the one that I think that you can actually like fucking do shit with. I don't know. Yeah, I gotta play the game and figure it out, that's for sure. I don't know. We'll see. Alright, here comes me cheating right now. Shit, dude, I don't want to see the kissing thing again, please. I don't want to see them staring at each other, just like fucking blonde hair, sexual style. Yo, those guys doing sexual style. 1971. They busted it sexual style, man. Got 'em, got respectfully. Let me check about a bunch of stuff real quick. Oh shit, hello. What up? Hey yo, what up? Hey yo, what up? Can I get this thing? You fucking idiot! Oh my god. Okay, you are such a fucking idiot. Take it. Slap her ass more. Jesus Christ. Bussy. Bussin'? Is it fucking bussin'? Bussers. Damn it. Hope you're doing well, Tali. Hope you're still here. Hope you're doing well. Alright, what is this fucking place? Damn, she laughing. Damn, that laughing, bro. I am, thanks. Hope you are too. I'm doing alright, at least. I'm good and alright. Hold on. uh, I put everyone was so everyone on Ecdices's like Discord server were like fucking censoring out the stuff on. Hold on. What's that? Yo, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Is this someone else on the door? Maybe it's my grandma. I don't know. Joyboy Nika, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hey, yo, you're the fucking another Alexa sub. Holy shit. Yeah. So Ecdices is in Ecdices' Discord server. Everyone was like fucking, like spoilering or censoring the yeah, they were spoilering the fucking shit or like the answers for like guess the game, because you know it's like a fucking Wordle but for games, right? And then like me just being a fucking memer and dumbass, I just put have sex in spoilers. In spoilers I just put have sex. Oh god, hello. Because I was like, yo, everyone's just gonna put spoilers, huh? And then I just put have sex, and then everyone's like, no Juho. Like, yes! I got them now. Oh shit, hello. What if I use this right now? Oops. Yeah, I'll use it right now. That's the only right answer. That's the only right answer that I would take is have sex. Have sex, have sex. Poop my pens again, poop my pens again. Yo, is it a key? Is that a key? Is that not a key? That looks like a key. Wait, hold on. That looks like a fucking... What is this thing? What the fuck is this thing on the floor? Oh, the fucking candle! Fuck me, bro. Bro, fucking candle? Candle these nuts, dude. Have sex, poop my pants again, poop my pants again. I love that song. That song is like so good, and then you have the fucking the best emote ever. Have sex, poop my pants again, poop my pants again. I've been wanting to have people spam this fucking emote, but like no one fucking does. Oh shit, no, it's... What the fuck is that? Legs? Hold on. I have to listen to this song. If I can have sex, have sex. Oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. Wait, hold on. A Mario desk. Stone figures and images are placed on it. There's nothing useful here. An assortment of creepy dolls is showcased here. Perhaps they are these are to the likings of the resident. But what resident? Resident Evil? Shit. Yeah, have sex, have sex. Oh! Oh, fuck. Sorry. Jesus Christ. I didn't expect this to happen. Hold on. I didn't expect it to come out! Wait, is it? Okay. It just came out of nowhere, dude! That's what she said? True. Ink ribbon. Alright, I'll take those ink ribbons. Any time of the day. This fucking place is so fucking... Hello? Is this the evil residence? I'm looking for Mr. Evil, true. Mr. Evil? Nothing useful here. There's nothing useful in like anywhere at all. Like this place is just nothing useful. Except for the fucking except for the whatever that fucking thing is called. Some armor is on display. They appear to be very old, nothing unusual. It's just fucking ink ribbons and that's about it, huh? But I didn't even check the other side yet. What is here? Feet for Benny, dude. There's a fucking feet for Benny. Benny loves his feet. Feet. See, it comes out when I talk about feet easy. Hey, Arzat. Hope you're doing well. I guess I'll go this way then. Ooh! Ooh! First aid spray. Fire, go back to look and see what I got. No! No! Get back here. And listen to stream, Smile. At least you're listening to the stream and like, yeah.
Keep focused, brother. Our enemy is only a little girl.
Oh shit.
Why is this taking so long?
Oh shit, the twincest.
But I have been doing my best.
The revival of the Ashford family depends on your success, brother.
I am aware of that,
Push them,
Alexa.
fuck.
I will revive the family name myself and make you the master of the glorious Ashford family.
Do not worry, brother. I will handle them both myself. Who is there? Is someone at the corridor?
Whoa.
What is it, Alexia?
Nothing. I believe I must have been imagining things.
Twins have sex, have sex. Poop my pants again, poop my pants again. Damn, what a fucking doll. A large size doll, possibly custom made. Damn, bro. I can't even see shit. Can you guys see shit? Oh shit, ammo. Oh, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. What's up, Corbellos? What do you want? Hope you're doing well, Corbellos. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Arctic Fox Zero. Thank you for the follow again. Just isn't. Yeah, man. Have sex, have sex. Poop my pants again, poop my pants again. I love that song, Poggers. Two-way doors. If I want to see shit, I look at a toilet. I see a fun streamer. Fun streamer? Hey, yo, I'm a fun streamer. I'm a fun streamer that goes have sex, pull my pants again, pull my pants again. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Cabellos. Is that a paycheck? Oh shit, I thought it was a fucking paycheck. Dude, they put a fucking check on the fucking table. $1 million, I'll take it. Get out of the fucking place. I'll take that fucking check anytime, bro. Bro. Hold on, let me see about something real quick. Yeah, let me see something real quick. I actually bought something like a while ago. And hopefully it will come like pretty soon. Yeah, I bought something for like $3 and well, actually $3 and then it's free. And hopefully it will come like pretty soon. Having a free day after anime convention. Yo, anime convention? That's pretty cool. My dear brother, I firmly believe that the glory of the Ashford family will be revived through your courage and strength as an honored soldier. Yours faithfully, Alexia. Sure. Thank you, Alexia, who probably has whatever it is. It's a relief for women's back. Hell yeah, brother. I mean, sister. Exquisite furniture, furnishing, decorate the area. Okay, cool. I firmly believe. So I hope you had fun at Anime Expo. Titties. I love me some titties. What is this thing? Music box is locked. Music plate inside has been pulled out. A blue sapphire is embedded by an opening. Interesting. Wait, hold on. What's this? That's an ass, right? Yeah, that's an ass. Wait, so I've been seeing that ass this whole time. Oh. Oh, I've been looking at someone's ass on the other side of that fucking thing. Oh, I see. What is this thing then? Seems to be no one inside. But there's gonna be someone inside, that's for sure. Oh my god! It's the heartbeat! It's the heartbeat! Fucking thing, because we're gonna be fighting a fucking boss right here. I knew it. We're gonna be fucking we're gonna be fighting a boss. I have not saved as well, so good luck to me, honestly. And what a music player. Should I go and save? Is there a safe area in this area? Oh, is there a safe place in this area? Oh, this ladder. The hole in the ceiling has been sealed. What? What? I can't go up? Oh, man. There's a secret door. Go fuck his sister in the next. Fuck, no. Red Queen, Blue King return. Path opens. Stop. Oh, God. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh shit, a key. Oh shit, a key. I got a silver key. Okay. Where does the silver key go to then? Wait, hold on. Yeah, where does the silver key go to then? Do I have to fight this thing? I literally... No, I don't want to fight this thing. Please, don't let me fight this thing, please. I don't want to fight this thing. No. If I leave here right now... Okay, cool. Oh, I thought I was like, yeah, if I leave, if I can't leave, I had to fight that thing. I don't want to fight that thing for now. I want to save. I want to do a fucking safety save right now. What is this thing then? Hold on. So, do I need the plaques? Yeah, do I need the plaques actually? Let me actually. I don't know if I do need the plaques though. If I do need the plaques, then yeah. Where's this guy again? Oh shit, I missed. Fuck. Okay, so silver key. What silver key is there? Hold on. Okay, so this is red and the other one is green then. So I do not need the army proof, right? Or I don't need any of the proofs. Is that not normal? I don't know. Oh wait, hold on. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. What is the proof for? That's my question right now. What is that proof for? The proof. The proof. I need to see like both of the proofs again. Hold on. Yeah. What if I combine this with this? Nope, I can't. Check. Okay, it's an army proof. It's a hex-shaped stone object. The picture of a jeep is carved onto it. Navy proof. Okay, wait. Do I need to use this for... Hold on. I gotta think. Do I need to use this thing for like one of the fucking places? Like something that is carved onto something? Because I don't know what is this used for. Also, is there anything on here? No. Oh, I can use the silver key on this one. Oh! Oh! Yo! I didn't realize I could use the silver key on here. Oh shit! Gamba! Gamba! It's literally Gamba! We can legitimately gamble here. Holy shit! Dude! Dude! We're gonna have fucking monies, bro! Gambling time. I'm literally dancing. Bet on horse racing? Damn. How you doing, sis? Hope you're doing well. Gambling? Yo, we're gambling like how we gamble in whatever it is. Jafezi, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hey, fans indeed. Thank you for the follow again, much appreciated. No problem with the following, by the way. You just call me JD John if you like rules better. Alright. Hope you're doing well, JD. Provided that you're still on the stream for a while. Anyways. Combine this with this. What? I can actually get more? Whatever. You know what? Alright, let's gamble! Let's gamble! Let's gamble! Poop my pants again! Poop my pants again! How are you doing, JD? Hope you're doing well. Wait, hold on. Let me actually use a fucking pistol instead. If it's zombies, then I'll use the other one. If it's like big ass creatures, then I'll use another one instead. Oh shit, is this thing? Yo, gambling. Shit, what the fuck is this? Oh fuck, yo, there's fucking plans. Grab me a shot of whiskey behind the bar. Copium, man. I can't even go there, Copium. Look, I can't do that. Bro, how the fuck do you even go there? I mean, you lift this up, that's for sure, but like, you know. Saw machines. One of them is turned on. Do I need a coin? I really do need a coin, huh? Yeah, I guess I do need a coin. An antique grand piano. It is designed so it beats out date. Wait, I just realized something. I just fucking realized something. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I just realized something. Oh my god. I just realized something. Where is the thing that I saw like back then for these two fucking things? Fuck. I remember seeing that. I don't remember where now. It just popped into my head. It just literally popped into my head. Hold on. Oh fuck, what did I do that for? Okay, I think I remember where to use this thing. It's the one that I mentioned. It was the hexagon anal beads. But I forgot where it's at. Yeah, I did say it was the hexagonal fucking anal beads. I just don't remember where the hexagonal anal beads are at. Okay, where is the hexagonal anal beads again? What is this area? This is the prison. Prison goes like up here. Okay, the left side is the underground prison. What is the right side again? The right side is just a bunch of fucking bullshit. Is it that door? No, it's not that door. Save point is below. Yo, where the fuck is the... Okay. If I were to go out here, go in there, the top middle is a swimming pool. What? Wait, what? I'm confused. I don't remember where this fucking thing is at. Hold on. Why can't I remember where this fucking switch is at? It's a fucking hexagonal... Yeah, it's like a hexagonal anal beads. I just don't remember where. Fuck. Okay, I need to fucking backtrack then. Or is it here? Fuck. I remembered. I just remembered. There's a hexagonal anal beads kind of thing. I'll just find it out. I'll just find out later. Yeah. You heard me right. There's hexagonal anal beads, and I forgot where the hexagonal anal beads are at. How you doing, Pip Sprite? Oh fuck. Get out of here. The fuck? Yeah, so I have these. I don't think those would work well. Yeah. So I have these proofs, and you have like fucking, you have to put all these proofs like together in like some lift. I don't remember where the lift is, but it just it looks like a fucking anal bead. It just looks like fucking anal beads together. I just don't remember where it is. Are we gonna be cheating with these vibrating anal? Yeah, true. Oh shit, another plaque. What the fuck? Another one of these plaques. Because we do need them later on. I just need to remember. Oh, it's the underground area. Okay. I think I know where the anal beads go to. Okay, wait. No, I'll talk about it later. Hunk's report. Very hunky. Sexy hunk. Okay, today at 4:32, I arrived successfully from the umbrella transport base, a base with the large-scale bow chicka wow capsule. Extreme care was taken during transport, and all 108 checkpoints were confirmed condition green in accordance with the with standard procedures. It is currently being stored in a freezer. There's one thing. Glad the first thing I hear. Yes. Hey Arliss, hope you're doing well. There's one thing that I don't understand. We are normally assigned to special missions. Why were we ordered to transport a frozen capsule this time? I understand that this may be classified as top secret, but without knowledge of the contents, our safety could be at risk during the transport. This is especially important if the contents are potentially harmful. We would like to ask you... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna fucking eat stuff. You know, I'm hungry, and I have food, so I'm gonna eat something while actually playing this game, because I want to eat some food. Because this is gonna be a very long stream. So I'm gonna be eating fucking food right now. I still remember the good old days. Wait, sorry. We would like to ask you to provide us with more information. Should we be assigned similar missions in the future? Cruise stream, let's go. I do remember the good old days that I spent here in the military training center. Nothing has changed since then. We'll gear up for the next mission today at 11 p.m. Yeah, I don't even know if I can actually show my food. Yeah, I don't even know if I can actually show my food because I had to turn on my lights. There we go, I turned on my lights. Food is just legitimately like this. If I could show, there we go. See, food. There's like rice in there anyways. Don't worry about it. There's like rice in there. It's fucking good shit. Fuck is that? It's yakitori, I think. Yeah, it's yakitori. There's rice. Y-A-K-I yaki. That one, yeah, yakitori. Also, I'm hungry. I want to eat food. Okay, I want to eat food. So you guys get to hear me eat food for, I don't know, 10 minutes or some shit. How you guys doing today? Hope you guys are doing well. While I eat food. I'm not gonna chew in the mic, you dumb fuck. What is that sound? Just me eating food. What? You guys want to watch me eat food now? Are you guys really wanting me to eat, like... Are you guys wanting to watch me eat food now? Like, what the fuck? No thanks. See, got one. No thanks. So we gotta be like, what? Yes? How about no? Mukbang? My mukbang is like fucking shit. Ow. Oh, you guys want me to see? It sounds like you're giving. Okay, fine! 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 There! There! Fucking there! Alright, eat food. I'll eat food right in front of you guys. I'm not sucking dick, that's for sure. See? I'm not giving head. This is just so tough. I thought it was TOS. Yeah, sure. Food stream? I guess so. Why do you have the Turkish? How you doing, Insane? Hope you're doing well. I don't have to talk about it. What the fuck? Bite me that? What the fuck are you talking about? But yeah, if you want to see feet, that's the fucking whatever it is, a clip of me actually accidentally showing my feet. It looks like that, but you know, without the white. I think it's without the white. I'm not too sure. Who the fuck is Erdogan? Is this some kind of these nut shit? What the fuck is Erdogan? Whatever it is. Nice OnlyFans content. Jesus Christ. This is so fucking. So how do you guys feel about me eating? Does this get you hungry? Does this get you like the views that I need to you know, eating its content? Well, one, it's content. Two is me being fucking hungry and shit, you know? Towards you and Drew. Yeah, true, actually, yeah. Look at him. Talk. Well, using the controller, there we go. I can touch his ears. If I can. Oh shit. Oh, there we go. I touched his ears. There you go. Touched it. Easy. Why are you Googling flags? You actually not know what fucking Singapore flag looks like and Turkey flag looks like? Also, someone told me to iron my flag. No. I have it just up there for like God knows how long. I don't really care. No, you don't. What the fuck? You don't know your left and rights. Ooh. You don't know your left and rights, and you don't know your flag. Do I have to show like everything I eat? There we go. Show everything I eat. It's chicken with fucking peppers. You feel called out? Well, I don't know my lefts and rights. I don't know my A's and B's, so we're in this together. Well, technically it's just like a big rectangle, but with like whatever this fucking, you know. Oh shit. Cut the rice. You dropping the moon? No. I think our moon and stars have like some kind of significance, but I don't remember what the significance are because you know, they are what they are. You want more food? There, more food. There we go, more food. Should I zoom in really close to my face? There. Is that better? I'm literally zooming it close to my face now. Omega lol. Oh shit. Oh fuck. There. Flip it up. Fuck no, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah. So Singapore has like some kind of like fucking whatever it is, like some kind of like reasoning into why we have fucking stars and crescent, and that's about it. You know? This is so tough. Wow, you're calling our fucking prime ministers, founding fathers, actual virgins. I'm Omega lol Sephi. How dare you? Wow. Well, Sephi just called our like fucking founding fathers virgins. I can't believe this. Can't believe this. I wonder what would happen if they have a 51st state for the US, you know. Like in the US, the stars represent the states or some shit like that. So like what will happen if they have like a fucking one more state, you know? Yeah, but how are they gonna add the one more star? You know? How can they be virgins if they're fathers too? Sugar daddies. True. I'm not the one who says, man, the white on our facts and for everlasting. I mean, it is what it is, man. Probably that's why porn is banned in Singapore. That's true. I'm about to finish my last like set of rice and stuff, so there we go, last set of rice. Quick mukbang, yeah, because I'm hungry and I have food and I don't want to fucking waste food. Well, you want me to chew in the mic? I'm not gonna fucking chew in the mic if you want me to. Is it 1 AM? Is it actually 1 AM? Oh shit. It's almost 1 AM actually. Alright, that's it. Easy. Easy food. Easy food. That's it. We're done. I remember to thank the bus driver, not the cook. The cook didn't do anything. I just thanked the bus driver. Guys, remember to always thank the bus driver before jumping out into Tilted Towers. Always do that, man. But it's the truth, right? It's the truth. Okay. Bye, webcam. Time for me to actually continue on with the story. You dab up the cook of the. Oh yeah. Dab the cook. No, this game is super fucking long. I don't think I can finish it today. Like legit, this game is like super fucking long. Earthenware pot is on display here. From what I heard, this game is like fucking 11 hours long. So I don't know. I'm gonna separate this fucking thing into like 2 streams or some shit like that, you know? How many horns to behead the horse? What the fuck? You're beheading the horse peon? What are you doing? No mods? Hey yo, no mods? Mutts, ban Veronicas and Summer 1G, perma ban. Mod check, mod check. Got fucking people with mod check now. Okay, let me actually put these things into the whatever it is. Cause I remember where to put the fucking, you know, the plaques or whatever it is. I remembered where the anal beads are at. I know I remember where the anal beads are at. Yay, anal beads. We're gonna go to the anal beads right now. Up my ass? No, up Claire's ass, you know? Claire's ass pretty fucking thick. Damn, this is a fucking thick ass. Holy shit, what the fuck? That dumpy. Heck yeah with that dumpy. Alright. So, I think that, why the fuck am I holding on to this thing? Here. So, I think that, the anal beads that I had to put in are around here, but I need to remember which one is it. Is it this one? Please tell me that is this one. Yes, it's this one. Okay, yeah. Okay, I remember it. Yeah, I had to put the fucking the stuff in. Look, see, I told you, it looks like a fucking hexagonal anal beads. Look, it looks hexagonal anal beads. Oops, don't want to use that. Yeah, I only have 2, that's why I'm just gonna put it in there for now. You know? I love hexagons, don't have enough experience with anal beads to know if I like those. Yeah. No one sound of mine would look at that and go anal beads. Well, too bad. It looks like anal beads, that's it. Too bad. I saw it and it looks like anal beads. What? Only the crazy ones are here. Smile. Yeah, anal beads, man. Okay, where do I go after this part? Hey, do I just still need to put the plaque like somewhere in this game? Hey, do I need to put the plaque somewhere in this game as well? Sanity fluctuation fluctuation right now. Oh my god. Depending on what kind of anal bead you're looking looking for. I could see it. Yeah. See, Sephi knows. Okay, where do I use this at? This is a question right now. Where do I use this fucking Eagle plate at? Eagle plate. There are. I'm trying to figure out where the fuck to put this thing at. Absolutely. You're about to say anal plate. No, I'm not gonna say anal plate. Shut up! Are you doing Cheeto vendor? I'm not saying anal plate. No! Oh, fuck. I don't remember if there's another place with this. Was there? Hold on. Maybe I'm thinking about the place that is it? Wait, hold on. Okay, let me actually think that let me actually see if this is the place. If this is not the place, then whatever. This game is like backtracks after backtracks after backtracks, you know. Can I get out of here? Where's Speedy when you need him, man? Speedy, what the fuck are you, you Filipino fuck? Come out right now. You're missing your chance because I'm playing fucking CBX right now. Come out. Come out, you baby. I also can upgrade my fucking pistol. It's just I don't know what pistol am I supposed to be upgrading, you know? Oh shit. Okay, it's not here. Ooh. I think it's here then. Is it here? Hello, wake up. Wakey wakey, doggies, wakey wakey. Okay, is it? Oh god, hello. What the fuck? Did I pass here? That's why? Hold on. Whoa, dude. I'm gonna go ahead, I'll take it. Alright, have a good one inept. Yeah, that's right. You just suck my whatever it is. I don't even know. Strap on, I guess. You dare suck my strap on. Okay. Guillotine. There you go! Ah, yes! 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 I remembered it. Oh shit. Ah! They did. They did. Okay, cool. I remembered. Yes. See, I told you. I remembered. Oh god. Oh fuck! Get out. Oh my god, I'm fucking low already, or like whatever it is. Yeah, that's right, bitches. I'm hurt. I'm in danger. I'm not really in danger yet. I'm in danger. Okay, what is this? What is this fucking place? What is this fucking place? Something is not in the door. Okay, hold on. Ammo. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Is this the place? Oi! Okay, I know where this place is at. I know where this place is now. Okay. Okay. Yeah, yeet. Yeah, yeet. Yeah, yeet. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeet. I remember this place. I remember this place. Yes. Yeah. I'm fucking Dr. Disrespect now. I'm yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I can actually get my shit back from here.
Please deposit any metallic.
Yeah, go
items
fuck
you
yourself.
have in the
Yeah, go
security
fuck yourself, you little
box.
bitch. Give me all my shit back, bro. Thank you. That's right. That's right. I remembered that plaque. Okay. So I can totally save here as well. The problem right now is that what the fuck do I do at the whatever part of this, you know? Because I do need stuff. Wait, what is the bow chicka wow gas rounds? Okay. Interesting. I don't need gas rounds for now. I probably do need this one, I guess. Yeah. I want to get this one for now. Did I save? I didn't save yet, right? Oh, I didn't save yet. Okay, cool. If I didn't save yet, that's totally all right for now. Because I do need to go all the way back to the other side, and then yeah, that's about it. That's about it. About it. Wow. You can tell how insane I am right now because I'm pretty much fucking insane. There's a thing at the back. What's this thing? Is that something at the back? No, oh wait, that's the fucking blade. You can hear how insane I am right now. Wait. Did I have anything in here?
Please deposit any metallic items you have in the security box.
Oh, I have a combat knife in here. What the fuck? I didn't realize I had the combat knife in there for this whole time. Wow. Okay, I'm actually stupid. Okay. Save. I need to save right now. Alright, I'm actually doing better. Poggers in the chat. I am doing better. That's not me fapping, by the way. Put this thing in. Okay. Can I... Is there anything from here? No. Okay, cool. Okay. Hell yeah! Okay. Do this thing. Do I not have my ink ribbons? What the fuck? I thought I had my ink ribbons. Go back. Okay. This one. Alright, hell yeah. Good save. Now the question right now is... Yeah, actually the question right now is, what the fuck do I do? Yeah, I have a feeling right now, like, what the fuck am I supposed to do right now? Huh. Very good question, Juho. Very good question. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Okay. I hate that this game is like super dark for some fucking reason. Is this fucking health? It is health. Okay. Where am I going for this door? That is like the question right now. Where am I going for this door? Oh shit, there's bits. Oh shit, there's a lab! Oh! 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 It appears that he has been anatomized. There we go. Bloodstained scalpels are scattered here. Ooh. Interesting. Oh, what's this? Oh, another medical spray. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yes! Yes! Another medical spray for my medical penis. Because it's pretty fucking small and I need it to enlarge it. That's for sure. Okay, let me actually go and fucking put this thing inside. So that I could keepsake it and then not use it until like I actually need it. Okay. Good. Okay, put this in and then put this in. I don't even know what the other things are gonna be used for, but like, you know, I don't really need them at the moment. Heck yeah, I'm making a lot of progress right now. Like, I'm making like so much progress. I put my dick in a hole. I'm making so many progress. Okay, so right now, here's the thing Here's the thing. I probably need one more of the plaque for whatever it means it is, okay. What is this? A body bag has been left here. Oh shit. It zoomed in. It's scary. That's why it's zoomed in. Whoa! Whoa! An elaborate model of the human body. Something seems to be missing. It's not a fucking eyeball. We need another eyeball. What is this red book? Anatomist's note. There is a demon in my mind I can't control. The fierce impulse that the demon sometimes drive me to act upon. It is a brutal ceremony. With the demon next to me, I enjoy watching people agonize in pain, screaming and convulsing repeatedly as they die. But Sir Alfred was kind enough to acknowledge me and has given me the facilities, chemicals, and equipment necessary to study everything. I must never betray Sir Alfred's kindness. It is especially critical that no one discovers the sacred place that only he and I know about. He and I know about. I swear, the basement of this medical building will be kept secret. Of course, I keep the key to. Yes. Of course, I keep the key to the sacred place with me at all times. Even if an outsider sees it, they will never be able to tell that it is the key. I must remember that my life ends when I lose Sir Alfred's trust. Interesting. This guy likes fucking sex, I guess. If I can devote his life to Sir Alfred, that's it. Literally high maneuver. Uh-oh. Cheating on sister? No, it's actually just the guy being fucking horny as fuck. Oh god, move! Ooh! This guy's super fucking fast. Oh god, hello. Hey yo, what up? Hey yo, what up? Am I gonna be fucking... Okay, cool. Okay, cool. It's not cheating on the... What's this, Dave? Like, the... I don't know. whatever the sister doesn't know. No, not the sister doesn't know about it. It's more of like the other person, the other whatever it is, doesn't know about it as well. So there was that. Whoa, what is that? An enhanced oh, yes, yes please. Hold on, combine this with this. Yes please, yes please. Damn, what the fuck, dude, this is like literally the fucking dungeon, dude. Sex dungeon, dungeon master. Come on, man, you want my sex dungeon? Are you ready for my sex dungeon? Are you guys ready for my sex dungeon? Oh shit. Boom 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 boom. It's coming. Yo, it's coming. Whatever it is, it's coming. Sex dungeon? Yes, what's up, Soph? You missed out the sex dungeon, dude. How could you miss out the sex dungeon? What the fuck? Yo! Damn, bro, he's giving the suck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Ah! Ah! I wasted like God knows how many bullets for that, and I was like, nope. Gotta get out of here first. Yeah, the guy's fucking quick. I don't even know how the fuck he's so quick. Oh shit, hello. Alright, cool. I kill him. Yes! Give me your eyeball. Give me your eyeball. Give me your eyeball. I want your eyeball. Thank you. Thank you for your eyeball, mister. Alright, thank you for your eyeball. Auto? Manual? Hold on. Combine with this. We got auto and manual. Auto Emmanuel. Are there bats here? What the fuck? Please don't have bats. No, it's bats! Fuck! Are you kidding me? Fuck me, dude. The bats are back. How can I not kill the bats? Hello? Hello? There we go. Bats are dead now. Wasting ammo? True. What can I do? I just need to kill the bats, man. Bats are no-no. Bats are no-no, okay? No-no bats. But hey, we found a dungeon right now. What the? Oi! What the fuck is this dungeon? Wait, what? Yeah, what the fuck is this dungeon? Is he dead? He's dead. Okay, cool. Hey, more ammo. What the fuck? Fuck is this? Is this a fucking crane? Oh hell yeah. We get more fucking bow. Alright. What does this button do? What does this button do? This appears to be an old watermill. Okay. And what the fuck is this? It's a fucking crane. Oh shit, it's a torture device. I just realized this. This is a fucking actual torture device. Strange devices are... Okay, you still didn't beat it. This game is fucking long. What the fuck do you think? I haven't beat it yet because this game is super long. The CBT room? It probably is the CBT room. I probably am going to be splitting this game into like 3 streams. Or 2 streams actually. Stone statue holding some armor. Interesting. What the fuck? Stone statue holding a rusted sword. Take the rusted sword. I'm not gonna take the rusted sword yet because I want to see what's around here as well. Stone statue is holding a shield. Ooh, okay. Then what's this? Stone statue holding a helmet. What if I, you know, move this thing around? Can I even move this thing? Okay, you know what? Whatever. I'm just gonna use this then. Uh-oh, it locked. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Ah! I'm gonna die. I'm dying. I'm dying! Okay. Oh my god. I thought I was gonna die. Holy shit. Yo! Iron Maiden. Yo, it's an Iron Maiden CBT. There's a hole in the chest. Yo! Put my dick in. A glory hole for me to put my penis in. That's for sure. That's right, bitch. Imagine drowning in piss. True. Give me that shit. Where's this shit? Piano. Oh! Oi! Okay, I know where the piano roll goes to. Okay, look. I know where it goes to because I've been here before. Damn, what a fucking backtrack though. What a smart backtracking, alright? Me being so smart of a backtrack. The thick curtains has been dropped down. Wait, what? Is there anything that I left in here? That's the question. There's probably something that I left in here though. I'm not too sure, whatever. See how smart I am? I'm pretty smart. That's what they all say. I'm pretty smart. Instead of other than like me just getting fucked by whatever they are. I'm pretty smart. Do I save here? That's the question. I think I probably do not want to. Oi! What are you here for? You did, you did. Okay. I was about to say maybe I should save, but you know what? I think I could actually make it through the whatever it is. Yeah, I can make it through the place that I need to go. I think. Can I? Maybe I can. Just have to remember what to do. Okay, this one is just a straight to the right. Wait, oh shit, this is the dog. Oi! Go in! Okay, this is not the straight to the right, it's the straight to the left. It's just the left. This one is the straight to the right. Holy shit, wow. Actually, professional. Because I ran RE3. But I'm pretty shit at RE3 now. Are you kidding me? He's remembering the map speedruns when? I don't know. Like, how many people actually run this game? That's the question. The question right now is how many people run this game? I actually don't think there's a lot of people who actually run this game for some reason.
Greetings.
Oh, hello!
You must be the lovely Claire Redfield.
Hello, Wesker.
Who are you?
Let's just say that I'm a ghost, coming back to haunt your dear brother.
Wesker?
It seems there's not much explaining to do, is there? I was the one who attacked this island. Who'd have thought you'd be hanging about? All the better for me. Now that the cat dragged in this nice surprise, your ever so caring brother will definitely show up. I must thank you for
Interesting.
being such good bait.
Hey, Artemon.
I don't know what went on between you two, but you have him all wrong. My brother is not the kind of person you think he is.
Whoa!
I despise Chris.
What are you gonna do to him?
Whoa! He hit a woman! How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Hope you're doing well. Dude, he hit a woman!
Oh, how your brother will weep to see you die.
Oi!
What? What is it? Stay there. I'm coming.
Oh!
It appears you may be of some further use to me. I'm going to let you go a little.
Holy shit! Wesker, yo, we're gonna cancel Wesker right now by fucking. Yo, what the fuck? We're gonna cancel Wesker by tweeting fucking. We're gonna cancel it on Twitter right now. Look at all these like fucking achievements I've gotten so far. Look at that. Look at that achievement. He has, yeah, he has laser eyes. Like, what the fuck? But then again, he hit a woman, so he's cancelled. That's it, guys. He's cancelled. That's it. Cancel Wesker on Twitter right now. You know, we don't want to see fucking Wesker on you know, ever again. Cancelled. That's it. Goodbye. I like how he just like fucking smacks you and then kicks you in the face. Like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, I didn't even take damage from that kick. He's so... Of course. It's like all of a sudden I came back to some guy trying to fucking kick me in the face, that's for sure. When is this game coming on PC, by the way, Smile? CVX remake, ha 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 ha. People talking about CVX remake, ha 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 ha. Was this game released before or after? Yeah, was the game released before or after Resident Evil 4? It was before Resident Evil 4, right? Yeah. So like technically it could come out pretty soon. I don't know when. If they're gonna care about it, then sure. Yo, where's Benny? Benny loves his feet. Where the feet at? Oh man, he's not there anymore. Whatever. This guy, with this doll's face is like so fucking creepy. What the fuck? Yo, what's up, Danny D, also known as Rawfield Raw. Oh shit! Oh shit! How you doing, Danny? Hope you're doing well. Is that another guy? Where is it? Are you gonna be a simp? Yeah, you're gonna be a simp. There we go. No simping. I mean, we have to get it next, right? Cause RE0 looks like a better game. So I'm good, and you? I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Oh shit! I have 20 bullets left. Oh, time for me to use this gun then, and then save out my ammo. Shit, where's the piano at? I don't remember where the piano's at. Man, the gun upgrade fucked me up, man. Finished medicine in 49 minutes. Nice. Sooner or later, you can actually do the game. Wait, what? Wait, where's the piano at? Wait. Oh! Oh my god, I forgot where the piano was at and I remembered it. Oh my god. Okay, wait, hold on. Is there a way for me to, Hey, Magnum. Is there a way for me to, you know what? Fuck it. You know what? I made a save. Yeah, you know what? I made a save. Hold on. Can I just do this real quick? It's not PS5. This isn't PS5. This is PS4. What the fuck are you talking about? How do I? Wait, hold on. Options. Oh shit, close. Oh fuck, what did I do? Okay, wait, hold on, close. Alright, we're gonna close this. Don't worry about it, alright? We'll close, we close it, don't worry about it. We restart and have ammo! And have ammo! Because we need ammo! Alright, yes! Woo! Woo! No one saw anything. Woo! Alright. Not even people like Erna who actually played this game before. What the fuck is going on? I love you. How you doing, Phoenix Wolf? What did you unsee? You unsee any stuff? Cock tower, yeah. Right. Wait. Oh, there we go. Load game. If I can load the game, there we go. Load the game. How are you doing, Phoenix Wolf? Hope you're doing well. Okay. Slot one. Please. Yes! I knew it. Yes. No cheating. All right. I didn't cheat. All right. I didn't cheat. No one saw me cheat. Depressed, but what else is new? Aww. If you need anyone to talk to, I will be here always. Yeah, I didn't cheat! I didn't cheat! I swear I didn't cheat. Guys, stop sussing me out! I didn't cheat! Yeah, if you ever need someone to talk to, I will be here. Always. Anyways. Joe didn't cheat. I didn't cheat! There we go. Damn, you pissed yourself, man. Alright. So such a sussy baka. I am sussy baka. Alright, what is this? Check. A king ant. I didn't see that part, don't worry. You didn't see any part because, you know, I didn't cheat. Alright? Juho didn't cheat. You pee-pee. Yeah, you pee yourself. That's all I can say. Stop! Stop! No copium, I didn't cheat. And we still had the bullets anyways, alright? We still had the bullets. That's alright. Look! I still have the bullets. See? 1625. And then I can switch over to this so we can actually save bullets. What's cheating? Man, I wish I have a girlfriend, smile. Any person want to be my girlfriend, Sag? Yes, Juho, true. I didn't cheat. You know, Erna's not here. If Erna was here, then he would say that I cheated. Alright? I didn't cheat. Oh shit. Well, too bad, too sad. I climbed up already. No ghosts on the internet. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Fuck. Wait, hold on. Point it down. Go back, you Are you using a nail gun? It's a bow arrow. Is he bleeding? No. And now he's bleeding. Is she low? She's not really that low yet. Oi! What the fuck? Wow! Wait! Wow! What the fuck? How the fuck was I so low? Okay. Well, anyways, even if I died, I would have just gone back here, right? Am I right? Yes, this is the face of me being tired of my bullshit. Not even cheating? Not even cheating? I just died? But yeah, Phoenix, if you wanna talk about anything, I can listen. I always am gonna be one of those like listening ears if you need anyone to talk to. Smile. Yeah, it goes to like everyone. If you have like something that's sad and shit like that, yeah, sure. Are you a specific kind of horse breed? No. I'm legitimately just a brown horse. I'm just legitimately just a brown horse, and that's about it. It has 2 airs, and it doesn't even. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I know I have 2 fucking first aid sprays, alright? I don't care. But yeah, like, I just think of myself as a fucking, whatever it is. I'm a horse. That's what I am. I'm a horse. A brown horse. Oh shit, I'm using my gun. Fuck. There we go. Shit! What a simp! Wait, where's this guy? This guy's upstairs. Okay, cool. Alright, do not die this time. Do not die this time. Okay, cool. I think that's alright. Oh shit, it's the one upstairs. Look at all the headshots I'm doing. What the fuck? How do you not die? Excuse me? Oh! 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 Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, he's dead. EU aim. EU aim is actually better than any aim though, so. Yeah. Okay, when I'm in danger, then I'll use it. I'm not in danger yet, so I don't have to use it yet. But in this room, I probably am gonna be shooting a bunch of fucking zombies, you know. I'm letting the American, dude, any man. Sister review? What do you mean sister review? Oh shit, this guy's dead already. What the fuck? Firefly? Firefly? I've been asking you about the game. What? Now you're up? Now you're up? I've been out here for 6 hours. Now you're up? Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Bro. You get a punishment. You got a punishment for not being here. Wait, what's this? The music box lid is open. What the fuck is this? Yeah, the lid is open. What do I do? Huh? What? AMA about this dog shit game. I suck. How am I faring after 6 hours? Music box lid is open. Wait, is there something in there? What is this thing? It looks like a fucking plaque or some shit. I don't even know. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. It's just a fucking plaque. Wait, so stunning admission. You got the idea, but you're missing one more key to complete this. Yeah, I am missing one more key to complete this. Wait, is he still? Is he alive? No, he's not alive. I can't even see because of the fucking angle and how dark it is. Can I go up here now? What do you mean the hole has been sealed? I don't want the hole that's sealed. Come on, man. Okay, so Now. What do I do now? Yeah, the question right now is what the fuck do I do? Because here's the thing. 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 What the fuck am I supposed to do? So, okay. I probably need something else in that fucking thing right here. Okay, it's open. Yeah, I can tell it's open. Do I need the music disc then? I probably do need the music disc for something to open up. But the problem right now is I don't have a music disc, and I also don't know where to go for the music disc right now. Maybe there's something that I'm missing? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick, so hopefully I don't die! Give me a sec. Not dead! Hell yeah! Actually survived! That's right. I'm actually really good at this game. Because I still survived. Cheater? What do you mean cheater? I'm not a cheater. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Asian pets are good at this game. You're getting there. Well, I need Ish. Where's Ish? Motherfucking Ish. Where is he? I need that fucker right here. What up? What up? Ish? Ish, I'm calling you out right now. Where the fuck are you? You got me, Jubro? Okay, cool. Okay. So right now. Alright. I feel like I probably missed something from here. I don't know if... Yeah, I don't know if, like, I actually missed something from here. Other than, like, me picking up the, whatever that thing's called. Other than me picking up the, fuck, ink ribbons. We never get to see sister. I don't know. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best just to fucking find the sister. All right, we'll try to we'll get to the sister soon. Maybe. Maybe, I do not know. Oh shit! Would you like a hint? Fuck. Sorry, I didn't mean to say fuck like that. Oh shit, hello. Wait, hold on. What is this thing? Let me think. It feels like something very obvious that I had to get. Yeah, it feels like something that's very obvious that I need to get. Hold on. This noob's still playing. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, hey Jay. Wait. I know I played this game before. Your support helps me. Smile. Okay, I think I barely know what play these. I don't wanna. Toilets made out of marble. Okay. I could go into these stalls, really? Okay. So I think that I probably need to go all the way back to that one place because of, excuse me, because of the key card. I think it's either because of the key card or something else. Oh shit, bullets. I mean, yeah, because, you know, but the thing about it is that I don't have a fucking ventilation. Have you been here? Yeah, I did. I was here like before to pick up this thing right here. I picked this thing up already, so yeah. Now my thing right now is that I need to get a disc. That's about it. But the disc, right, is that I probably need to find it somewhere else. I probably need to find it somewhere else. Okay, let me think. Yeah, the only thing that I can think of is that, like, I had to use the fucking card for whatever it is. I don't remember. Let me see about this thing real quick. Yeah, I've been here before, so I think I know about this thing. Cause bitchy boy Steve was trapped here. Yeah, bitchy boy Steve was trapped here, and he was like crying for his fucking whatever it is. It's so hot. Like literally, that's how it sounds like. Hey yo, what up? Okay. Now. Oh, wait. Hold on. So I have something in mind. The problem right now is that The problem right now is that whether I'm thinking about it the right way or not, because here's the thing. I want to go back to that one place, right? I want to go back to that one place. The problem is that, like, I don't know whether I could still use the fucking card for anything. The card that I had, the biohazard card, because if I use the I want to use the biohazard card for here. But I can't use the biohazard card here. Law can be released when the ventilation is complete. So I don't know. Oh. Oh. Wait, hold on. I need to see the ventilation thing again. Or like the fucking whatever. There was a diagram for the ventilation if I'm not mistaken. Oh shit, ow. Oh, fuck me, dude. Yeah, there's a diagram for the ventilation. I just need to see that diagram again. Yeah, this thing right here. What is this diagram? Ventilation? Caution! Breaker may fail due to overload. In case of failure, raise the lever as illustrated. The ventilation device will resume operation. Wait, what? So this is the thing, but like, gas for freezing device is leaking out. The ventilation device is working. Can it be off? So my question right now is that, like, wait, gas for the freezing device is leaking out. Gas for the freezing device. What? This thing right here? Oh. I feel like this thing needs, like, okay, chemicals used for gun maintenance. Okay. Let me see this map again. Cells, shitty gain, true. Okay, I know about the ventilation. The problem with the ventilation is that where the fuck does it go to? Yeah, I still don't know how to actually go to that area. The area at the bottom. I still do not know how to go to the area at the bottom. Because I feel like I've already checked like every single room in this game. Oh, maybe I'm missing out one room? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh god, I did it. I have not gone here before. Oh god. Oh god. I don't have my shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Was that like that many this whole time? What? Hold on. Fuck. Do I have my, every room in this game? That's impressive considering you haven't seen it. Like, no, I mean, like, no. I mean, this part. Like, every room that I unlocked so far. Sorry, it's unlocked. Like, I've unlocked, like, rooms in this area already. Like, the rooms that I've been to so far. I don't know, like, other places at the moment. Fuck. You still at the start of the game after 7 hours? I guess so. But then again, I need to fucking find out shit, you know? This way. Wait, is this the second floor? This is the second floor. Where's this? No, this is the first floor. Oh. 50-hour playthrough. True. Okay, let me think. Oh, fuck. Whoops. Wait, is the B1 area the safe place? Or here is the safe place? Fuck, I don't remember where the safe place is at. I'm guessing B1 then. Oh my god, I'm back here all over again, okay. So, safe place is gonna be somewhere. Okay, I need a hint. No, I don't even know if I need a hint for now. Maybe. Maybe because like I want to go back to wherever it is, but I can't find my way back right now. I can't find my way out. I definitely know where my way out is. My problem right now is I don't know where the way to the safe. No. Actually, yeah, safe room. Oops, excuse me. You find my way to the safe room, and then afterwards I can just use the bow so I can actually go down. I think. Is there a safe room here? No. Wait. Is there ever a safe room here? Why am I blanking out? I literally am blanking out right now. I don't even know whether there's a safe place right here. Oi! Okay, I'm fucked. Yo, is there a safe place here? Oh! Oh! Oh. Okay. Okay. I think I know where to go now. It's fucking confusing. Left. Oh, sorry. Right. Right up. Wait, where am I going? Left. Okay, right. Up, if I'm not mistaken. It's like I had to turn to the left up. Turn to the left up. Oh wait, this is the safe. Oh. Ooh, I'm not supposed to go to the safe. Yeah, fuck. That's not what I was talking about. Ah! Where is the fucking... Yeah, aware. I'm aware now. I'm fucking aware now. Okay, wait, hold on. So, hold on. Where's this place? Oh, is it the second floor? It is the second floor. Oh my god. Wait. Wait, what? Oh, 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 oh. Awoken. Oh, awoken these nuts. Okay, Firefly. Question, am I on the right? Am I at the right place? Awoken? I'm not awoken. Am I at the right place? Yes, okay, cool. Okay. So, the things that I need to do right now is just to get the fucking ventilation out. Why are these zombies fucking... Oh, wait, yeah, these zombies are fucking asleep. Okay. So, go straight. There you go. Okay, safe place is right there. Ah, I see. Okay. Here, this place. Okay. I don't need to save because I don't think I need to save. Do I need to save? Hold on. So this is what I wanted to exchange this whole time. I want this one. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna save. Oh, what am I doing? Whoops. Oops. Holy shit, I have a lot of saves? Oh my god, I did... Oh, I didn't know! I didn't know you could actually save that many times! Okay, whatever. Help. Help me. Shut the fuck up! I didn't know you could actually save 15 times! The whole time I was... Wait, hold on. The whole time, I was like... fuck. The whole time I thought that was 5. And then I used the other slot to actually fucking, you know... Permission is to give you... No. Not yet. Not yet, not yet, not yet. I think... No saves is cheating. Until like I actually do not know what to do, because here's what I know what to do at the moment. I know that I'm supposed to be... Okay, wait, I'm gonna check something real quick. What is this gun? Semi-automatic pistol with a large size. Okay. Handgun. Okay. So let me see if I can upgrade this thing, and then if I can upgrade this thing, I can probably use this thing for maybe I'll try using that thing for like I say a boss, but I'm not too sure whether a boss would be actually good with this gun. Maybe. This way. Because I still have to go to the B1, and then from B1, I go to one of the rooms. And I thought I've been there before. I didn't go there? Maybe because I died. That's why I didn't kill those fucking bitch-ass monsters, honestly. Oh wait, what? What? There we go. Yeah, maybe I need to kill them. And then do something with this fucking hole, because, you know, I need to fucking cover up the hole or some shit like that. Or even turn off the ventilation. Oh shit. This one. So I think this is the freezer room. If I'm not mistaken, this is the freezer room. Automatic door is locked, I can't enter. Huh. Okay. It's tightly sealed, I can't operate it. Tightly sealed, I can't operate it. There's no power, I can't operate it. God, I feel like I'm missing something. I just don't know what I'm missing. Missing a brain. I don't have base cigar. Yeah, how... Okay. My question is... Let me think. God damn it, I too many emos to add. Hold on. The... I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. Ugh. Fuck Philtro's mom, Jesus. Okay. Am I supposed to... Here's the thing. Am I supposed to turn off the ventilation or something that requires ventilation? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Like, am I supposed to turn off some kind of ventilation? Turn on this? Yeah, I want you to answer because... Yes, okay, cool. So I'm on the right track of knowing what to do for this part. God damn it, Teddy! How you doing, Teddy? It's currently set to the on position. What? I don't understand the sentence. We'll get to the fucking other sister soon! I need to figure this shit out. Figure out this. Lego Batman movies based. Yo, Lego. I love Legos. I shoved Legos out my ass. How you doing, Delta Wolf? Because I'm in pain right now and I don't know what to do in this game. What if I go here instead? Hey, Explodiotic. Hope you're doing well. Maybe I missed something right here. I'm not too sure. Well, I know I said it right. What? Guys, stop fucking each other's moms and sisters. God damn it, dude. Okay. Tell me which floor am I supposed to go to? Yeah, tell me which floor am I supposed to go to, because I don't know which floor am I supposed to go to right now. I have no idea if I'm in the right room or the second. Okay. Second. Is it? Wait. Yeah, I can't go there. If you're asking me to go there, I can't go there. Yeah, I can't go there. Like, I think I know what area you're talking about. It's just I can't go there. Because, one, I don't have the battery. No, I don't have the battery. Yeah, I don't have the battery. I can't go to that locked door there because it was locked. I can't go to that other side as well because it's locked as well. Or it's blocked off. Are you sure? That means it's like... That means it's just... this thing? Right here, I guess? Maybe? There you go. Okay. I guess that's what it is. What the fuck? Wait. We moving now? What? There is a number 1126. The bio-experiment room has been... What? Okay. So, I guess it was this computer all along that turns the ventilation off. I legitimately thought it was something else. Okay, so. Oh god, there's gotta be a fucking monster over here, huh? He seems to be dead. Resume using camera. Why didn't you check the first time? I kind of did, but then like it was something. I don't remember it was something else that I checked this fucking thing for. What are those? Yeah, I don't remember what I remembered coming here. I just don't remember like I don't remember. Oh, hello. I don't remember whether I used the computer or not. I remembered using the computer for something else. But that could be for something. You use the other computer? Yeah, I know I used the other computer, but I used both of the computers as well. I used both of the computers. It's just that it was another prompt, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if it was another prompt, but I remembered it was another prompt or something. Okay, now I do not have to use the biohazard card anymore. I think. Yes, there we go. Cool. Okay. Okay, so I guess. We're back to the we're back in track. Okay, we're back in track. Oh fuck. Oops. Nice and slow. What the fuck? The fuck? Salami? I might have to bring out the... I want to take this thing out. He's already dead. Sure, buddy. He probably isn't dead yet. Okay. There's nothing usual. Hold on. Okay. I do know that I need to take this painting. Because I need this painting. Oh! It's the salamander! What the fuck? Yo, it's the salamandussy! Uh-oh. Oh shit, what the fuck? It's the salamandussy! Get out! Yo, that looks fuckable. What is that time for? Oh. Okay. So now I can actually go to that one room at the first floor or some shit like that, you know? It has a mouth or something. Oh yeah, it has a mouth that looks like a fucking vagina. Like, it legit looks like a fucking vagina. Sex jokes. Wait. I'm back here. Okay, wait. That means I can pull this thing out again. Hold on. I can pull this out. I can pull this out real quick. Pull this out. Wait, lift. Because I know where to go now. I know where to go now. There we go. And I think it's towards the right side. Oh shit. Whatever. Oh shit, I need to save. Oh shit, I don't have a save. I don't have fucking ribbons. I should have just saved. Fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. If I die, I die. If I die, I die. Shit, what the fuck? Okay. Memorial plate. There's something written on it. Dedicated to the training facility's completion. Secure with a simple lock. Lock has been released. Another first aid spray. Hell yeah. Diorama after the facility. Modeled after the facility. There's a hole to put something in. My dick hole. That's right. My penis. Green herb? Yeah, it's just right there. I can't take it. Wait, there's a golden key. Oh, wait. A golden key? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So I have to go back to the fucking mansion, huh? Do I really have to go back to the mansion? Oh god. Okay. Well, time for me to go back to the mansion. Which is... Can I go back to from the mansion here? Like from here? Actually, where is this place? Yeah, I can go back to from the mansion here. Sounding of these nuts. Haha. Haha. Ah. Okay, I think I know where to go now. I think I know where to go. Very easy place. I know where to go now. I hope I don't die. If I die, I'm gonna suck my cock. Like, legit. On stream. This is a fucking flustered face. Yes, of course. Hope Wester comes back to choke Claire again! Excuse me? Spoilers? What? Dan's game? Spoilers, Dan's game? A beautiful woman holding a tea set. A picture of a man. A pure white candlestick is also illustrated. There's a button below. Damn, who the fuck is this kid? Message to the new family master. Sir Alfred, congratulations on your succession as a master of the Ashford sorry, Ashford family, I hereby present you with an earthenware vase according to the Ashford family tradition. As you may know, this tradition first began when a butler okay, wait, I need to fucking write this down because, you know, it talks about the fucking whatever it is. Okay, butler, with a golden tea set. Or whatever, teacup. To commemorate, as a commemorative to Veronica. Oh yeah, of course. As founder of the Ashford family, her intelligence and beauty are legendary. Probably Veronica. The second and third masters, Stanley and his son Thomas, were also presented with similar teacups. It was their hope to achieve glory as Veronica seed before them. Okay, so I don't think I need Veronica at all. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Just a normal being alt. Yes. Hope you're doing well. Thomas. Okay, Stanley and son with like fucking teacups. You know, tea set. The position of family masters then shifted from Sir Thomas to his twin brother Sir Arthur. It then went to Sir Edward, your grandfather. That was when the Ashford family enjoyed its golden age. Okay, so I guess Thomas to Arthur to Edward. I don't know if I need to write this down, but I'm just gonna write this down anyways. It was also Sir Edward's achievement that established the large chemical enterprise umbrella. Fuck you, Edward, with your umbrella corporation. However, when Sir Edward passed away, your father, Sir Alexander, succeeded the possession. The glorious Ashford family gradually begins to sink. I sincerely hope that the Ashford family regains its glory with your guidance, just as this vase continues to shine eternally. Okay, I guess so. Okay, so I think, wait, hold on, let me see about this. So I guess, like, the other pictures are, like, yeah, okay, so I guess I need to find, like, which one is first, I guess. Okay, hold on. Wait, a red hair man is holding a fucking tea. Okay, is this the butler? Or is this the butler? No, this is not the butler. It's like fucking like 3, 4, 5 or some shit like that. This one is gonna be like the fucking... Actually, maybe I do need Veronica then. Veronica. Because I think the whatever it is, I think this is Veronica then. With a tea set. Yeah. Okay. So, god damn it. Why is this puzzle so fucking hard? Congratulations, Susanna behind. Present you with the earthenware vase according to the Ashford family tradition. First began when a butler presented a golden teacup. Okay, golden tea set or teacup. To Victoria. So okay, okay. So I guess the first one is gonna be okay. So I guess the first one is this fucking dude. So I guess the first one is this fucking dude. Okay. Stanley with its tea sets. So I think Stanley is gonna be this one, I guess. Wait, no. Stanley's gonna be this one, I guess. Yeah. So you're Stanley. Thomas Arthur Edward. Wait, isn't there like a twin stuff? Wait, there's like some twin. I forgot about that. There's a twin. There's a twin in this fucking thing. Second and third master center. Oh wait, huh? Wait, no. Stanley and his son Thomas. Then shifted to from Sir Thomas. Okay, so I guess son is this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I guess it's one of the twins then. And then Sir Edward. I think this is you then. And then you. And then pass down to you. And then this one. Am I doing this right? I don't know. Trace the S-Force legacy to reveal the true master. There's a button below. Press the button. No! I did it wrong. Okay. Okay. I need to think this through. I need to think this through again. Okay, so the first one is gonna be Veronica anyways, because it's the fucking whatever it is. So first one is gonna be Veronica. Alright. But this is the problem right now. I guess it's this one. And then this one. Maybe I just reverse the fucking order as it is. Yeah, I just reversed the order. And then the last one is just this one then. Okay. Hopefully this is right. Yes! Okay, cool. Hey, Lenny. Oh shit, it's the sister or whatever it is. Earthenware vase. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I just had to reverse the fucking order for these two. That's about it. Okay, I'm actually smart then. Very smart. I'm very, very smart. Smile. 3 hit. Wait! I need to look into the vase. I totally forgot. I just need to look into the vase. Check vase. There you go. Give me that. 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 Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Okay. 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 All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Now I need to go all the way back up to somewhere. I need to go back up here. I don't know if I'm supposed to go back to the whatever place it is. Do I need to go back to that place? The lab place. Whatever. Oh. I think sooner or later I had to go back to the lab place though. Oops. Hey bro, don't mind unsubbing for now since I go. Oh yeah, I don't mind. Like, if you have financial issues and stuff like that, like I don't mind because it's actually like better for you to actually hold on to your financial stuff, and then I don't have to tell you to, hey yo, don't be poor, okay? you don't sub right now. 3, 2, 1, you're banned. All right. I hope you're doing well, man. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind. I ain't gonna be like one of those streamers gonna be like, okay, if you don't sub right now, 3, 2, 1, you're banned. Yeah. I saw the stuff on is it Twitter? Yeah, I saw the stuff on Twitter. So yeah, you should actually take care of yourself a lot more. You know, take care of her and yourself as well. You know. Oh wait, hold on. No money shaming is this stream? Yeah, no money shaming. Shaming. Other than if you guys are actually rich, like literally like fucking pay me subs right now, or else I will 3, 2, 1, you're banned. All right, guys. All right, guys. All right, if you guys are rich right now, if you don't sub right now, 3, 2, 1, you're banned. All right. 10, 9. Yeah. Mind fight all? Nah. What? Okay. All right. That's it. 5, 10, 9. I'm so rich. I'm not so rich. True. Honestly, who's rich? Copium. Oh wait, I still have these. These nuts. Apart here in Latin America, we have the worst salaries. $300 a month. Copium, dude. $300 a month, dude. Fucking copium, man. But yeah, take care of yourself as well. Like, if you need some like fucking, you know, if you need to like save monies, then yeah, you should do that. What? I said copium, dude. Copium. Copium. It's fucking copium, man. Oh shit. Do this. $200 is 60 subs? No, it's actually half of that. What are you talking about? It's legitimately half. because Twitch actually cut 50% of the money, so it's half. So in fact, it's 120 subs for $300 because it is what it is. Shit, the ladder is down. Sister time? Maybe. Sister Fister. Shit, it's vibrating. My controller is vibrating right now. Boom 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 boom. Holy shit, it's a carousel. What the fuck? Is this Silent Hill? Excuse me. Is this Silent Hill? A picture of an ant is drawn on the wall. It appears that a keyhole is the mount. That, my friend, is a glory hole, alright? I don't think that is a keyhole. That, my friends, is a glory hole. I can see it from my past experiences. Smile. Don't talk about my past experiences with glory holes. Okay, what's this thing? Oh, it's a fucking dragonfly. Check this dragonfly out. There's a button. Oh shit. A dragonfly object. All the wings are removed. What kind of keyhole is this? How you doing, Red? I hope you're doing well. A telescope. It's a key. Yeah. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. What's happening? Eek! What's happening? Oh shit. What kind of block is this? This is a block! Various gadgets, there's nothing. Okay. Damn, this looks like fucking row of rows or some shit, you know? This is legitimately looks like fucking row of rows. Damn, bro, row of rows, fucking. No, sorry, Clock Tower 3. Clock Tower 3, row of rows, fucking haunting grounds as well. Like, it just looks like that. I wonder what SR mean. Sex room. That's for sure. What is this? Newspaper clip. Okay, what's this? A 10-year-old genius graduated at the top of her class from a prestigious university. The International Corporation, Umbrella Chemical Incorporated, offered her the position of head researcher at 10 years old? Are you fucking serious? What? Bro, 10-year-old girls like... 10-year-old girls just know how to goo goo gaga and that's about it. What the fuck? Give her a fucking... Yeah, she's smart, but like, holy shit, man. I probably think every girl would go goo goo gaga at 10 years old plus like fucking playing with dolls. Some people just peak at 10 years old, I guess so. She graduated university. True. But what? She's not mature enough for a hit research role. Yeah. I don't know. Some kids are gonna be like goo goo gaga. I'm 10 years old. I graduated goo goo gaga. I was like, what? Bro. Emotionally mature enough. I'll think about that. What's this thing on the chair? Or is there anything? No, what's that thing? What the fuck's that thing? Oh, it's fucking handgun bullets. Okay, of course. I don't know, man. If you have PG at 10, something sounds like a skill issue. Fuck! It's a skill issue, man! Dude. Legit skill issue, dude. Fuck. It's a skill issue. I never graduated anyways. That's actually true though. I have never graduated. Like, feels bad. Actually, copium. Some 10-year-old beat me into graduation. That's fucking copium, dude. A book. Oh shit. Oh shit. What is the confession letter? Dude, the confession letter is probably gonna be like, yo, sis, I actually love you and I really wanna... Alright, here we go. Oh shit, shit. Alexia, my sister, is a genius and possesses unmatched beauty. She's everything to me. I would overcome any obstacle and be willing to risk my life for her. For Alexia, I must revive the glorious Ashford family which fell during the era of my father Alexander. Oh, yo. Together we will restore our family name. Once that has been achieved, I'll build a palace where only nobles may gather. I cannot allow the unwashed to see my dear Alexia, to whom my life is devoted to. She raised the one's queen. As I whoa, simp. My brother is a simp, gone wrong, gone sexual. Holy shit, bro! What kind of simp is this, dude? This is my dream, and how sweet it will be. Those accomplishments will be the proof of my love towards Alexia. It is the purpose of my existence. Jesus Christ, dude. I can't believe you simp for your sister. All the other people are meaningless, and they shall soon prostrate themselves before Alexia and I, devoted to my beloved Alex. Holy shit! Holy shit! This guy actually wants to fuck his sister. This guy actually wants to fucking fuck his sister. Holy shit! What a simp! What a understandable. What a simp, dude. Bro, this guy's a simp. Actual simp. Can't believe this, man. Can't believe this. No. Uh-oh. Hello! Hello, Alexia!
We meet each other at last. A pity I must say goodbye so soon.
I am Alexia Ashford. For the pride of the Ashford family, I will kill you.
What the fuck? What? Segs.
What's going on?
Oh! You fucking idiot!
Steve! A secret door.
After her.
Oh my god. Got shot in the fucking arm.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. It's just a scratch.
What? A bullet wound isn't a scratch, my dude. A bullet wound isn't a scratch! What the fuck are you talking about? Bro! If you got... Look at you right now. You're fucking... Dude. I don't think a bullet wound is a fucking... Oh my god, this person's a fake. Oh my god, this person is a fake.
This must be.
Oh my god, this person is a fake! This guy has some kind of fucking... Look at his face! He's like gay boy! He's gay boy all along!
What?
Wait a second. What just happened?
So there never was an Alexia after all.
He thinks he's two people? Okay, that's it. Let's get out of here.
The self-destruct system has
That
been
freak! He's trying to blow us up along
Holy
the entire
shit.
facility.
That was an
We
Alexia
gotta get
we
to that
saw in the
airport, right.
video. Maybe it's just imaginary, man. Maybe it's just an imaginary fucking thing. Dude, this guy probably is a transgender, man. She's real, I swear. She's real, I swear, Copium, dude. She's real. I swear, she's not a transgender all this time. I swear. Dude, I saw her in the video. She was almost kissing the brother. I swear, man. No transgender. That wig? No. That's like a fake thing, man. Copium, dude. No. Oh god, that's fucking hilarious to me, man. That's fucking hilarious already. You can't top. You missed the fucking. I'm not a hot tub streamer. Excuse me. I don't even have my hot tub at the moment. What are you talking about, dude? My hot tub at the moment, not there. All right, suck it, big boy. It's not there anymore. No one fucking redeemed it. All right. Anyways, the point of the game where a lot of people are complaining about, I laughed at it. I like it. I liked it, man, because it was so fucking hilarious, dude. Yo, fucking transgender, man. Hell yeah, my transgender. Someone drop 30k, make him. No. It's understandable that most won't touch it, but the thing is, Alpha's not trans. Well, Alpha is not trans, that's for sure, because he only acts like his sister, and that's about it, or like so-called sister, you know. It is what it is. DID. DID? Is this some like fucking what is it called? It's identity thing? Yeah, I only know the I is called, the I is like identity. Yeah. Disassociative.
Claire.
Yeah. Holy shit, a plane.
We'd better get out of here too.
Right. Let's go.
The self-destruct system has been...
It's also a psycho shout out. Ooh.
We gotta get to that airport.
The self-destruct system has been...
You got the green rounds, right? My rounds are the acid rounds at the moment. Yeah, I have it in the box at the moment. But I had the acid rounds with me at the moment. Yeah, at the moment I had the acid rounds. Well, to be fair though, I don't know if like I don't know any more about the story yet. The problem right now is that like all I know is that this guy could be trans. You know, at this point in time, the guy could be trans, but like if he's suffering from DID, then yeah, I guess that also is an explanation to why he's fucking acting like he's a fucking sister. Which way? Not this way. Dude, my fucking controller's vibrating like a lot. Holy shit, dude. It's fucking hot. Alright, what's this thing? Oh, that's a lever.
No! We can't take off unless we raise the bridge.
Leave that to me. You stay here and make preparations for takeoff.
Dude, how is this kid 17 years old as well? Yeah, like how is this kid fucking 17 years old? How the fuck is a 17-year-old kid here? That's my question. How the fuck is a 17-year-old kid here? Can I use the typewriter? Yeah, like, how the fuck is a 17-year-old kid in a fucking, like, this fucking weird-ass facility? Oh my god, they spelled out cock. I was like, wait a minute, what did they spell out cock again? I was like, oh, cockpit. Ooh. Dude, cock, man. Cock. Put this in. Do I need this right now? Do I need the wow gas rounds? I'm just gonna take this just in case. No? Okay, cool. His dad is umbrella worker. Oh yeah. Oh. I forgot, yeah. I'm gonna use this just in case. Wait, boom, 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 boom. That's right, dead. You're dead. Are you? You're dead. Are you dead? No, don't simp. No simping. The streamer argued that he had the right to be a jackass because he's his father's probably into this predicament. I mean, totally, because he acts like a fucking child. Motherfucker acts like a fucking child. Sure. Wait. Wait. Am I going the right way? I just realized something. Am I going the right way this whole time? Oh, yeah. Probably am. Because there's this one place that I need to go to. This one. Okay, yeah. Lift up. Let's run! Let's get out of here. I don't even know if we're gonna get out of here, so I'm just gonna equip this one real quick. I don't know, it's either like equipping the fucking the dual Berettas or whatever it is, you know. Oh yo, what's up? Hey yo, what up? I left for a few minutes. Oh, we're blowing up yeah, I'm blowing up everything right now. I'm blowing up your mom. I'm blowing your mom up. Boom, 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 boom.
The self-destruct system has been activated.
Wait, really? But how do I go down? Yeah, the question right now is how the fuck do I go down now? Actually, no. How the fuck do I go across? Is there a way for me to go across? Is it just there? This thing right here? Oh shit. Are you kidding me? I don't even have it. Oh no. Fuck, it's a boss battle. Fuck, boss battles, man. Uh oh. I want to try to use at least one of the herbs so I can actually combine whatever it is. The device controls the room. Unless I really have to like fucking put both of them inside. It's kind of fucked, honestly. What's this? What? Wait, hold on. Did I go this way then? What? What? Oh my god. I probably have to like do this puzzle all over again. So I probably fucked it up. I probably fucked it up, man. They're gonna reset the room anyways. Reset the room. Reset. Reset. Oh shit, I have my whatever it is. Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, sure. I only have like one more ink ribbon. Oh wait, no, I have a lot more ink ribbons. Didn't realize about that. Okay, hold on. Like this. What? What? Huh? Huh? Wait, what? What is this puzzle, man? Okay, wait, hold on. I am ass fucked by this puzzle. Hold up. Oh! 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 Do I have to go up and like push that fucking thing or whatever it is? Yeah. Do I just? This isn't supposed to be a puzzle. Are you serious? Wait. Can I jump up? Can I jump up? Hello? How can I jump up? Well, yeah, I know the door can close. But the problem, like, it's this fucking thing. This thing right here. If I were to push this thing right there, I need to push this thing out here, right? Yeah. Now I have to just push this thing in. And why can't I just push it all the way in? Oh, there we go. It didn't let me push it all the way in the first time around, so I was like, what the fuck? Hey, lost. The first time around, it didn't let me push all the way in, so I was like, yeah, sure. What the fuck? Aww! Aww! Aww!
I will not allow you fools to escape. This is what you get for trying to oppose me. Now feel
What the fuck? That's a girl's voice. What? No! No! It's the Nemesis! It's the Nemesis! Or whatever it is. I don't remember what the fuck the person's called. I don't remember what the fucking person is called. It's not Nemesis, it's the whatever it is. That's Daddy? The Tyrant, there you go, Tyrant! That's the Tyrant! Oh shit! I gotta run! Nemesis 2, Nemesis 2! How you doing, Josie, and how you doing, Neko Miki? Why is your name Josie and the Bussy Cat? That's a cursed name right there. Oh fuck. No penis blue bald guy? Yo. Oh! Oh no! His ass is thick! Oh god, his ass is super thick! I'm gonna get slapped! Bro! Okay, hold on. Yeah, that's right. Oh! No! No, what the fuck are you doing? Get me out of here! You fucking idiot! Get me out of here! Hello, J-Rock. Dude, I'm gonna. What? Why? Wow! How you doing, J-Rock? How's TwitchCon, by the way? Hope TwitchCon was well. Fuck! I'm back here. Yeah, hope TwitchCon is great. Yeah, there's. Yeah, true. Okay, you know what? I don't want to fucking use the fucking acid rounds then. Fuck acid rounds. You know what I'm gonna use? I'm probably gonna use like fucking boom explosive rounds. That's what they call. That's what they. No. Flame rounds. I guess flame rounds is actually a better thing. But give me this one as well because I don't know how many fucking times I'm gonna fucking die. I guess. It's over at home. I lived at King for like 3 days. Well, no shit. That's why I asked, how's TwitchCon? Yeah, I hope TwitchCon actually is fun for you. All the roast beef What? Roast beef sandwich? Wait. Did you go to like the partner party and like literally ate fucking roast beef sandwiches? And the roast beef ain't a metaphor for pussy? I'm sorry, I'm so cursed. I'm fucking cursed. I'm so fucking cursed, man. I'm cursed. Didn't you know I'm fucking cursed?
Minutes until detonation.
Yeah, glad you actually had fun at TwitchCon. I really, dude, I want to go to TwitchCon one day. You know, I'm just far away. I wish there was a TwitchCon Asia, you know. Yeah, I heard a lot of people actually, like a lot of people had like sucky fucking. Okay, shut the fuck up, man, boy. Anyone who didn't break this mic. Shh. No, I can't masturbate to Adriana Chechik anymore. How dare you? I want to masturbate to Adriana Chechik. I can't do that because she has a broken spine. I was special guest, so I was in the green room drinking all the Sierra mid. What? What? Motherfucking ambassador? Motherfucking ambassador? I feel bad for her. Yeah, I feel bad for her as well, so yeah. Is this thing gonna work? This thing ain't gonna work, man. Okay, I'm gonna use this one then. Oh! Okay, wait. Can I go through him? How do you not have actual foam pit under the... Because, you know... Who's gonna jump like how Adriana Chechik jumped? So they're gonna be like, yeah, we don't need fucking foam pits, that's for sure, copium. Like, yeah, we do not need foam pits for sure, copium. What are foam pits anyways, copium? What am I? Did I just glitched out for a sec? I glitched out for a sec. Wait, what? Wait, I just glitched out for a sec. Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't think they, like, I don't think that no one's gonna jump like how Adriana Chechik fucking jumped like that. You know, like, they didn't plan for anyone to jump like how she jumped. Surely, yeah, you can go in the foam pit, but like, you don't fucking jump like that. Also, someone literally fucking sprained their, no, not sprained their ankle, they fucking dislocated their ankle as well, so yeah. But anyways, like, fucking, you know, it is what it is. Fucking Twitch is probably gonna get a lawsuit. Can't help about that. That's pretty copium anyways. American Gladiator giant Q-tip fight things are really shitty in general, to be honest. Last night I got a concussion. It'd be like that. Free money for her? I feel like, you know, that's gonna change something for her. Some shit, I don't even know. Yeah, free money ain't good for both of them. What the fuck, Stannis? Stannis! Ram Ranch Man! More this at 10. I thought you were fucking waking up right now. What the fuck? More this at 10 a.m. for you. How are you doing, Stannis? Are you doing well? It's been a while since I've seen you. What the fuck? I don't want to check this. Oh shit. Wait, what? Oh! It's because I'm not equipped this one. Thank you for the 7-month resub. Hope you're doing well. Oh shit! He's dead! He's dead! He's dead! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Yo! Let's fucking go! Get out of here! Get the fuck out of here right now! How are you? I'm doing fine. I'm doing well. I'm glad that you're still doing well as well, so yeah. Yeah. So like I was about to say, like, you know, even if she gets free money, right? It doesn't really cost anything with her free money. Like, yeah, free money, but like, she got a broken back now. That's one thing that is like fucking scarred for life, you know? You got a broken back now that's scarred for life, one. The other thing is that probably if she actually broke her back into two like that, how's she gonna walk? Is she able to walk again? That's the other question. Is she able to walk again? She's able to walk. Okay, thank God she's able to walk. Well, yeah, but like, you know, it's a 50-50 chance of whether or not she actually got fucking, you know, paralyzed or not. Because, you know, there are some people who actually, like they break their neck and then afterwards they're paralyzed, they can't walk anymore. You know, it's like that. It's like that kind of situation. It kind of sucks. But she's gonna be scarred for life. Because she jumped up like that and broke her back.
What took you so long? I was starting to get worried.
No time to explain. Let's go.
Right. We're out of here. Time to say goodbye to this death trap.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, death trap. Bye-bye. Vroom vroom. Wee. Airplane. I can't believe like a kid knows how to fly an airplane.
Yahoo!
Ugh, it's finally over.
Oh shit!
Claire, I'm sorry. I know I caused a lot of trouble for you.
No, it's okay. It was hard for both of us.
Well, I really hope you find your brother. I know what it's like to be alone.
Oh, Steve.
So, where should we go now? I can take you anywhere you want to go, Claire.
I hear Hawaii's nice this time of year.
You got it.
Ha 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 ha. They're not gonna have sex. yeah, they're not gonna have sex. What the fuck? A tank? Whoa. What? Wait, that was ammo right there? Wait! There was ammo right there?
This game is not over yet. Now you will see what real terror is all about.
I can't get over that voice, man! I can't get over that voice! No. Well, maybe. It's just fucking note reading twincest, and that's about it. Yeah, it's just note reading twincest. Are you fucking kidding me?
Hey! What the? The cargo room hatch is open.
I'll go back and check it out.
Thanks. I've unlocked the cargo room door.
Oh shit, I need the ink ribbon. Wait, hold on. Okay. I don't need this. But I don't have arrows anymore? Okay, yeah, I probably don't have arrows anymore, that's why. Back injuries for life. I feel like no yeah. Thanks Twitch. Thanks Twitch for not helping with safety. Man, I can't believe it, Twitch. No safety, copium. But then again, like, J-Rock is a Twitch ambassador, so I can't say fuck Twitch. I love Twitch. Cause J-Rock's in here and he could report me. I'm scared. I'm scared. Hello. I'm scared! Bro, I'm fucking scared, dude. J-Rock's in here. Holy shit! Hot Ass is back! What the fuck? Bro, Hot Ass is back! Where the fuck are you back? Materials preparation complete. Catapult. Okay. Hold on. Fuck, I don't even have any kind of fucking good weapon right now because I literally fucking... What? Hold on. Oh! Oh no, 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 no! You fucking it! What the fuck? Bro! What the fuck is this? Stun locked. I'm getting stun locked. I'm trying to be ambassador. Is it working? No. Try harder, man. Oh fuck. I died. Damn it. How about try harder to be an ambassador, smile? Would you like some help with this fight? No. Maybe. Wait, hold on. No, no, help, no, help. Yeah, I guess maybe. Wait, hold on. Biggest meme. Traded to be did all detailing horror. Yes. Yes. Many all the other yeah. 8 hours succeeded. Go to bed after cleaning this dick. What? I'm just gonna looking at this thing. Oh! Oi! I'm dead. And now? What do you mean, or now? What the fuck? I'm not gonna clean this disc. Or now? What the fuck you talking about? Spamming one move? Yeah, I'm just spamming one move. I didn't know you were streaming. I was streaming for about 8 hours. What are you talking about? Hey, Arvich. What if I use the fire extinguisher, you know? Just use the fire extinguisher. Copium. Wait, hold on. What if I use this instead? I wanna see what will happen if I use this instead. You're supposed to use it here. Yeah, that's what that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I was like, wait a minute. What if I use this here? He's so strong. What? Am I supposed to stun him? Yeah, am I supposed to like stun him? I guess I was supposed to stun him this whole time. So I can't use the fucking whatever it is now. Yeah, I guess I was supposed to stun him. You died. I died. That's what she sounds like. You know what? I need to actually fucking where's J-Rock? I'm gonna fucking VIP J-Rock because you know he's a fucking good person. I like J-Rock. And also he has the ambassador badge, so I can actually praise over ambassador badge. I totally not because I'm only VIPing partnered people copium. Wait, what? Yeah, I VIP'd J-Rock the God. What are you talking about? What? Oh. Huh. Oh! Shit! I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, I didn't know you could actually do that. Okay. Okay, what does the green the bow chicka wow wow fucking gas round do? Okay, what did the fucking gas fucking bow chicka wow wow? This thing on the gas work? I don't know. I don't know if I would want to know. Oh shit. Bro, stop. No, 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 no. Okay, so yeah, tell me how the gas works because I don't know how the gas works and he's getting stunned without dying. Hold on. Do they actually mention of how the gas works in the fucking like description of this thing? And they stack. What? Wait, what do you mean by that? So if I were to hit the fucking enemy, if I were to hit him, right? It only cuts in half and that's about it, huh? Yeah, so it just cuts in half. That thing's a guy first hit is what? Really? Oh my god, okay, sure, I guess. I'm not assuming gender, it is a guy. god, bro. Oh my god, bro. What? Oh. Hold on. Oh shit, no, 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 no. Oh, fuck! Ugh. Okay, question. Does the blood represent anything? Like, no, right? Is this him bleeding out and that's about it, huh? It's just him bleeding out and that's about it, huh? That thing's on his period? Okay, cool. At least I know it's a fucking period instead. I don't know how the fight goes. I'm sorry. I don't know how the fight will go. Boom, 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 boom. These nuts. I ain't afraid of no ghost troop. Oh shit, bro. You stop dying to a mean boss. I don't even know how it works. I'm trying to figure out. Oh god, hold on. What the fuck? I missed, bro. What? Oh my god, bro. Yeah, it's too complicated, man. I'm trying to kill him, but like, he's not. Oh, shit. What? Really? What? Oh no, 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 no. Get out, get out, get out of there! Get out! Claire! I should have just gone to the right side instead. That's a bigger gap than the left. Easy. Okay, hold on. Spank her ass. No! Don't do that, man. I need a fucking... Why? Why is this thing a fucking thing? Wait. Fuck! He went to the other side. Oh, really? Why isn't the game letting me win? True. Copium man. Are you kidding me? Hello? Bro? Ow. Oh no, I'm stuck in the corner. Please don't! You fucking idiot! No, I'm stuck in the corner. Okay, there we go. Ow. Push her off? No, do not push me off. Oh shit. Are you kidding me? Please don't. Are you kidding me? I'm trying! It's not working! He's limping. Well, he's limping, yes, but like he should fucking go down, right? Do I actually got him? Yeah, so like is the bleeding supposed to be him just limping and that's about it? Or do I just need to shoot more? I would never get... Oh my god, okay, fine. What? There. I thought he was supposed to go down. No one told me that he was not supposed to go down. I asked, was the bleeding supposed to be anything? No one responded, so I was like, okay, probably it's just him bleeding. So I just had to wait for him to actually like fucking kneel down or some shit. Because if he kneels down, it's actually a better thing. It's not obvious! He's bleeding! That's it! It's bleeding! He should fucking go down! Wasn't he down in the first part of the game? No! No! He fucking kneeled down in the first part of the game. If he kneeled down in the first part of the game, when I come into this boss, he should kneel down anyways. That's it! That's the game logic. Game logic, done. He must kneel. Dude, he has to kneel in order. I swear to God, like, okay, I knew he was bleeding. The problem is that, oh, is he gonna kneel or not? Because the first boss, he kneeled, alright? This part, he's supposed to kneel. He didn't kneel, so what's the blood for? Is it just him leaking blood? That's it? See, the explanation that I'm giving is different. It's way different.
What was wrong?
I don't understand.
Had to be stepped on.
I'd rather see him kneel than limp.
What's happening?
I don't know. The plane just changed direction on its own. It's flying in autopilot.
And then catapult. How the fuck do I know?
My apologies.
Okay, wait. I'm just gonna fucking. Okay, wait. Hold on. You know what? I'm just gonna see. I'm gonna. Cause I literally can do this fight all over again while saving bullets, anyways, right? Disc 1. Disc 1? Is this actually disc 1 CDs? What the fuck are these? What the fuck is these? Hold on. I gotta see this, man. I gotta see this nuts. I have to see these nuts. I can't. I don't care because like here's the thing. Isn't he supposed to be like kneeling down anyways? If he's kneeling down, that is gonna be like an indication anyways, you know? So if it doesn't kneel down, then whatever. They make him bleed like hell and limp. I don't care about him limping. I care about him fucking, you know, have heavy balls and fucking fall down, you know? No! How you doing, Metal? How much more cute? I need him to kneel! Kneel and suck my pussy! Fuck! Dude! I have a fucking clit! Suck my pussy when you kneel, bitch! Just do that! I don't understand! Recode the game? Oh shit, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Just make a raw true copium. Oh shit. Wait, you didn't win? I did win, but like, you know, I want to save bullets, you know? I want to save bullets along the way. If I could save bullets along the way, then I could like restart the fucking save file and just do this thing all over again, you know? Can't even win the speedrun strat. True. I can't win the speedrun strat, man. That's it. That's it, boys. That's it. Not actual speedrunner anymore. What the fuck? I swear to God, I swear to God, you don't fucking do that, okay? Okay, like it bleeds from its fucking whatever fucking pussy it is, I swear. Did I not even hit him? I feel like I didn't even hit him at all. Oh shit. Okay. I need to save my bullets. I just need to save my bullets. I need to save my bullets. I know I finished this, but I'd rather save my bullets than fucking doing all this bullshit, you know? And also like fucking, you know, being stupid fucking dumbass. And be all copium as fuck, you know? Like right now I'm being fucking copium and just like, you know, fuck off. like, damn, dude. Like, I was like thinking, like, what the fuck are you guys like fucking putting your emotes on? I was like, yeah, I'm trying to kill him. What am I supposed to do? And then like you guys were like, oh, just kill him already. I'm trying. That's why I was waiting for the limping. Not the limping. The fucking whatever it was. The fucking. Hey. Oh shit. Oh, whoa! I feel like I'm just way too near out of the fucking just whatever hangar. There you go. This is fucking, it's called hangar. Yeah. I'm just very far, like I'm very near to the hangar and that's about it. Just need to move away from the hangar. I just need to move away from the hangar and that's about it, dude. Like I have the things necessary for like fucking doing the fight. The problem is that like, okay, weird question. If I use the gas round, right? Is it actually gonna hit him 100% or is it not gonna hit him 100%? Like if I miss him, do I actually miss him? What? There. Happy? They're happy? 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 Bitch. Bitch.
What was wrong?
I didn't waste bullets now.
Just a giant cockroach that had to be stepped on. What's happening?
I don't know. The plane just changed direction on its own. It's flying in autopilot mode. I can't switch over to manual control.
My apologies, but I cannot let you escape now.
Oh, Alfred! Cross-dressing freak!
Alfred, you cross-dressing freak! Damn. Damn, Claire. What the fuck, bro? Damn. Did you know that Claire's older than fucking Steve? Like, what the fuck? So, no! Revelations 2? Yeah, I did play Revelations 2. I didn't really like it a lot. No! No, 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 no! No, you fucking idiot! You 17-year-old fucking idiot! You already know how Claire is by that. Oh, fine. Slap that glass.
Hey, where are we?
Huh?
Latitude 82.17 degrees.
Missed cutie emo kids. Oh shit, an island.
That's the Antarctic. We're over the Antarctic.
What?
How does he know?
Hey, Those are the seaplanes that left the island right before us.
When the fuck did she have a fucking pink
This place
choker?
belongs to Umbrella.
Yeah, when the fuck does she have a pink choker in this game? Fuck. Save first half and data. What? First half? That means I completed 50% of the game. Okay, so since I completed 50% of the game, plus saving my bullets, I probably am gonna be stopping here. And then I'll continue on with part 2 tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah, 50. I don't know. This is part 2 anyways. Part 2 is 50%, right? Smile. You make me a fucking trigger. I swear to God. Some of you guys just make me so fucking triggered.
We're still alive.
Hell yeah, bro. What? You're in the Antarctica. Yeah, like you gone over the.
Plane's trashed. Well, let's split up and find another way off this oversized freezer.
Right.
Okay, let's do it.
But like, how the fuck? Okay, wait, hold on. Question. Yeah, question. How the fuck are these two people like all right with the cold if they're in the Antarctic? Like they're over Antarctica, right? Anyways, yeah, I'm stopping right here. Thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys tomorrow with more Resident Evil Code Veronica X. Because, you know, this game is like, I don't know, it's fucking me. Fuck me, man. It is what it is. It is what it is. Cool game, but I don't know how to feel about it. This game is cool. Fuck. This game is cool. I like it. But I don't know how to feel about it. It's okay. It's okay to say the least. Tomorrow I'll be continuing on with the game, and then hopefully we can finish it by tomorrow, and then we'll see about tomorrow with other games and stuff like that. Yeah, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys tomorrow with more Resident Evil Code Veronica X. Now, who do I raid? Do you guys want me to raid someone who plays Overwatch? Or why am I hosting a lot of chicks? Can I stop being copium and start hosting some guys instead? Smile. Shrimp, true. Overwatch, yeah, Overwatch 2. Wait, Pharaoh? Pharaoh? I know that guy's name. Wait, let me check about something real quick. Pharaoh? That dude? Oh, I know who this person is. Aren't they at, oh wait, this is not the end. I was like, wait a minute, aren't they at the end? It looked like the end. Crazy Gaming Days. I know that guy as well. Actually, okay, small streamer or big streamer, guys? Do you want me to rate small streamer or big streamer? And don't worry, it's a guy. If you guys want small streamer, I have someone. What are they playing? One of them is playing Silent Hill 4. The other one is just chatting with a game list or game tier list. Or okay, no. You know what? I changed my mind. Silent Hill 4 or Outlast 2. Yeah, Silent Hill 4 or Outlast 2. Silent Hill 4. Silent Hill 4. Okay, we got more people who wants to watch Silent Hill 4. If so, yeah, I'm just gonna Silent Hill 1. Okay, I'm gonna rate it off to Super King Andy because he's cool and I like him. Poggers dude. He also speedruns a lot of like RE games as well. So he's doing a. Is this a first playthrough of fucking Silent Hill 4? It looks like a first playthrough of Silent Hill 4 anyways. But yeah, thank you guys for thinking about it. I will see you guys tomorrow with more of the Resident Evil Code Veronica X. It's been alright. It's been fun. Also, fuck the last part anyways. Thank you guys for thinking about it. I will see you guys. See you. Love you. Bye.